Nearly 1,000 years ago, in the year 1066, England's history changed forever. When William the Conqueror claimed the English throne after the Battle of Hastings, he began a royal tradition that would endure through conquest, civil war, religious revolution, empire, and 2 world wars. Across the centuries, great dynasties rose and fell. The Plantagenets ruled medieval England. The Tudors transformed the nation's religion and identity. The Stuarts witnessed civil war and the birth of constitutional monarchy. Later came the houses of Hanover and Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, before one final change gave the royal family the name it still bears today. In 1917, during the First World War, King George V renamed his family the House of Windsor. Although the name was new, the monarchy itself carried nearly 9 centuries of history behind it. Tonight we'll trace that remarkable journey, from the rise of the Tudors, through the dramatic age of the Stuarts, and finally to the modern House of Windsor. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the story begin.
Beyond the rain-darkened walls of ancient palaces, kings guarded their crowns, queens carried impossible hopes, and whispered secrets travelled through candlelit corridors. This was a dynasty born from a battlefield, shaped by fear, desire, faith, and the quiet tragedies of a single family. In tonight's story, we will wander through the shadowed world of the Tudors, from Henry VII's uncertain victory to the lonely final years of Elizabeth I. If you enjoy gentle history for sleep, royal histories, and the soft unfolding of forgotten lives, please consider subscribing and helping this video reach those who may need a quiet story tonight. Now, close your eyes if you wish, and let the distant bells of Tudor England begin to fade through the night. The morning after Bosworth arrived without celebration. A pale rain had fallen during the night, softening the churned earth of the field and settling into the prints left by men, horses, wheels, and broken weapons. Mist drifted low above the grass. It moved slowly between abandoned shields and torn banners, wrapping the dead in a thin, colourless veil. Somewhere beyond the ridge a raven called once, then again. Its voice travelled through the damp air and faded into the silence. Henry Tudor stood at the edge of that wounded landscape and looked across the ground that had given him a kingdom. He was 28 years old. Until the previous day, he had been an exile with a precarious claim to the English crown. Now Richard III was dead, his body carried away from the battlefield, and Henry Tudor had been proclaimed king by men who had only recently been uncertain whether he would live to see the evening. The crown itself, according to later memory, had been found beneath a hawthorn bush. It was brought to Henry on the battlefield, wet with rain and mud, perhaps dented from the violence of the day. He accepted it not as a prize, but as a burden. For the crown of England had rarely been a peaceful object. It had passed through blood, suspicion, and broken promises. It had been worn by kings who had died in battle, by boys who had vanished behind the walls of the tower, and by men whose friends had become enemies before the candles burned low. Henry knew this better than most. He had grown up far from England, a child of danger and uncertainty. His father, Edmund Tudor, had died before Henry was born. His mother, Margaret Beaufort, was scarcely older than a girl when she gave birth to him. The Wars of the Roses had already divided the country into shifting loyalties, white roses and red, York and Lancaster, cousins and rivals. In those years, a family name could be both inheritance and accusation. Henry's claim through his mother was slender, complicated, and not entirely comfortable. The Beaufort line descended from John of Gaunt, son of King Edward III, but it had begun outside marriage and later been legitimised with restrictions. There were stronger claims in England, or at least louder ones. But the old royal houses had exhausted themselves, princes had died, brothers had fought brothers, and every victory had created fresh reasons for revenge. For years Henry lived in Brittany, watched over but never entirely free. He learned the careful habits of a man who understands that a stranger's welcome can change with the wind. He waited while England changed kings. He waited while messages crossed the sea. He waited while those who wished to use him considered whether he was a useful hope or an inconvenient risk. Then, in August 1485, he sailed from France with a small army. He landed in Wales, where his family name still held some warmth, and began the slow march inland. There were no guarantees. Every road might have carried him towards a throne or towards a grave. At Bosworth, the decisive moment came not only from swords and armour, but from hesitation. Lord Stanley, whose loyalties had been uncertain, and whose wife, Margaret Beaufort, was Henry's mother, held his forces apart from the early fighting. Richard III watched him. Henry watched him too. Across the wet, open ground, men waited for powerful lords to reveal themselves. Then Richard made his final charge. He rode towards Henry, perhaps hoping to end the question of the crown with one fierce blow. The king's banner moved forward, steel flashed in the unsettled light. Yet Stanley's men came in at last, and Richard was cut down amid the press of battle. The old king died fighting, and the new one survived. But survival was not the same as security. Henry VII did not inherit an obedient kingdom. He inherited a country tired of war, but not necessarily healed by it. The Yorkist cause had not disappeared with Richard III's death. Many noble families had supported the House of York for generations. They had marriages, estates, private loyalties, and old injuries that could not be erased simply because a new king sat beneath a canopy of cloth of gold. So Henry moved with care. He dated his reign from the day before Bosworth, an act with a quiet, chilling purpose. Those who had fought for Richard could now be treated as rebels against their lawful king. Yet he did not unleash destruction upon all of them. He needed England to settle. He needed noblemen to believe that service to him could be safer than opposition. He offered pardons where pardons were useful, seized lands where seizure seemed necessary, and watched every household that had once held too much power. His marriage was equally careful. In January 1486, Henry married Elizabeth of York, the eldest daughter of Edward IV. She was graceful, politically significant, and the living bridge between the houses that had torn England apart. Together, they represented a promise that Lancaster and York might be joined at last. The red rose and the white rose could become a single Tudor rose, neat and symmetrical in later portraits. But a marriage could not dissolve memory. In the quiet rooms of the palace, servants still knew which lord had fought on which side. Old men at tables still remembered sons lost at Towton, Barnet, Tewkesbury and Bosworth. Behind tapestries stirred by draughts, conversations lowered when strangers entered. In the city streets, rumour moved easily. A prince had been seen, a claimant had landed, a nobleman had changed allegiance, a messenger had travelled by night. Henry's court was not a place of constant shouting or visible terror. Its unease was often softer than that. It could be heard in the scratch of a clerk's quill long after midnight. It lay in sealed letters warmed by candle flames. in careful accounts of money paid to informers, in lists of names copied into ledgers. It appeared in the pause before a lord answered a question, and in the way a guard might glance twice at a visitor's face. Henry trusted systems because people could not always be trusted. He strengthened royal finances with relentless attention. In his chambers, accounts were kept with unusual care. Coins were counted, debts noted, obligations remembered. He used bonds and recognizances, legal promises backed by heavy financial penalties, to keep nobles obedient. A man who might dream of rebellion could be reminded that his lands, his income, and his family's future rested in the king's hands. To later generations, Henry acquired a reputation for miserliness, yet the cold arithmetic of his rule was also a language of fear. Money gave him independence from overmighty subjects. A full treasury meant soldiers could be paid, alliances could be made, and sudden threats could be met. In an England where a king's weakness invited challenge, thrift became a form of armour. Still, no ledger could entirely protect him from ghosts. The first great disturbance came in the form of a boy named Lambert Simnel. In 1487, only 2 years after Bosworth, Simnel was presented to the world as Edward, Earl of Warwick. The real Earl of Warwick was a young boy with Yorkist blood, the son of the Duke of Clarence and nephew to Edward IV and Richard III. He was confined in the Tower, but confinement did not prevent others from using his name. Simnel was not truly Warwick. He was a boy trained to resemble a prince, taught the gestures and speech expected of royalty. Behind him stood men with greater ambitions. John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, once considered a likely Yorkist heir, and Francis Lovell, a loyal supporter of Richard III. Across the Irish Sea, where Yorkist feeling remained strong, Simnel was crowned in Dublin as King Edward VI. The ceremony had all the outward shape of majesty. There were church bells, bright cloth, solemn words, and the sight of a boy raised above a crowd hungry for an alternative future. Yet beneath the ceremony lay something fragile and strange. A child wore a crown, while adult men whispered around him. His identity was borrowed. His destiny belonged to those who had placed him there. News of the coronation reached Henry's court like a draught under a door. The king answered with a display of calm authority. He brought the real Earl of Warwick out from the Tower and showed him publicly in London. The sight should have ended the deception. Here was the true boy, alive and unmistakably present. Yet rebellion does not always need belief. Sometimes it needs only dissatisfaction, old loyalties, and a cause around which men may gather. Simnel's supporters landed in England with German mercenaries and Irish soldiers. They marched through the north, hoping that Yorkist sympathizers would join them. Henry raised an army and travelled northwards to meet them. The two forces came together at Stoke Field in June 1487, on a hot day, beneath a sky that offered no comfort. The fighting was fierce and close. Men fell in the long grass. Armour struck armour, arrows passed overhead with their brief, terrible whisper. By evening, the rebellion had been broken. Lincoln was dead. Lovell disappeared from history, perhaps drowned while fleeing, perhaps concealed for years in some forgotten place. The Battle of Stoke is sometimes called the last battle of the Wars of the Roses, though such endings are rarely as clean as historians would like them to be. Henry treated Lambert Simnel with a practicality that revealed much about him. The boy was spared. He was put to work in the royal kitchens, turning spits and serving in a household that must have seemed impossibly distant from the imagined throne of Dublin. Later, he became a falconer. There was mercy in this, perhaps, but there was also calculation. A dead pretender could become a martyr. A living pretender, reduced to a servant in the king's own household, became a quiet lesson in the futility of rebellion. For a while, the kingdom seemed to settle again. Then another shadow appeared. His name was Perkin Warbeck. Where Simnel had been an obvious fabrication for those willing to look closely, Warbeck was more unsettling. He was handsome, composed, and apparently educated in the manners of a court. In the early 1490s, he began to claim that he was Richard, Duke of York, the younger of the two princes who had disappeared in the Tower during the reign of Richard III. The mystery of the princes had never been resolved. They had been seen less and less, then not at all. Their fate had settled over England like an unspoken question. Some believed Richard III had ordered their deaths. Others doubted. Some hoped, quietly and irrationally, that one prince had escaped. Warbeck understood the power of that hope. He said he had survived. He said his brother Edward V had been murdered, but that he himself had been smuggled away and raised in secret. He spoke of fear, escape, foreign lands, and the long burden of hiding his true identity. To those who wanted to believe him, his story had the melancholy shape of a lost fairy tale, a prince in exile, a kingdom stolen, a return delayed by danger and grief. Foreign rulers received him with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Margaret of Burgundy, sister to Edward IV and Richard III, welcomed him and declared him to be her nephew. She'd lived long enough to understand politics, and she had every reason to trouble Henry VII. James IV of Scotland gave Warbeck support and even arranged his marriage to the noblewoman Lady Catherine Gordon. At European courts, Warbeck could be dressed in velvet and treated with ceremony. He became a figure in a larger game of diplomacy, a useful threat in the hands of kings and duchesses who wished to pressure England. Each rumour of his arrival forced Henry to consider not only a boy claiming to be a prince, but ships, money, alliances, and foreign armies. At night, in royal chambers warmed by fires that could not quite defeat the damp, reports would have arrived. A messenger had crossed the channel. A vessel had been sighted. A lord had exchanged letters with Burgundy. A servant had heard a dangerous name spoken in a tavern. The king listened. He did not need every rumour to be true. He needed only to know that rumours could gather strength. Warbeck attempted to land in England in 1495, but found little support. He turned towards Scotland, where James IV made a brief raid into northern England in his name. The border country heard the movement of horses, the creak of leather harnesses, and the distant alarm of villages uncertain which flag would appear over the hill. Yet Warbeck's promised English supporters did not rise in sufficient number. The invasion faded back into the northern mist. Henry continued to endure. He negotiated, paid, threatened, and waited. His patience was one of his sharpest weapons. In 1497, Warbeck made his final serious attempt. He landed in Cornwall, a region already angry after a recent uprising against taxation. The Cornishmen had marched on London earlier that year, protesting a levy intended for war against Scotland. Their rebellion had been defeated, but resentment lingered among the hills and mining towns. Warbeck arrived with the hope that anger might become allegiance. For a brief time, thousands gathered around him. They marched eastward, carrying rough weapons and uncertain dreams. But the deeper they travelled, the clearer it became that a claim was not the same as a victory. Royal forces approached, support weakened. At Beaulieu Abbey in Hampshire, Warbeck surrendered. He was brought to London and displayed through the streets, a prince in name reduced to a prisoner under guard. The city watched from windows and doorways. Wheels rolled over wet cobblestones. Horses shifted in their harnesses. Faces leaned from upper rooms, curious and wary. Warbeck confessed that he was not Richard of York, but a Flemish man named Perkin Osbeck, or Warbeck. Whether every word of the confession was freely offered is difficult to know. Tudor governments understood the value of a public admission. For a time, Henry spared him. Warbeck was kept under supervision at court, where the king could observe the man who had disturbed his peace for so many years. But he escaped, or attempted to escape, and was soon confined in the Tower. There the story became darker. The real Earl of Warwick, whose name Lambert Simnel had once borrowed, had spent most of his life imprisoned. He was innocent of the ambitions that had swirled around him as a child. Yet in 1499 he and Warbeck were accused of plotting an escape and a new rebellion. Both were condemned. Warbeck was executed at Tyburn. Warwick was beheaded on Tower Hill. The sound of an axe in Tudor England was never merely the sound of punishment. It was a message sent outward through the kingdom. It said that the king remained awake. It said that old blood could still be dangerous. It said that a peaceful future might require terrible acts in the present. Warwick's death removed a Yorkist figurehead, but it also carried a sorrow that could not be entered into an account book. He had been a prisoner almost all his life. His blood had made him valuable to plotters and frightening to kings. In the end, it made him expendable. Henry VII had won. Again and again he had won. Yet each victory taught him that the throne could never be left unattended. The years passed. The country grew calmer on the surface. Trade increased. Royal authority hardened into routine. Henry's children grew in the protected warmth of court life. Arthur, the eldest son and heir, Margaret, destined for Scotland, Henry, the lively second son, and their sisters, each carrying a portion of the dynasty's carefully arranged future. Arthur was married to Catherine of Aragon, the Spanish princess whose arrival promised a powerful alliance. Their wedding at St. Paul's Cathedral glittered with candles, embroidered cloth, music, and the formal happiness of a nation watching its future take shape. The young prince and his bride were sent to Ludlow, near the Welsh border, to begin their household. Then, in the spring of 1502, Arthur died. He was 15 years old. The cause was uncertain, perhaps a sweating sickness or some illness that moved quickly through damp rooms and weakened bodies. Whatever the precise cause, his death broke the pattern Henry had tried so carefully to make. The heir was gone. The marriage alliance remained, but its purpose had changed. The spare, the young Prince Henry, was now heir to the throne. At court, the sounds of mourning replaced the sounds of celebration. Black cloth was drawn across rooms. Footsteps became quiet. Bells tolled over towns and villages, their deep notes dissolving into the cold spring air. Henry VII, who had spent his life securing the Tudor future, had to look at the empty place where that future had seemed most certain. His grief was personal, but it was also political. A dynasty rests heavily upon the bodies of its children. One fever, one difficult birth, one unexpected illness could rearrange the fate of kingdoms. Elizabeth of York, Arthur's mother, mourned with him. Then, less than a year later, she became pregnant again. Perhaps there was hope that another son might bring comfort and reassurance. But in February 1503 she gave birth to a daughter and died soon afterwards at the Tower of London, on her 37th birthday. The new baby, Catherine, did not survive long. For Henry VII, the losses gathered like winter clouds. Elizabeth had been more than a queen. Her Yorkist blood had helped make his rule acceptable. Her presence had joined two damaged houses in the eyes of England. And beyond politics, by all signs, Henry cared deeply for her. Her death left the palace altered. The rooms where she had walked were still furnished with rich cloth and polished wood, but absence has its own weight. It sits in empty chairs. It lingers in corridors after the servants have gone. It makes the flame of a candle seem smaller. Henry did not remarry, though there were discussions and possibilities. He turned instead towards business, diplomacy, and the close management of his household. The king who had begun as an uncertain claimant became more guarded still. His health declined. His face in portraits grew thinner and more solemn. The watchful eyes remained. He had lived long enough to see the great Yorkist threats fade. He had survived rebels, pretenders, invasions, conspiracies, and the shifting loyalties of Europe. He had made the crown solvent. He had left his eldest surviving son trained, educated, and ready to inherit. But peace, for Henry VII, was never a bright meadow beneath a clear sky. It was a locked room, a sealed letter, a guard awake before dawn. It was the knowledge that beyond every wall someone might remember another king. In April 1509, Henry VII died at Richmond Palace. He was 52 years old. Outside, the spring air moved softly through the gardens. The river flowed on beneath the windows, carrying reflections of pale sky and bare branches. Within the palace, officials and servants moved carefully through rooms thick with ceremony and grief. His son Henry, not yet 18, became Henry VIII. The new king inherited the crown that his father had guarded so fiercely. He inherited the treasury, the alliances, the castles, the laws, and the careful machinery of authority. He also inherited something less visible, the fear that a Tudor crown could never be entirely secure. For a little while, the young king would seem to stand in sunlight. Music would rise in the halls. Gold would shine on tournament fields. England would look towards its handsome new monarch and imagine a more generous age. But beneath the music, beneath the bright banners and the sound of cheering crowds, the old shadows of Bosworth remained. When Henry VIII became king in the spring of 1509, England seemed to wake from a long, cautious winter. The old king, Henry VII, had ruled with a careful hand. He had counted coins, measured loyalties, and kept the doors of power firmly closed against the restless ambitions of the nobility. His court had been orderly, reserved, and watchful. Men had lowered their voices when they spoke of the crown. They had remembered Bosworth, the pretenders, the Tower, and the quiet danger of being too closely connected to a rival claim. Then the young Henry came to the throne. He was not yet 18. He was tall, broad-shouldered, bright-haired, and full of the easy physical confidence that seemed to belong to another age. He rode well, hunted eagerly, played music, spoke Latin and French, and excelled at the rituals expected of a Renaissance prince. To those who gathered around him, he appeared as England's new beginning. The sombre rooms of his father's reign filled with sound. lutes, trumpets, laughter, the clatter of cups at feasts, and the excited murmur of courtiers eager to discover what the young king might become. In the great halls, candles shone upon embroidered sleeves and jewelled chains. The heavy tapestries seemed less like barriers against the draught and more like bright backdrops for a court beginning to enjoy itself again. In the courtyards, horses stamped upon the cobbles, their breath clouding in the cool morning air. Boys ran errands between kitchens and chambers. Falcons shifted on gloved hands. Everywhere there was movement. Yet even in this new brightness, the Tudor dynasty rested upon an absence. Henry was king because his elder brother Arthur had died. Arthur Tudor had been the child for whom the future was arranged. He had been named for the legendary king of ancient Britain, a name chosen with care by his father and grandmother. The Tudors were not an old royal house, and they understood the power of story. Arthur's name suggested ancient destiny, a return to greatness, a line rooted not simply in the uncertain aftermath of civil war, but in the deep, misty past of the island itself. From childhood, Arthur had been prepared to rule. Tutors shaped his learning. Courtiers measured his manners. His household formed around him, a small imitation of a king's court. When he was still young, his marriage was arranged to Catherine of Aragon, the youngest daughter of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. Catherine came from one of the most formidable royal families in Europe. Her parents had united much of Spain, conquered Granada, sponsored voyages across the Atlantic, and built a reputation for religious devotion and political resolve. To marry their daughter was to bind England to a powerful continental alliance. For Henry VII, who had spent his life protecting his fragile dynasty, it was a triumph of diplomacy. Catherine arrived in England in the autumn of 1501. She was 15 years old, travelling through a country that was still unfamiliar to her. Its grey skies, its damp roads, its dark oak halls, and the strange sounds of English spoken around her. At St. Paul's Cathedral she married Arthur in a ceremony rich with colour and ceremony. Gold cloth gleamed beneath candlelight. Incense rose into the great height of the church. Bells travelled across London, their sound flowing over tiled roofs and narrow streets. Arthur was 15 as well. The two young people stood before the altar in the formal splendour of their family's ambitions. Their marriage was watched by noblemen, bishops, ambassadors, and servants, who understood that kingdoms could turn on the health of a single royal child. After the wedding, Arthur and Catherine were sent to Ludlow Castle, near the Welsh border. The castle stood above the River Tame, its old stone walls looking down across the countryside. There, in the colder air of the Welsh marches, Arthur was to learn the work of governing. He was Prince of Wales, and Ludlow had long been associated with the training of English heirs. The young couple established their household among the echoing rooms and narrow passages of the castle. Fires burned in fireplaces too large to warm every corner. Wind moved around the towers. Rain struck the leaded windows. Outside, the ground turned dark and soft beneath the feet of horses and servants. Inside, the life of a royal household continued with its ordinary sounds. Trays carried through corridors, doors opening and closing, the murmur of prayer from a chapel, the gentle scraping of pens across paper. Then illness came. In the spring of 1502, Arthur and Catherine fell sick. The exact nature of their illness has never been certain. It may have been a sweating sickness or some other infection that passed quickly through their household. The old records do not provide a comforting answer. They tell only of fever, weakness, and a sudden change in the air around the young prince's rooms. Catherine recovered. Arthur did not. On the 2nd of April, 1502, the heir to the Tudor throne died at Ludlow. He was 15 years old. The bells that had rung for his wedding rang again, now slower and deeper. Across England, the news moved along muddy roads and through market towns. The prince was dead. The future had shifted. In royal chambers, candles burned beside black cloth. In the quiet after, official announcements, there would have been the particular stillness that follows a death no one has prepared to receive. For Henry VII, Arthur's death was more than personal grief. It reopened the fear that had never entirely left him. His dynasty was young. His claim had been questioned. His security had been built slowly, coin by coin, marriage by marriage, warning by warning. Now the son he had fashioned as the next king was gone. The younger prince, Henry, became heir. He had once stood in the background of the royal family, lively and promising, but not burdened with the full weight of expectation. His future had been meant for the church, or for some great dukedom, perhaps for a life that did not require every breath to be judged by the needs of the kingdom. Arthur had been the one destined for the crown. Arthur had been married to Catherine. Arthur had been sent to Ludlow. But the crown does not wait for a family to be ready. Young Henry was given new titles and new responsibilities. He became Prince of Wales, Duke of Cornwall, and heir to a throne that had suddenly become far more demanding. Around him, the atmosphere changed. Tutors, councillors, and household officers began to look at him differently. His words mattered more. His health mattered more. The way he stood, the way he rode, the friends he chose, the thoughts he expressed, all were now of consequence. Catherine of Aragon remained in England. Her position was delicate from the beginning. She had been sent across the sea to marry the heir to England, but that heir was dead. Her dowry had not been fully paid. Her parents wished to preserve the English alliance. Henry VII wished to preserve it too, but he also wished to avoid financial loss and political embarrassment. Catherine, still a teenager, became entangled in negotiations conducted by older men across long distances. There was one obvious solution. She might marry Henry, Arthur's younger brother. But that possibility carried a problem which, at first, seemed to belong to lawyers and churchmen. Under Christian law, a man was forbidden to marry his brother's widow. The rule came from Scripture, from words in the book of Leviticus that would one day echo through palaces and courts with enormous force. Yet there could be an exception if the Pope granted a special dispensation. The question turned on the marriage of Arthur and Catherine. Had it been consummated? Catherine maintained that it had not. She had married Arthur, she said, but they had never fully become husband and wife. She had arrived at Ludlow as a young girl, and Arthur had been frail. Whatever had passed between them remained hidden behind the curtains and closed doors of their marriage chamber. But in time, this private matter would become one of the most disputed questions in Europe. For now, the people around Catherine sought a path forward. A papal dispensation was obtained, broad enough to permit a marriage between her and Henry, whether or not the first marriage had been consummated. Yet even with the document, the proposed union moved slowly. Henry VII was cautious. He considered other alliances. Catherine's life in England became uncertain and at times uncomfortable. She had attendants, but not the settled dignity of a princess whose place was secure. Letters travelled between England and Spain, folded and sealed, carried over rough seas and wet roads. Each message could alter her prospects. Then, in February 1503, Elizabeth of York died. She had given birth to a daughter, Catherine, who survived only a few days. The Queen died on her 37th birthday. Her death brought another darkness to the Tudor household. Henry VII had lost his eldest son only a year before. Now he lost his wife, the Yorkist princess whose marriage had helped unite the country after decades of war. The king grew more withdrawn. The court became quieter. There were still ceremonies and business, still diplomatic visitors and formal meals. But grief had entered the rooms. The sound of a door closing at the end of a corridor seemed sharper. The rain against the palace windows seemed to last longer. Under the careful arrangement of royal life, the family's foundation had been shaken. Young Henry was now not merely the heir, but the only surviving son. This fact settled around him with a silent pressure. He was protected, watched, and carefully managed. His father kept him close. Henry did not move freely through public life as an adult prince might have expected. He was guarded from danger, perhaps guarded too closely. The old king had known how quickly a boy's death could change the fate of a dynasty. Meanwhile, Catherine waited. Years passed. She grew from a princess into a young woman while her future remained unresolved. She practiced her faith with seriousness and quiet routine. She wrote letters. She waited for money from Spain. She watched the English court from a position both honoured and insecure. She was the widow of one prince and the possible bride of another, though the second prince was still very young. In the great houses where she stayed, mornings began with the sound of servants stirring fires and drawing curtains against the grey light. The smell of smoke gathered beneath beams darkened by years of winter. In the chapel, her rosary beads passed steadily through her fingers. Each prayer followed the next with a familiar rhythm, a small certainty in a life arranged by other people. The marriage to Prince Henry was eventually agreed. In 1509, only weeks after the death of Henry VII, the young king chose Catherine as his queen. The decision was swift, almost joyful. Henry had inherited not only the crown but a ready-made alliance, a bride of royal blood, and a marriage long anticipated by those around. Him. On the 11th of June, Henry and Catherine were married in a private ceremony at Greenwich. Less than 2 weeks later, they were crowned together at Westminster Abbey. London was alive with celebration. The streets were crowded, flags moved above the houses, bells sounded from church towers. The river carried royal barges past cheering people gathered along the banks. At Westminster, the old abbey shone with candles. Incense curled in the dimness beneath the high vaults. The young king wore cloth of gold. Catherine, smaller beside him but composed and radiant, was crowned queen. They seemed well matched in the eyes of their subjects. Henry was handsome, vigorous, and newly powerful. Catherine was learned, devout, and the daughter of famous monarchs. Together they represented strength, youth, and continuity. To England, still marked by memories of instability, their union appeared to promise a settled future. For a time there was genuine affection between them. Henry called Catherine his most dear and entirely beloved wife. She supported him with intelligence and loyalty. She could speak Spanish, French, Latin, and English. She understood European politics. In 1513, while Henry campaigned in France, he appointed her regent in England. From Richmond and other royal residences, Catherine directed affairs of state. When the Scots invaded from the north under James IV, English forces met them at Flodden. The battle was brutal, fought beneath a lowering sky in Northumberland. James IV was killed, along with many Scottish nobles. Catherine sent Henry a piece of the Scottish king's blood-stained coat, a stark token of victory carried south while the English king remained abroad. She had shown that she was capable of command. Beneath her formal gowns and embroidered sleeves was a queen who understood the hardness of royal power. But the splendour of the early years could not silence the question that had troubled every Tudor generation. Who would inherit? Catherine became pregnant soon after the marriage. The court waited. The kingdom waited. Every royal pregnancy was watched with reverence and fear. In palace nurseries, linen was prepared, cradles polished, and fires kept warm. Midwives moved quietly through passages. Ladies waited behind closed doors. Outside, church bells might be ready to announce the birth of a prince. In January 1510, Catherine gave birth to a daughter stillborn. The loss was wrapped in ritual and sorrow. A small body, scarcely seen by the world, was buried. The court recovered its composure. There would be other pregnancies. There had to be. Later that year, Catherine became pregnant again. On the first day of January 1511, she gave birth to a son. He was named Henry, Duke of Cornwall. This time, England rejoiced. The bells rang, bonfires were lit, wine flowed. The longed-for male heir had arrived, and with him came the brief, shining sense that the future was secure. The infant prince was displayed with pride. The king and queen had given England what it expected from them: a boy, a continuation, a living answer to the fears that had begun at Bosworth. But the prince died after only 52 days. The celebrations faded into mourning. The fires burned down. The bells grew quiet. In the royal apartments, there was once more the muted movement of attendants carrying away things prepared for a child who would no longer use them. A tiny gown, perhaps, folded into a chest. A cradle left empty. The air of a nursery, too warm and too still. Henry and Catherine had lost their son. They did not yet know that this would become a pattern of hope and loss, repeated until it reshaped their marriage and altered the course of England. Other pregnancies followed. Some ended early. Some brought children who lived only hours or days. The records are incomplete and uncertain in places, but the grief was real. There was a son born in 1513 who died soon after birth. Another son in 1515 also lost. For Catherine, the experience must have been exhausting in body and spirit. Each pregnancy brought ceremony, expectation, and prayers. Each loss brought silence. The king was still young. He continued to hunt, joust, feast, and wage war. His court remained splendid. At tournaments, his armour gleamed in the sun. Horses raced across the tilt-yard. Trumpets sounded from balconies. Ladies watched from galleries draped in rich fabric. Henry seemed to enjoy every visible sign of his majesty. The tilt of a lance, the applause of a crowd, the weight of a golden chain across his chest. Yet behind the pageantry, the succession remained uncertain. In February 1516, Catherine gave birth to a daughter who survived. She was named Mary. The child was welcomed with affection, though not with the uncomplicated relief that would have greeted a son. Mary was a healthy infant, solemnly baptized and carefully tended. Her parents loved her. Henry took pride in her learning as she grew, and Catherine devoted herself to her daughter. But a girl, however cherished, did not resolve the fears of a dynasty only a generation removed from civil war. England had known female rulers in theory, but not a woman who had ruled securely in her own right. The memory of Matilda, whose claim in the 12th century had brought years of conflict, was still part of the country's political imagination. A daughter could inherit, perhaps, but her marriage might bring a foreign husband into English affairs. Rival claimants might rise. Noblemen might divide. The old wounds of York and Lancaster might begin to ache again. Henry's need for a son was not merely vanity, though vanity would later play its part. It was entwined with the history he had inherited. His father had spent a lifetime preventing rivals from gathering around an alternative heir. Henry VIII had watched Arthur die. He had watched his parents grieve. He knew that the Tudor line was narrow. Catherine conceived again in 1518 and gave birth to another daughter who died soon afterwards. By then, the rhythm of disappointment had become familiar. The king's advisers could speak reassuringly. Priests could offer prayers. Physicians could recommend their remedies. Herbs, diet, rest, warmth, careful observance. But no advice could command a child to live. The royal marriage began to change, almost imperceptibly at first. Henry still treated Catherine with public respect. She remained queen, dignified and admired. But he sought comfort elsewhere. Like many kings of his age, he took mistresses. One of the most notable was Elizabeth Blount, who gave birth in 1519 to his acknowledged illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy. The birth was a complicated comfort. It proved, at least in Henry's mind, that he could father a healthy boy. The child was given the name Fitzroy, meaning son of the king, and granted high titles. For a brief moment, there were whispers that Henry might consider making him heir, but an illegitimate son could not easily quiet the kingdom's anxieties. The crown required certainty, and certainty was the one thing Henry lacked. As the years moved on, Catherine's chances of bearing another child grew smaller. She was deeply religious, devoted to the old faith, and convinced of the sacred truth of her marriage. She had been married to Henry for many years. She had served as queen, regent, diplomat, wife, and mother. Her identity was bound to the vows spoken before God. Henry's mind, meanwhile, began to circle around an old and dangerous question. He had married his brother's widow. The papal dispensation had allowed it. Catherine had always insisted that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated. But the old words from Leviticus remained. A man who took his brother's wife, the passage warned, would be childless. For years Henry had not treated the verse as a threat. Now, after so many lost children, and with only Mary surviving, it took on a darker meaning. Perhaps he began to wonder, God had withheld a son because the marriage itself was wrong. Perhaps the Pope had granted permission for something that heaven would not permit. Perhaps the deaths of the princes and infants were not random sorrow, but judgment. Such thoughts did not arrive all at once. They gathered slowly like clouds over a familiar landscape. A line of scripture read in private, a conversation with a confessor, the sight of Mary growing older, clever and beloved, but undeniably a girl, the memory of Arthur, dead at 15, the knowledge that Catherine had once been Arthur's wife. The question became difficult to escape. Around the king, the court was changing too. New advisers and new ideas moved through its corridors. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, Henry's brilliant chief minister, had raised royal. government to extraordinary heights. He arranged treaties, negotiated with foreign powers, and built grand houses that expressed his confidence. But even Wolsey could not make time stand still. The king was no longer the golden young prince of 1509. He was approaching 40. His marriage had produced no surviving son. The line of Tudor kings still depended upon one uncertain future. And then, among the ladies of Catherine's household, Henry noticed Anne Boleyn. Anne was not merely beautiful in the conventional language of courtly praise. Contemporaries described her as dark-haired, lively, elegant, and possessing striking eyes. More importantly, she was intelligent and alert. She had spent years abroad, first in the Netherlands and then at the French court. She had absorbed the polish, music, fashion, and religious ideas of Renaissance Europe. She knew how to speak, how to listen, and how to withhold herself. Her sister Mary Boleyn had already been the king's mistress. Anne would not follow the same path so easily. At first, she appeared in the shifting, scented world of court entertainments, dancing at masques, speaking with ladies near a window, moving through galleries where candlelight flickered upon polished wood and painted ceilings. The air would have carried perfume, smoke, wax, and the faint smell of damp wool brought in from the outdoors. Musicians played softly while courtiers watched one another behind careful smiles. Henry was drawn towards her. Yet Anne did not offer the simple, discreet arrangement that the king might have expected. She resisted becoming his mistress. She expected more. Whether through calculation, conviction, or an instinctive understanding of her own value, she held him at a distance. A letter might be answered slowly. A glance might be given and then withdrawn. The king, accustomed to command, encountered something that could not be ordered into obedience. The consequence was profound. Henry's desire for Anne became entangled with his desire for a son, his fear of divine judgment, and his need to secure the Tudor line. The private longings of a king began to press against the walls of religion and law. What had once been a shadowed thought, the possibility that his marriage to Catherine was invalid, began to take the shape of a demand. In quiet rooms, documents were examined. The papal dispensation was read again. The old marriage to Arthur was discussed. Witnesses were considered. Theological arguments emerged from books and sermons. The king's conscience, as he described it, had become troubled. But for Catherine, the matter was not an argument assembled from papers and verses. It was her life. She had crossed the sea as a girl. She had buried children. She had stood beside Henry through war, ceremony, illness, and years of shared rule. She had raised Mary with devotion. Her marriage had been recognized by church and kingdom for nearly 2 decades. To question it now was to ask her to step out of her own history and become, in effect, a mistake. The palace still glittered. Feasts continued. Hunting parties rode out beneath autumn leaves. In chapels, voices rose in prayer. But something had shifted beneath the familiar sound of court life. At night, rain tapped against high windows. In distant corridors, a servant's shoes made a soft, hurried sound upon the rushes. Somewhere, a candle burned beside an open Bible. Somewhere else, a queen turned rosary beads slowly through her fingers. And in the mind of the king, an old grief had become an accusation. Arthur's empty bed at Ludlow, long ago and far away, had begun to cast its shadow over everything. Anne Boleyn had been crowned beneath the high, shadowed vaults of Westminster Abbey in June 1533. While bells sounded across London, and the river carried bright royal barges beneath a summer sky. She had entered the abbey in velvet and cloth of gold, surrounded by noble women and guarded by the hopes of a king who believed that his long struggle had at last brought him towards certainty. Yet the certainty Henry VIII wanted was not a crown upon Anne's head. It was a son. When Anne gave birth in September of that year, the palace had been prepared for the arrival of a prince. Astrologers had made hopeful predictions. Courtiers had spoken with careful confidence. The rooms at Greenwich had been arranged with linen, candles, polished silver, and all the quiet preparations that attended the birth of a royal child. Outside, the Thames moved past the palace walls, carrying boats through the grey-green water. In the kitchens, fires burned steadily beneath great iron pots. Servants passed along passages with trays and folded cloth, listening for the message that would decide the mood of the kingdom. The child was a girl. She was named Elizabeth. The disappointment was immediate, though not openly spoken in the first moments. A healthy daughter was still a blessing. She was a princess, born to a king and queen. Yet the elaborate announcements and preparations made for the birth of a prince could not be entirely hidden. Some letters had already been drafted with the word prince in mind. The jousts intended to celebrate a son were cancelled. In the royal nurseries, the bright expectations settled into a quieter kind of acceptance. Anne held her daughter, small and warm beneath swaddling cloth, and looked upon the future in a different form from the one she had been promised. Elizabeth's birth did not make Anne powerless. On the contrary, she remained queen, and Henry still believed that more children would come. He was 42, strong, commanding, and accustomed to receiving the future he imagined. Anne was young enough to conceive again. One daughter could be followed by a son. The court told itself this story with the persistence of a prayer. But beneath the polished surface of royal life, tension began to gather. Anne had risen too high too quickly, and in doing so she had displaced a queen whom many people still loved. Catherine of Aragon had died only a few years after her marriage was set aside, but the memory of her remained powerful. Her daughter Mary continued to refuse Anne's authority. Those who had served Catherine saw Anne not as a new beginning, but as the source of rupture. The woman for whom the king had broken with Rome, rejected his first wife and changed the laws of England. Anne's own nature did not make her enemies fewer. She could be generous to those she trusted and fiercely protective of her family. She supported scholars and clergy who favoured religious reform. She gave money to charity. She took an interest in petitions brought before her. But she could also be sharp-tongued, proud, and quick to anger. At court, where every expression was noticed and every careless word might be repeated, such qualities could become dangerous. The palace was a place of beauty, but it was never simple. At Hampton Court, Greenwich, Whitehall, and the Tower, richly furnished rooms concealed the work of constant observation. Gentlemen and ladies bowed, smiled, and exchanged courtesies beneath painted ceilings. Velvet sleeves brushed against one another near fireplaces. Jewels flashed in candlelight. But the warmth of a room could change when a door opened. Conversation stopped. A name might be spoken softly, then carried elsewhere by someone who had listened without seeming to listen. Anne's father, Thomas Boleyn, had risen in rank. Her brother George became Lord Rochford, admired for his learning and charm. Her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, stood among the kingdom's most powerful men. Her sister Mary had long since stepped back from the centre of court life, but the Boleyn family remained close to the throne. Their success brought wealth and influence. It also brought resentment. Many noble families had watched the Boleyns rise with a mixture of astonishment and dislike. The family was old and respectable, but not of the highest rank. Anne's queenship had transformed their fortunes. Positions, grants, and opportunities seemed to flow towards her relatives and allies. To those outside the circle, the Boleyns could appear everywhere, in council chambers, royal households, church appointments, and the private rooms where royal favour was granted. The king's favour, however, was a weather that could change without warning. For a time, Anne's most important ally was Thomas Cromwell. He was not a nobleman by birth, but he possessed an extraordinary understanding of power. He had served Cardinal Wolsey and survived his master's fall. He had helped Henry break from Rome and establish royal supremacy over the English Church. His mind moved easily through law, finance, and diplomacy and administration. In a world where many men relied upon old family connections, Cromwell relied upon information, documents, and a remarkable ability to understand what the king wanted before it had fully been spoken. Anne and Cromwell shared some interests. Both were sympathetic to religious reform. Both supported the distribution of certain religious texts in English. Both had helped advance the changes that made Anne's marriage possible. Yet they did not share the same ambitions. As the monasteries began to be dissolved, their wealth became a source of disagreement. Cromwell saw an opportunity to strengthen the crown and reward those who would support the new order. Anne, though no enemy of reform, hoped that some of the wealth might be directed towards education and charitable causes. Their alliance began to fray in private conversations, in letters, and in the long silences that followed meetings. At the same time, Henry's eyes began to wander. Jane Seymour was one of Anne's ladies-in-waiting. She was quieter in manner than Anne, pale and fair, from a family of ancient standing in Wiltshire. The Seymours understood the lessons taught by the Boleyn rise. They knew that a young woman close to the king could become the centre of a family's hopes. Jane did not display the French brilliance or restless intelligence that had once captivated Henry and Anne. Instead, she presented a gentler image, modest, obedient, domestic, and perhaps safer. The king began to send her gifts. The gestures were small at first, or small enough to be explained away. A letter, a purse of coins, a private sign of attention. But nothing at the Tudor court remained private for long. Anne learned that Henry's interest had shifted. She had watched the same thing happen years earlier, when Catherine of Aragon stood in the place she now occupied. The knowledge must have been bitter. A queen who had been chosen for her promise of a son could not afford to become merely familiar. In January 1536, Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle. Her final days had been quiet, held within the narrow world permitted to her after Henry rejected her. She had never accepted the title of Dowager Princess of Wales. She had continued to think of herself as queen, and many in England continued to think of her in the same way. News of Catherine's death reached the royal court. The old obstacle, as Henry may have seen her, was gone. Yet her death did not bring Anne peace. It brought a strange and unsettled moment. Henry and Anne wore yellow, a colour associated in Spain with mourning, though observers interpreted it in different ways. Some believed they mourned Catherine. Others thought they celebrated their freedom from her presence. The ambiguity clung to the scene like smoke. Anne was pregnant again. This pregnancy was watched with greater intensity than the first. A son would silence many doubts. It would establish Anne's place, secure Elizabeth's future, and give Henry the heir he had sought through so much upheaval. The court waited beneath the weight of that expectation. Then, late in January, Anne miscarried. The child was a boy. The loss came after a disturbing incident at Greenwich. Henry had been injured in a jousting accident, thrown from his horse and briefly left unconscious. The sound of alarm moved quickly through the palace. Horses were led away, their hooves striking the ground in agitation. Men hurried across the tilt yard. In the galleries, ladies gathered close together, their voices low. For a short and dreadful time, it seemed possible that the king might die. Anne was shaken by the news. Soon afterwards, she lost the child. The miscarriage became more than grief. To Henry, it seemed to confirm a fear that was already forming within him. Anne had not given him the promised son. Her first child had been a daughter, now the second, whom he had expected to live, was gone. In the shadowed logic of Tudor belief, misfortune rarely appeared to be mere chance. It could be read as warning, punishment, or proof that God had turned away. Henry had once persuaded himself that his marriage to Catherine was cursed because she had been his brother's widow. Now, perhaps, he began to wonder whether Anne's marriage had also failed to win divine favour. The Queen's position weakened swiftly. She still had supporters. She was still officially beloved by the king. Publicly, the rituals of court continued, but the atmosphere around her changed. Henry became colder. Jane Seymour's family grew more confident. Cromwell, now estranged from Anne and anxious to preserve his own standing, began to see that the Queen might be removed. The method by which she was removed remains one of the darkest mysteries of the Tudor age. In the spring of 1536, rumours began to spread that Anne had taken lovers. At first, there was no public accusation. There were only whispers, the kind that slipped through palace corridors and became louder with each telling. A queen's smile at a courtier could be remembered as flirtation. A conversation held behind a screen could be described as secrecy. A joke made at supper could become evidence of something more dangerous. The men eventually accused were astonishingly close to Anne's world. Mark Smeaton was a musician in the royal household, skilled with instruments and known for his ability to entertain. Henry Norris was a groom of the stool, one of the king's trusted attendants. Sir Francis Weston was young, well-connected, and often present at court. William Brereton was a gentleman with influence in Wales, and George Boleyn, Anne's own brother, Lord Rochford, was accused of incest with the Queen. The charges were adultery, treason, and in George's case, incest. The alleged affairs were said to have taken place across months and in various royal residences. Yet many of the dates were implausible. On some occasions, Anne was elsewhere, pregnant, recovering from childbirth, or closely attended. The accusations had the strange, hurried quality of a story constructed backwards from a desired ending. Still, in Henry's England, an accusation did not need to be convincing to be dangerous. The first arrest came at the end of April. Mark Smeaton was taken for questioning. What happened during his interrogation remains uncertain. He eventually confessed, though whether he did so under torture, pressure, fear, or persuasion cannot be known with confidence. His confession became a key piece of the case. The others were arrested in the days that followed. The court changed almost overnight. Doors closed. Guards appeared. Servants carried messages through passages that had recently been filled with the sounds of music and ordinary ceremony. Men who had eaten with the Queen, danced near her, or accepted her favour now had reason to fear that their names might be spoken next. Anne herself was arrested on the 2nd of May. She had been watching a game of tennis at Greenwich when she was summoned before the King's Council. The sky outside was likely pale and unsettled, as English spring skies often are. The courtrooms and galleries carried the faint smell of rain brought in on cloaks. She was questioned about the accusations, then told that she would be taken to the Tower of London. The journey down the Thames was one she had made before. In 1533 she had travelled by royal barge to the Tower in triumph before her coronation. Then the river had been bright with banners, music, and crowded boats. Now, 3 years later, she travelled under guard. The oars entered the water with a slow, regular sound. The walls of the tower rose ahead, grey and ancient beside the river. Anne watched the familiar outline approach, perhaps remembering that earlier journey, the cheering crowds, the shining expectation of her queenship. The contrast must have seemed almost unreal, like a pageant transformed into a dream of punishment. She was lodged in the royal apartments where she had once prepared to become queen. The rooms were not bare. They had fireplaces, windows, and some of the furnishings proper to royal dignity. Yet every comfort was altered by the presence of guards and the knowledge that she could not leave. The tower's stone walls held the chill of the river air. Footsteps sounded differently in its passages. Keys moved in locks. Boats passed below, and the city continued its life beyond reach. Anne's behaviour in the tower was observed and recorded by Sir William Kingston, the constable. His letters offer glimpses of a woman moving between disbelief, fear, anger, prayer, and moments of strained laughter. At times she asked where she would die. She had heard that queens were not executed within the tower, but she was told that the scaffold would be built on the green inside its walls. She remarked upon the smallness of her neck, perhaps with a dark attempt at courage, perhaps with the restless speech of someone trying to survive terror, one moment at a time. She spoke of the men accused with her. She tried to understand why certain names had been chosen. She remembered conversations and gestures. She denied guilt. She wept. Then at other times, she sang or laughed suddenly, the sound unsettling in the enclosed rooms. It is easy to imagine the tower as a place of constant dramatic noise, but much of its cruelty lay in waiting. Hours passed slowly. A servant arranged clothing. A meal was carried in. A chapel bell sounded beyond the walls. Rain might tick against a window. Somewhere in the courtyard, a guard coughed or shifted his feet. Anne's mind returned again and again to the same questions. What had the king decided? What would happen to Elizabeth? Who had spoken against her? Was there any way to persuade Henry to remember what she had once been to him? But the king had already begun to move forward. On the 12th of May, the 4 commoner accused men were tried at Westminster Hall. Smeaton, Norris, Weston and Brereton were found guilty. Their trials unfolded beneath the high timbered roof, before judges and spectators who knew that acquittal was unlikely. The law, in such moments, became a formal garment draped over a political decision. 3 days later, Anne and George Boleyn were tried in the King's Hall at the Tower. George defended himself with skill, but he was condemned. Anne stood before a court that included her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, serving as Lord High Steward. The family connections that had once raised her up now formed part of the machinery around her fall. She denied the accusations. She spoke clearly. Witnesses and documents offered little firm proof, but the verdict was never seriously in doubt. The peers found her guilty of adultery, incest, and treason. The sentence was death by burning or beheading, at the king's pleasure. In the hall, the words would have settled heavily in the air. A queen had been condemned. The wife for whom Henry had remade England was now described as a traitor. The woman once carried through London beneath triumphal banners was to die within the walls of the Tower. Henry chose beheading and arranged for a skilled swordsman from Calais to carry out the execution. This detail, often remembered as a rare mercy, had its own cold precision. The sword, unlike the axe, could be swift in the hands of an expert. A French executioner was summoned across the Channel. Even in the Queen's final days, arrangements were made through letters, boats, payments, and formal instructions. The machinery of the state continued to turn. Anne prepared herself for death. She received the sacrament. She prayed. She made her final confession and, according to those present, solemnly declared her innocence. Her ladies attended her in the dim rooms. They helped her dress, arranged her hair, and tried to hold themselves steady as the hours narrowed. On the 17th of May, George Boleyn and the other condemned men were executed on Tower Hill, outside the fortress walls. From the tower, Anne may have heard distant sounds carried by the wind, the movement of a crowd, the tolling of a bell, the dull final rhythm of public death. The men who had been part of her court, her family, or merely caught in the reach of the accusation, were gone. The next morning Anne waited. The execution was delayed. Perhaps the swordsman had not yet arrived. Perhaps the arrangements were not complete. For a prisoner, delay is a peculiar form of torment. Each sound in the corridor might seem like the beginning of the end. Each hour might offer a slender hope, then take it away. At last, on the morning of the 19th of May, 1536, Anne Boleyn was led from the Tower to the scaffold. The day was cool. The grass inside the tower walls was damp beneath the feet of those gathered there. A small crowd of officials, courtiers, guards, and selected witnesses waited in quiet expectation. The city beyond continued to wake. Somewhere merchants were opening shutters. Carts rolled over cobblestones. The Thames moved beneath a pale sky. Anne wore a grey damask gown beneath a mantle of ermine, according to some accounts, with a small English-style hood covering her hair. She climbed the scaffold and addressed those assembled. Her speech was careful. She did not accuse Henry. She did not protest the injustice of the charges. Instead, she spoke of him as a good and gentle sovereign and asked the people to pray for her. Her words were shaped by the realities of the moment. To die well was considered important. To meet death with composure could preserve a final measure of dignity. Perhaps she also hoped to protect Elizabeth, who was only 2 years old and now depended entirely upon the mercy of the father who had abandoned Anne. Then she knelt. Her ladies removed her jewellery and covered her eyes with a cloth. The French swordsman waited nearby, his blade hidden from her view. He distracted her attention, calling for the sword as though it were not yet ready. In that brief instant, while Anne listened for a sound elsewhere, the blade fell. Her death was swift. For a moment, the small gathering stood in silence. Birds sang somewhere beyond the walls. The air moved over the grass. Then the ordinary work of aftermath began. Anne's body was placed in a simple elm chest, one that had been found at short notice, and buried in the Chapel Royal of St. Peter ad Vincula within the Tower. There was no grand funeral, no procession through London, no great monument built in her honour. The Queen was gone. Henry's response appeared astonishingly quick. The day after Anne's execution, he became formally betrothed to Jane Seymour. 10 days later, they were married. The palace had scarcely finished absorbing one death before it prepared for another wedding. Fresh cloth was hung, meals were served, music returned. Courtiers adjusted their expressions and learned the new order. Jane was now queen. Elizabeth, Anne's little daughter, was declared illegitimate, just as Mary had been declared illegitimate before her. The child's household was reduced. She was moved away from the centre of court life to be raised among servants, tutors, and the distant echoes of events she could not yet understand. She had lost her mother before she was old enough to remember her clearly. Yet the circumstances of Anne's death would become part of the invisible inheritance Elizabeth carried throughout her life. She would grow up knowing that a king's love could become deadly, that marriage could be a trap, and that a woman close to the throne could be both adored and destroyed. For Henry, Anne's death did not bring the peace he had expected. He had removed a queen, silenced accusations, and married a woman he believed would be more obedient. Yet the deeper problem remained. The crown still had no legitimate son. The kingdom had been divided by religious change. Catherine's supporters still mourned her. Anne's enemies had been satisfied, but satisfaction was not the same as stability. The Tudor court continued beneath its velvet and gold, but it had changed. The sound of Anne's death travelled beyond the Tower. It moved through letters written in cautious language, through sermons, whispered conversations, and the private memories of those who had watched her ascend and fall. It became part of the atmosphere of Henry's reign, a warning carried through corridors, a shadow at the edge of every royal marriage. In the years that followed, portraits would show Anne composed and elegant, her dark eyes looking outward from beneath a French hood, a string of pearls resting against her gown. They could not show the narrow rooms of the Tower, the river mist, the wet grass, or the anxious movement of her hands as she waited for judgment. They could not show the little girl named Elizabeth, growing older in a world where her mother's name was dangerous to speak. But beneath the stillness of painted faces, the memory endured. The morning after Anne Boleyn's execution, the court began to dress itself in new colours. Within the Tower of London, the damp grass of the scaffold green still held the memory of the previous day. The elm chest in which Anne had been buried rested beneath the stone floor of the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. The river moved past the tower walls with its usual grey, patient motion. Boats passed beneath the shadow of the fortress. London woke to its markets, its bells, its carts upon the cobbles, and the ordinary labour of a city that had learned to continue after royal tragedy. But Henry VIII did not linger in mourning. On the 20th of May 1536, scarcely 24 hours after Anne's death, he became formally betrothed to Jane Seymour. 10 days later, they were married at Whitehall Palace. The ceremony was modest by royal standards. There was no great public coronation for Jane, no procession through the city, no crown placed upon her head beneath the high vaults of Westminster Abbey. Perhaps Henry had learned that ceremonies could not secure the future. Perhaps the memory of Anne's coronation was too close. Or perhaps, more simply, the king wished to wait for what mattered most. A son, Jane Seymour, brought a different atmosphere to Henry's life. Where Anne had been quick, clever, and shaped by the restless elegance of the French court, Jane appeared quiet and restrained. She had pale hair, a gentle manner, and the careful modesty that Henry had come to admire. Her family, the Seymours of Wolf Hall in Wiltshire, belonged to the established gentry. They were not among the oldest and greatest houses of England, yet they understood the slow work of advancement. Jane's brothers, Edward and Thomas, had watched closely as the Boleyn family rose and fell. They knew that a sister's position beside the king could transform the fortunes of an entire household. Jane's queenly motto was said to be, "Bound to obey and serve." The words were reassuring to Henry. He had endured conflict with Catherine, who would not surrender her marriage, and with Anne, whose influence and force of character had become entangled with his own fears. Jane offered no challenge in public. She spoke softly. She honoured the king. She treated his daughter Mary with kindness. In these gestures, Henry saw not weakness, but relief. Mary was now 20 years old. Her childhood had been marked by painful separations, humiliating declarations, and the knowledge that her father's favour could be withdrawn with startling speed. After Henry had rejected Catherine of Aragon, Mary had been declared illegitimate and forced to recognise Anne Boleyn as queen. She had been kept from her mother during Catherine's final illness. When Catherine died, Mary was not permitted to attend the funeral. Her grief had been private, guarded, and deep. Jane Seymour understood the value of bringing Mary back towards the king. She interceded carefully. She did not demand. She asked. Henry, still pleased by his new marriage and perhaps eager to create the image of a calmer household, allowed a reconciliation to begin. Mary submitted to her father's authority. She signed documents acknowledging him as supreme head of the Church of England and accepting, however painfully, that her parents' marriage had been invalid. The words on the parchment must have been hard for her to see. They denied the truth Catherine had defended until death. They reduced Mary's own claim and made obedience the price of returning to her father's affection. Yet Mary signed. She had learned what resistance could cost. A young woman at the Tudor court did not possess the freedom to stand alone forever. Once she had submitted, she was restored to favour. She returned to court, where Jane received her with warmth. The two women were close in age, though their lives had been shaped very differently. Mary was the king's daughter, educated, proud, and deeply attached to the old faith. Jane was the new queen, cautious, observant, and aware that her safety depended upon producing what Mary had never been able to offer: a male heir. For a short time, the royal household seemed almost peaceful. At Whitehall, the days unfolded in familiar ceremony. Servants moved through long galleries carrying polished dishes and folded linen. Fires glowed behind iron grates. The scent of roasting meat rose from the kitchens. In the chapel, voices lifted in prayer, softened by stone and distance. Outside, the Thames carried barges beneath the palace windows, oars dipping steadily into the brown water. Henry was now in his mid-40s. The golden athlete of his youth had changed. The old injury from his jousting accident had never healed fully. His leg troubled him, sometimes painfully. His body had grown heavier. His temper, already formidable, could flare with a force that made those around him still. Yet with Jane he appeared content. She did not try to rival him in argument or display. She created, or seemed to create, an atmosphere of domestic calm. The king's daughters were brought closer together. Elizabeth, Anne Boleyn's daughter, was only 3 years old when Jane became queen. She had been declared illegitimate after her mother's execution and moved away from the centre of court life. She lived in her own household, attended by nurses, governesses and servants who taught her the habits expected of a royal child. Her red hair and sharp features already distinguished her. Though she was very young, she had begun to form the quick, alert gaze that would later become so familiar in portraits. Jane treated Elizabeth with kindness as well. This was no small matter. Elizabeth was the child of the woman Jane had replaced. In another court, or under another queen, she might have been treated as an uncomfortable reminder. But Jane understood the need for appearances of harmony, and perhaps she possessed genuine affection for the child. Mary and Elizabeth were invited to court, placed in ceremonial order, and allowed to appear again within the orbit of their father's family. Even so, they remained illegitimate in law. The empty place beside them was still held by the son Henry wanted. In the spring of 1537, Jane became pregnant. The news moved through the palace with restrained excitement. No one wished to tempt fate by celebrating too loudly. Henry had watched too many pregnancies end in disappointment. The court had learned that royal hope must be spoken of carefully, as though a loud voice might disturb the fragile work happening behind closed doors. Jane withdrew from public display as her pregnancy advanced. Her rooms were kept warm and quiet. The windows were closed against draughts. Servants walked softly across the rushes. Her ladies attended her with constant care, bringing food, arranging cushions, reading prayers, and listening for any change in her health. Henry was attentive. He ordered that Jane's wishes be indulged. One story tells that she desired quail, a bird then out of season, and that Henry arranged for it to be brought from abroad. Whether every detail of the tale is true matters less than the image it preserves. A king willing to command ships and servants for the comfort of a pregnant queen. For Henry, Jane's body had become the centre of England's future. The months passed. Summer gave way to autumn. Leaves turned and fell in the palace gardens. The air grew sharper. In the evenings, candles were lit earlier. Rain touched the windows with a soft, persistent tapping. The nation waited for news from Hampton Court, where Jane had gone to await her confinement. Hampton Court was vast and red brick, its chimneys rising over the river. Its courtyards held the sound of footsteps and horses, doors opening, servants calling softly to one another. Inside, the rooms prepared for the birth were arranged according to ancient custom. The Queen's chamber was made dark and warm. Tapestries were hung to soften the walls. The bed was dressed with rich cloth. A fire burned. Light entered only in a controlled glow, because childbirth, in the imagination of the age, required enclosure and protection. On the 12th of October 1537, Jane Seymour gave birth to a son. The child was named Edward. At last, Henry had what he had sought through decades of marriage, disappointment and destruction. A legitimate male heir, born to a queen whose modesty and obedience had pleased him, had entered the world. The announcement travelled swiftly from Hampton Court. Bells rang in London. Bonfires were lit. The sound of celebration rose over the city, moving through streets already darkened by autumn evening. Henry was overcome with joy. Edward was baptized 3 days later in the Chapel Royal at Hampton Court. The ceremony took place by torchlight. The infant, wrapped in rich cloth, was carried through the dim, glowing rooms. His half-sister Mary acted as godmother, while little Elizabeth, not yet 4, was present in the formal household surrounding the child. The scene brought together the king's 3 surviving children, each born to a different queen, each carrying a different story of love, loss, legitimacy, and fear. For a moment, the Tudor family seemed complete, but Jane had not recovered. Her labour had been difficult and prolonged. In the days after Edward's birth, she weakened. The sounds of celebration beyond her rooms must have become distant and unreal. Her ladies moved quietly around the bed. Physicians came and went. Candles burned low. Prayers were whispered. The warm, enclosed chamber that had guarded her through childbirth became a place of uncertainty. Jane died on the 24th of October, 12 days after Edward's birth. She was 29 years old. The cause is often described as childbed fever, though the exact nature of her illness cannot be known. What remains is the simple, sorrowful sequence. She gave Henry the son he wanted, and then she died before she could see what her gift would bring. The bells that had rung in celebration changed their tone. At Hampton Court, black cloth was drawn across rooms. The fires continued to burn, but the palace was quieter. Servants moved with lowered eyes. The newborn prince slept in his nursery, while his mother lay dead nearby. His first days were surrounded by the sounds of mourning, the soft tread of attendants, the muted clink of funeral preparations, the deep bells travelling through cold air. Henry mourned Jane deeply. Of all his wives, she would later be remembered as the one he truly chose to join in death. When Henry himself died years later, he would be buried beside her. Jane had given him Edward, and in doing so she became fixed in his memory as the queen who had fulfilled the central demand of his life. Her funeral took place in November. Her coffin travelled from Hampton Court to Windsor, moving through the autumn landscape beneath grey skies. Horses walked slowly. Wheels creaked over wet roads. At Windsor Castle, she was buried in St. George's Chapel, where the stone walls held the echoes of royal ceremonies and ancient prayers. Mary, still only 21, served as chief mourner. The role placed her near the centre of the ceremony, a public recognition of her restored position in her father's household. She followed the coffin through the chapel, dressed in black, her face composed beneath the weight of old grief. She had lost her mother, seen her own status broken, watched Anne Boleyn rise and die, and now stood at the funeral of the woman who had helped restore her to favour. Elizabeth, too young for such a formal role, remained in the background of events. Yet the death of Jane left her once again without a maternal presence at court. The little princess had known a world of households and changing attendants, of adults who came and went, of a father whose visits were rare and whose moods were powerful. She'd been loved by some, ignored by others, and defined in law by a disgrace she could not understand. Edward grew beneath the vigilant care of his household. He was an infant prince, precious beyond measure. Nurses watched over his sleep. Physicians advised on his health. Every cough or fever would have caused alarm. The dynasty had one male child, and all England's hopes seemed to rest on his small body. Henry, however, was still a king in need of a wife. He had a son, but he remained vulnerable to the possibility that the boy might not survive. A second son would make the future safer. A queen could also bring a useful foreign alliance. the search for another marriage began, as it always did, with portraits, letters, diplomats, and careful consideration of bloodlines. The first serious possibility was Christina, Duchess of Milan, a young widow and niece of Emperor Charles V. When Henry's ambassador suggested marriage, Christina is said to have replied that if she had two heads, one might be at the King of England's disposal. The remark may have been polished by later retelling, but it captured a truth understood across Europe. Henry was a wealthy and powerful monarch, yet he was also the man whose second wife had been beheaded and whose third wife had died after giving birth. Foreign courts observed England with caution. Henry's ministers considered other candidates. There were discussions with France, with Scotland, and with the German states. Eventually, the king's attention turned towards Anne of Cleves. Anne was the daughter of the Duke of Cleves, a ruler in the northwest of the Holy Roman Empire. Her brother, William, controlled lands of strategic importance near the Netherlands. At a time when Henry feared a possible alliance between France and the Emperor against England, Cleves offered a useful connection. Anne was not known to Henry personally. He had never met her. Like many royal marriages, the match began not with affection but with maps, treaties, and the changing pressure of European politics. Hans Holbein, the court painter, was sent to paint Anne's portrait. Holbein created an image of a woman with a clear, composed face, pale skin, and a richly embroidered red gown. Henry liked what he saw. The portrait travelled to England, carrying with it the delicate promise that a painting can offer. It was a still, flattering vision, a future queen captured in colour and line, untouched by weather, unfamiliar language, or the nervous reality of first acquaintance. The marriage treaty was agreed. Anne left Cleves late in 1539. Her journey to England took her through winter landscapes and across the Channel. The sea was cold. The wind pressed against the sails. At each stopping place, there were new rooms, new servants, and new languages. She was 24 years old, travelling towards a king she had never met, in a country whose customs and speech were unfamiliar. Henry was impatient to see her. On New Year's Day, 1540, he travelled in disguise to Rochester, where Anne was staying. The disguise was part of a courtly game that Henry enjoyed. He expected, perhaps, that she would recognise him through instinct or affection, or that she would respond with delight to the sudden arrival of a gallant stranger. Anne did not know him. She had been told to expect the king formally. Instead, a large, ageing man in a mask entered her rooms and attempted to embrace and kiss her. She was startled. She turned away. She responded with the reserve that might be expected of a woman faced with an unknown man in a strange place. Henry was offended. When he later appeared in full royal splendour, Anne understood who he was. But the first impression had already settled in his mind. He complained that he found her unattractive. He said, with characteristic bluntness, that he liked her not. Later, cruel language would be used about her appearance, though much of it reflected Henry's disappointment and the hostile judgment of those around him, rather than any neutral truth. Anne had entered England with few friends and little power. She could not easily defend herself against the king's dislike. The marriage went forward anyway. On the 6th of January 1540, Henry and Anne were married at Greenwich Palace. The ceremony took place in winter, with firelight reflecting from the windows and wind moving through the palace courts. Anne wore the formal clothes of an English queen. Henry stood beside her, but his dissatisfaction was already visible to those who watched him closely. The marriage was never consummated, according to both Henry and Anne. He claimed that he could not fulfill it. She later stated that she remained a virgin. The court watched with silent anxiety. The new queen did not speak English well. She did not understand the king's jokes or the rapid, layered language of the court. She had been raised in a household less polished than Henry's, without the French education that had shaped Anne Boleyn. Her clothing and manners were criticized. She seemed plain to people who valued display. Yet Anne of Cleves was not foolish. She observed. She learned. Beneath the discomfort of her first months in England was a practical intelligence that would soon become important. Henry began to look elsewhere. His attention was caught by Catherine Howard, a young lady in Anne of Cleves's household. Catherine was a niece of the Duke of Norfolk, who had also been Anne Boleyn's uncle. The Howard family had lost influence after Anne's fall, but now they saw another opportunity. Catherine was young, lively, and beautiful in the bright, conventional manner that pleased Henry. Compared with Anne of Cleves, she seemed to him a return to youth. The king's desire altered the course of another woman's life. Thomas Cromwell, who had arranged the Cleves marriage, found himself in danger. The alliance that had seemed useful only months earlier no longer suited Henry. Cromwell's enemies seized the moment. He was accused of heresy and treason, arrested at a council meeting and confined in the Tower. The fall was swift and chillingly familiar. Cromwell had helped make Henry supreme head of the English Church. He had organized the dissolution of the monasteries. He had helped destroy Anne Boleyn. He had directed the machinery of royal power with a skill few could equal. Yet none of it protected him when the king's will changed. He was executed on Tower Hill in July 1540. On the same day, Henry's marriage to Anne of Cleves was annulled. Anne had a choice that was not truly a choice. She could resist, as Catherine of Aragon had done, and risk the wrath of a king whose marital history was known to all Europe. Or she could accept the annulment, acknowledge that the marriage had not been consummated, and allow Henry to free himself. Anne chose survival. She agreed to the annulment. In return, Henry treated her generously. She was given a substantial income, several residences, and the honourable title of the king's sister. She was placed after the queen and the king's daughters in rank, becoming a respected member of the royal family rather than a discarded foreign bride. It was a remarkable outcome. Anne of Cleves remained in England for the rest of her life. She learned English, managed her estates, and occasionally visited court. She developed a cordial relationship with Henry, and later with his children. She outlived both Henry and Catherine Howard, and lived long enough to see the shifting world of Tudor rule continue without her at its centre. Her survival had depended upon understanding a truth that other queens had not been able or willing to accept. With Henry VIII, safety lay not in winning an argument, but in leaving before the argument became fatal. By the summer of 1540, the king had entered his fourth marriage and was already preparing for his fifth. Jane Seymour was dead, preserved in memory as the mother of his son. Anne of Cleves was alive, safely removed from the role of queen. Thomas Cromwell, once indispensable, was dead, and the young Catherine Howard stood near the throne, surrounded by the ambitions of her family. The palace lights glowed against the gathering evening. In corridors rich with tapestries and painted wood, servants carried fresh rushes, polished plate, and folded linen towards rooms prepared for another royal wedding. The sound of music began again in the distance, but beneath it, as always, there was the quieter sound of footsteps moving carefully through the halls. The summer of 1540 carried Henry VIII towards another marriage. The king was nearly 50 years old. His body had grown heavy, and the old wound in his leg caused him persistent pain. He no longer moved with the effortless grace of the young prince who had ridden beneath bright banners and shattered lances before cheering crowds. Now he was often carried in a chair or supported as he walked. His leg was dressed and cleaned by attendants. Its pain could make the air around him tense, for the king's temper was never far from the surface. Yet Henry still wanted to be admired. In the great chambers of his palaces, the old rituals continued. Candles gleamed upon silver plate. Fires warmed the carved oak walls. Musicians played beneath painted ceilings. The king wore velvet, fur, cloth of gold, and jewels heavy enough to catch the light with every movement. Courtiers bowed and smiled, adjusting their faces to the mood of the man before them. Catherine Howard entered this world as a young woman of perhaps 17, or perhaps even younger. Her exact birth year remains uncertain, but she was certainly young beside the aging king. She was a niece of the Duke of Norfolk, one of England's greatest noblemen, and a cousin of Anne Boleyn. The Howard family had seen one niece become queen and die on the scaffold. Now they watched another step into the same dangerous circle of royal attention. Catherine had been raised in the household of her step-grandmother, the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, at Lambeth. It was not a quiet, closely guarded upbringing. The household was large, busy, and loosely supervised. Young people slept in shared rooms, lessons were irregular, and servants came and went through corridors filled with chatter. At night, when the older household officers had withdrawn, doors opened softly and laughter travelled behind curtains. Catherine had formed attachments before she came to court. One was with Henry Mannix, a music teacher. Another, more serious and more difficult to deny, was with Francis Derham, a young man in the Duchess's household. The two had called each other husband and wife according to later testimony. They had spoken as though a marriage might one day take place. In Tudor law and custom, such words could matter. A promise of marriage, especially if joined with intimacy, might be treated as a pre-contract, an agreement that could make a later marriage invalid. At the time, Catherine was young, unprotected, and living in a household where adults did not always watch carefully. Yet years later, those private moments would be pulled into the light, examined by men with pens and legal authority, and turned into evidence of treason. For now, none of this was visible to Henry. He saw Catherine at court, where she served in the household of Anne of Cleves. Against the reserved German queen, Catherine seemed bright and fresh. She was pretty, lively, and dressed in the fashion of the day. Her youth flattered Henry. Her smiles appeared to restore something he had lost. In her company, he could imagine himself not as an ailing, suspicious king, but as the desired centre of a glittering court. Henry's attraction grew quickly. His marriage to Anne of Cleves was annulled in July 1540. On the same day, Thomas Cromwell was executed. A few weeks later, on the 28th of July, Henry married Catherine Howard at Oatlands Palace in Surrey. The wedding was quiet, but the court understood its meaning. Catherine became queen. The Howards rose again. Her uncle Norfolk stood near the centre of power. Her relatives received positions. The palace filled with the sound of fresh celebration. New gowns rustling in galleries, musicians tuning their instruments, horses arriving with gifts, servants carrying wine through passageways scented with smoke and rosemary. Henry called Catherine his rose without a thorn. It was a dangerous phrase because it revealed how little he knew of her past and how completely he had turned her into an image. She was not simply a young woman. She had become the king's fantasy of innocence, beauty, and renewal. He gave her jewels, fine clothes, land, and attention. He delighted in watching her dance. The Queen's chambers became lively with music, games, and young companions. Catherine tried to fulfill the role expected of her. She smiled beside Henry at public ceremonies. She accepted the elaborate clothes, the jewels, and the formal reverence of those who approached her. But beneath the brightness of court life lay a fragile and dangerous secret. Francis Derham had returned to her orbit. He arrived at court and was given a post in her household, perhaps at Catherine's own request, perhaps through the influence of others. The decision would later seem reckless, but for Catherine it may have been an attempt to control a person who knew too much. Derham had known her before she was queen. He knew the private language of her past, the promises made in a crowded household, the affection and intimacy that could now destroy her. Bringing him close might have seemed safer than leaving him beyond her reach. It was not safe. Another man also entered the Queen's story, Thomas Culpeper. Culpeper was a gentleman of the King's privy chamber, close to Henry and trusted within the court. He was handsome, confident, and accustomed to moving through the private spaces around royal power. Catherine and Culpeper began to meet in secret, often with the help of Jane Boleyn, Lady Rochford. Lady Rochford was the widow of George Boleyn, Anne Boleyn's brother. She had survived the destruction of the Boleyn family in 1536, though her own testimony against George and Anne had later made her name shadowed and controversial. Now she served Catherine Howard, arranging the small, concealed meetings that took place after dark. The details of Catherine and Culpeper's relationship remain uncertain. Their surviving letters suggest an emotional attachment, perhaps a physical one, though historians cannot say exactly how far it went. What matters is that the meetings were secret, and secrecy around a queen's body was never merely private. If Catherine had taken a lover, any child she bore might not be the king's. That possibility touched the heart of Tudor fear. The succession, the bloodline, the fragile certainty of inheritance. The meetings took place during the royal progress of 1541. A royal progress was a moving court, a kingdom in miniature travelling through its own lands. Henry, Catherine, councillors, guards, servants, musicians, and carts of household goods travelled north through England. The roads were muddy, wheels groaned, horses breathed steam into the cool air, towns prepared receptions, bells rang. Local gentlemen offered food, lodging, speeches, and displays of loyalty. The king intended the progress to show strength in the north, where rebellion and religious resistance had troubled his rule. He wanted to be seen, powerful, secure, surrounded by a young queen and a court that seemed united. But in the inns, castles, and borrowed houses along the route, another story unfolded. At night, when the public rooms had quietened and candles burned low, Catherine's ladies gathered in her chambers. Fabric brushed against the floors. The air carried perfume, wax, and the faint, damp scent of autumn cloaks. Lady Rochford helped arrange private encounters with Culpeper. A side door might open. A trusted servant might stand watch. The Queen and the gentleman met in rooms where every creak of wood, every distant footstep, every gust of wind against a shutter could have carried danger. Catherine was perhaps still a teenager. Culpeper was older and experienced. The Queen had little true freedom, yet she held immense ceremonial power. She was surrounded by people who hoped to benefit from her favour and by others who could ruin her if the secrets of her household became known. The progress ended. Winter approached. Then, far from the palace's scented rooms and guarded corridors, the past began to speak. A man named John Lascelles had a sister, Mary Hall, who had once lived in the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk's household. Mary knew of Catherine's earlier relationships. Lascelles, a reformer who had connections at court, told Archbishop Cranmer that the Queen had not been chaste before marriage. Cranmer received the information cautiously. He was no longer simply a scholar involved in the king's great matter. He was Archbishop of Canterbury, a central figure in the New English Church. He understood how dangerous an accusation against a queen could be. If it was false, the accuser might suffer terribly. If it was true, the king's marriage and honour were at risk. Cranmer chose not to tell Henry directly in conversation. Instead, he wrote a letter and placed it where the king would find it after attending Mass on All Saints' Day, the 1st of November 1541. The letter waited in the quiet of the royal chapel. Outside, the season was turning. The light faded early. Bare branches moved against the sky. In the chapel, candles flickered before the altar, and the familiar words of worship rose into the air. Henry knelt as king, husband, and supreme head of the church he had created. Then he found the letter. The accusation did not initially convince him. Henry was shocked, perhaps angry, perhaps unwilling to believe that the young queen he adored could have deceived him. He ordered a secret investigation. The court was not told. Catherine continued her daily routine, unaware that officials were beginning to question people connected to her past. Servants were summoned. Old acquaintances were examined. The Dowager Duchess of Norfolk's household was searched through memory. Francis Derham was questioned. At first, he admitted a previous relationship with Catherine, but denied that she had been unfaithful after becoming queen. He claimed, however, that Catherine had been pre-contracted to him. If true, this was already enough to threaten her marriage to Henry. Then the investigators found evidence of Thomas Culpeper. Culpeper was arrested. Under questioning, he admitted meeting Catherine privately. He insisted that they had not consummated an affair, but he also acknowledged that he had intended to do so. Catherine's letters to him, with their anxious expressions of longing and secrecy, gave the investigators what they needed to build a case. The walls around the Queen began to close. Catherine was told of the accusations while staying at Hampton Court. The palace, with its red brick towers, great gates and long galleries, had known joy and mourning in equal measure. Jane Seymour had given birth to Edward there and died nearby. Anne Boleyn had once walked its rooms as queen. Now Catherine Howard heard that her past had been uncovered. She was said to have reacted with horror and disbelief. She asked to see the king. She wanted to explain herself. She wanted to plead for mercy. But Henry refused to see her. She was taken from her chambers, and her household was broken apart. The story later grew around one particular image: Catherine escaping her guards and running through Hampton Court's galleries, crying out for Henry as he attended prayers in the chapel. Whether every detail happened exactly as later memory tells, it cannot be proven. But the image has endured because it contains the essence of her situation. A young queen in terror, running through familiar rooms trying to reach the one man who could save her, while the heavy doors of power remained closed. Even now, the long gallery at Hampton Court carries a strange quiet. Light falls through tall windows. Footsteps travel along the floor. A visitor can imagine the sound of hurried skirts, a breathless cry, hands striking against a locked door. Whether history or legend, the echo belongs to Catherine. She was taken first to Sion Abbey, a former religious house beside the Thames. The old monastic buildings had been altered after the dissolution, but their atmosphere remained austere. Stone passages held the cold. The river moved nearby beneath the winter sky. Catherine was separated from the glittering court that had once seemed to belong to her. Her ladies were questioned. Her jewels were removed. Her clothes were reduced from the elaborate display of queenship to the necessities permitted to a prisoner. The legal process unfolded with the implacable rhythm of Tudor government. Francis Derham and Thomas Culpeper were tried for treason in December 1541. Derham's earlier relationship with Catherine became part of the case, but Culpeper's secret meetings with the Queen made the accusation more immediate. Both men were found guilty. Culpeper was beheaded at Tyburn. Derham suffered the harsher penalty reserved for traitors: hanging, drawing, and quartering. The crowd gathered in the winter cold. Carts rolled through muddy streets. The public spectacle reminded London that the king's honour and the safety of the succession were matters for which men could die. Their heads were placed upon London Bridge. Travellers approaching the city saw them above the river, dark shapes against the grey sky. The water below continued to carry barges, refuse, fragments of everyday life. Above it, the exposed heads served as a warning. The intimate secret of a queen had become the property of the state. Catherine's fate remained unresolved for a time. Parliament passed a Bill of Attainder declaring her guilty without the need for a conventional trial. The law now made it treason for a queen to conceal sexual misconduct before marriage or to encourage others to do so. It was a law shaped around Catherine's circumstances, a grim response to a king who felt betrayed not only in private, but before all Europe. Lady Rochford was also condemned. Her involvement in arranging the meetings with Culpeper placed her in the same fatal path. By this point, she was said to be mentally unwell, distressed and unstable under the strain of imprisonment and interrogation. Ordinarily, a person judged insane could not be executed, but the law was changed to allow her death. In February 1542, Catherine was brought to the Tower of London. The river journey was cold. The water lapped against the sides of the barge. The towers rose slowly ahead, as they had for Anne Boleyn 6 years earlier. Catherine entered through the Traitors' Gate, passing beneath the dark stone arch, into the fortress where another of Henry's queens had waited for death. She was held in rooms within the tower, perhaps aware of Anne's fate, perhaps too frightened to think beyond the next hour. She had been queen for little more than a year. The jewels, music, dancing, and favour of the king had vanished. What remained were guards, prayers, locked doors, and the close stillness of winter. On the night before her execution, Catherine asked to see the block. It was brought to her room so that she could practice placing her head upon it. The detail is difficult to hear across the centuries. It reveals the practical terror beneath all the ceremonial language of execution. A girl, barely beyond childhood, had to prepare her body for the exact shape of her death. The next morning, the 13th of February 1542, was cold and grey. Catherine walked to the scaffold within the tower grounds. The grass was damp. A small group of witnesses gathered. The city beyond the walls went on with its winter mourning. Carts on the streets, smoke rising from chimneys, market traders arranging their goods. Within the tower, time narrowed around the scaffold. Catherine addressed those present. The exact words later attributed to her are uncertain, but she spoke of dying a queen and asked for prayers. She acknowledged the king's judgment. Then she knelt and placed her head upon the block. The axe fell. Lady Rochford was executed after her. Their bodies were buried near Anne Boleyn's in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. Beneath its stone floor, 3 women connected by court, family, ambition and fear lay close together. Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard and Lady Rochford. Henry received the news of Catherine's death. He did not marry again immediately. The loss of Catherine had been different from the loss of Anne. Anne's fall had been a political solution, the removal of a queen who had failed to give him the son he wanted. Catherine's death was more intimate in its humiliation. She had been his young bride, the rose without a thorn, and her betrayal cut into the image he had created for himself. The king became increasingly heavy, ill, and isolated. His leg continued to trouble him. The smell of medicines and dressings sometimes followed him through the palace. His moods darkened. The people around him understood the importance of obedience, but no obedience could entirely relieve the loneliness of a man who had destroyed so many of the people closest to him. In 1543, Henry married for the 6th and final time. His new wife was Catherine Parr, a widow twice over, educated, devout, and more than 30 years old. She was not chosen for youthful beauty or the promise of many children. Henry had Edward, his longed-for son. Catherine Parr offered something else: companionship, intelligence, and the ability to manage a fractured royal household. She arrived at court with a steady presence. Catherine Parr was learned in languages and theology. She read religious books, wrote prayers, and took an interest in the education of Henry's children. She understood the dangers of the court, but she also understood the king's need to feel respected. She spoke to him with care, allowing him to appear wise and authoritative even when she held views of her own. At Hampton Court and Whitehall, the sounds of family life returned in a gentler form. Mary, Elizabeth, and Edward were brought together more often. The 3 children, each marked by the tragedies of their mothers, were now gathered beneath the protection of a stepmother who saw their value. Catherine Parr encouraged Henry to restore Mary and Elizabeth to the succession, though not to legitimacy. In 1544, the Third Succession Act placed them after Edward in the line of inheritance. It was a cautious repair of the family Henry had broken. The law did not erase old wounds. Mary and Elizabeth remained technically illegitimate, but it acknowledged that they might one day rule England. The children studied, prayed, and learned the difficult art of existing near their father. Edward was educated as a Protestant prince, surrounded by scholars who imagined a reformed future for England. Mary remained devoted to the Catholic faith of her mother. Elizabeth absorbed languages, history, rhetoric, and the habits of careful observation. In the royal nurseries and schoolrooms, books opened beneath candlelight. tutors' voices moved steadily through Latin grammar and scripture. Outside, the weather changed across the palace gardens, indifferent to the anxieties contained within. Catherine Parr's intelligence eventually made her vulnerable. She held reforming religious views and spoke openly with women who shared them. In 1546, conservative enemies at court persuaded Henry that she had gone too far. A warrant for her arrest was prepared. For a moment, she stood near the same precipice that had claimed other queens. But Catherine understood the nature of survival. When Henry confronted her about theology, she answered with humility. She said she had discussed religion only to learn from his greater wisdom. She presented herself not as a teacher or opponent, but as an obedient wife seeking the king's instruction. Henry, flattered and reassured, accepted her explanation. When officers arrived to arrest her the next day, the king rebuked them and sent them away. Catherine Parr had escaped. She remained beside Henry as his health failed. By the final years of his life, he was a deeply altered man. The king who had once towered over the court in athletic splendor now required help to move. His leg wounds worsened. His appetite, his pain, and his temper became subjects of anxious attention. The palaces still held music and ceremony, but a sense of ending entered their rooms. At Whitehall in January 1547, winter pressed against the windows. Fires flickered in the royal chambers. The Thames moved black and cold beyond the palace. Henry lay ill, attended by servants, counsellors, and physicians who spoke in low voices. He was 55 years old. On the 28th of January, Henry VIII died. The news travelled through the palace with the solemn movement of a bell. Doors opened quietly. Messengers were sent. Courtiers gathered in black. The king who had transformed England through desire, fear, faith, and violence was gone. His 9-year-old son Edward became king. The child had inherited a crown made heavy by the choices of his father. He inherited a kingdom separated from Rome, a court divided by religion and ambition, and a family assembled from the remnants of 6 marriages. Outside the palace, the winter rain continued to fall upon the streets of London. It touched the roofs, the river, the old stone walls of the tower, and the chapel floor beneath which Henry's queens lay in silence. The new king was a boy, and around him the adults began to move. Edward VI was 9 years old when he became King of England. On a cold January morning in 1547, the palace at Whitehall was full of subdued movement. Winter light pressed faintly against the windows. Fires burned low in the chambers where Henry VIII had died. Servants walked quietly across floors scattered with rushes. Doors opened and closed with care. The sound of the Thames moved beyond the palace walls, dark water passing beneath a grey sky. The boy who inherited the crown was slight, serious, and carefully educated. He had pale hair, a narrow face, and the composed manner of a child who had long been told that his life belonged to the kingdom. He had been raised as the longed-for son of Henry VIII, the child whose birth had cost Jane Seymour her life. From infancy, he had been guarded by nurses, tutors, physicians, and officers of his household. His health, his lessons, his prayers, and even the smallest details of his daily routine had been watched with anxious attention. Now he was king, but Edward was too young to rule alone. Before Henry VIII died, he had appointed a council to govern during Edward's minority. Yet within days, Edward's maternal uncle, Edward Seymour, took control. He became Duke of Somerset and Lord Protector of the realm. Somerset was ambitious, intelligent, and convinced that he understood what England needed. He also understood that the boy king's crown could make an adult man immensely powerful. The court rearranged itself around the young king. Men who had served Henry VIII measured their futures again. They moved through candlelit chambers with documents tucked beneath their arms. They held long meetings behind closed doors. The old king's will was read and interpreted. Titles were granted, offices changed hands. Outside, London continued with its winter business. Barges rocking on the river, black smoke rising from chimneys, bells calling the faithful to prayer. Edward, meanwhile, continued his studies. He read scripture, history, languages, and theology. His tutors shaped him into a committed Protestant. The religious changes begun under his father deepened during his reign. Latin services were replaced by English prayers. Images were removed from churches. Altars changed. The old rhythms of Catholic worship, familiar to generations of English people, began to fade from parish life. In country churches, the changes could be heard as much as seen. The familiar Latin words fell quiet. The smell of incense became less common. Painted statues disappeared from niches. Whitewashed walls covered old colours. Parishioners stood in pews listening to a New English service, while wind pressed against the church doors, and rain moved softly over the churchyard grass. To Edward, these changes were not merely political. He believed in them. His diary, kept with grave diligence, reveals a boy who took religion seriously. He saw Protestant reform as a sacred duty. Yet the kingdom he ruled was larger and more complicated than the books in his schoolroom. In 1549, unrest spread across England. There were rebellions in Devon and Cornwall, where people resisted the new prayer book and the loss of traditional worship. In Norfolk, another rising, led by Robert Kett, drew together men angry about enclosure, poverty, and the power of local landowners. Fields, hedges, rents, religion, and hunger all became tangled together. The sound of rebellion travelled along country roads, boots in mud, voices raised beneath rain-dark skies, the clatter of tools carried as weapons. At Norwich, Kett's followers camped on Mousehold Heath. Fires burned at night across the hillside. Below them, the city lay in shadow, its church towers rising above the roofs. Somerset's government struggled to restore order. Armies moved through the country. Horses carried armed men over fields wet with autumn rain. Cannon smoke drifted across open ground. The rebellions were defeated, but the violence left its mark. England was changing, and not everyone wished to be carried along with it. Somerset's power weakened. His enemies at court, led by John Dudley, Earl of Warwick, watched for their moment. In 1549, Somerset was removed from office. The shift happened with the quiet swiftness familiar to Tudor politics. One day, a man stood near the centre of government. Soon afterwards, guards stood at his door. Somerset was imprisoned, released, and then later accused of conspiracy. In 1552, he was executed. The young king had watched another uncle rise and fall. John Dudley became the dominant figure in Edward's government. He was clever, disciplined, and less inclined than Somerset towards uncertain idealism. He sought stability, but he also sought power for his own family. Under his influence, Protestant reforms continued. The Book of Common Prayer was revised. Laws against Catholic worship were strengthened. The young king's court became increasingly Protestant in tone, with preachers, scholars, and counsellors imagining a kingdom firmly separated from the religion of Mary, Edward's elder half-sister. Mary watched these developments with deep unease. She was Henry VIII's eldest surviving child, now a woman in her 30s. She had endured the rejection of her mother, Catherine of Aragon, and years in which her own legitimacy had been denied. She remained devoted to the Catholic faith. In the chapels of her household, Mass continued to be celebrated. Candles burned before the altar. Priests wore the old vestments. The familiar prayers, forbidden or altered elsewhere, still rose in Latin beneath the old stone roofs. Edward disapproved. The brother and sister exchanged letters in which duty, faith, and family affection were woven into difficult knots. Edward urged Mary to accept the new religion. Mary insisted that her conscience could not obey. Their dispute was not merely theological. It was shaped by all that had happened to their mother and father. To Mary, obedience to the old faith was bound to Catherine's memory, to her own identity, and to the truth for which she had suffered. The royal family remained outwardly connected, yet its members lived in separate worlds. Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth had been brought together under Catherine Parr's care in the last years of Henry VIII's life. They had studied, dined, and appeared at court as a family repaired by necessity. But Henry's death loosened that fragile arrangement. Catherine Parr married quickly after the king's death. Her new husband was Thomas Seymour, brother of the Lord Protector and uncle to Edward VI. Thomas was handsome, ambitious, and restless. He had once hoped to marry the young Princess Elizabeth, who was then 13 years old. Instead, he married Catherine Parr, the king's widow, though he continued to show an unsettling interest in Elizabeth. Elizabeth went to live in Catherine Parr's household at Chelsea. She was an intelligent girl with red hair, watchful eyes, and a gift for languages. Her tutors had taught her Latin, Greek, French, Italian, rhetoric, and scripture. She had learned to write with clarity and elegance. But the household at Chelsea became a place of confusion and danger. Thomas Seymour played games with Elizabeth that crossed boundaries. He entered her bedchamber in the mornings. He tickled her, slapped her playfully, and behaved with an intimacy that worried the servants around them. Catherine Parr initially seemed to treat the behaviour as foolish sport. On one occasion, she joined in. But the mood changed when she appeared to find Thomas and Elizabeth together in a compromising embrace. Elizabeth was sent away. The sound of carriage wheels leaving Chelsea would have carried her from a house that had once promised safety. She was still young, yet she had already learned something essential about the world around her. The intentions of powerful men could be concealed beneath laughter, and a girl's reputation could be damaged by circumstances she did not fully control. Catherine Parr died in childbirth in 1548. Her infant daughter, Mary Seymour, survived only briefly in the records before disappearing into silence. Thomas Seymour's ambitions became more reckless. He tried to gain control over Edward, to marry Elizabeth, and to position himself at the centre of government. He was arrested and executed for treason in 1549. Elizabeth was questioned about her relationship with him. She answered with remarkable caution. She did not confess to any plot. She did not accuse herself. She did not offer more information than she had to. In letters and interrogations, the teenage princess displayed the composure that would later become one of her greatest strengths. She understood that words, once spoken, could travel far beyond the room in which they were said. While Elizabeth learned to survive, Edward grew ill. In the early months of 1553, it became clear that the king's health was failing. He had always been delicate, but now he developed a persistent cough and wasting sickness. Some later writers suggested tuberculosis. Others have wondered about different illnesses. The certainty of diagnosis has been lost, but the picture remains. A 15-year-old king growing thinner, weaker, and more aware that he might not live. In the rooms where he lay ill, the air would have carried the smells of medicine, herbs, wax, and damp linen. Physicians came and went. Courtiers stood at a distance, speaking softly. Windows were opened or closed according to the weather and the advice of those attending him. Outside, summer approached, and the gardens continued their slow green growth. Edward had one great fear. If he died under the succession established by his father, Mary would become queen. After Mary came Elizabeth. Both sisters were formally illegitimate, though they had been restored to the line of succession. Mary was Catholic. Elizabeth's religious beliefs were less certain, but she was the daughter of Anne Boleyn, whose marriage had divided England. To Edward and the Protestant men around him, the prospect of Mary's accession threatened to undo everything they had built. John Dudley, now Duke of Northumberland, helped guide the king towards another solution. Edward drew up a document known as the Devise for the Succession. It passed over Mary and Elizabeth and named Lady Jane Grey as his heir. Jane was the granddaughter of Henry VIII's youngest sister, Mary Tudor. She was a committed Protestant, highly educated, and married to Northumberland's son, Guildford Dudley. Jane was only 15 or 16. She had spent much of her youth with books. She could read Greek and Latin. She loved religious learning. She was serious, slight, and, by most accounts, uncomfortable with the role that was about to be forced upon her. Her marriage to Guildford Dudley in May 1553 had been part of a larger plan, though its full meaning may not have been clear to her at first. On the 6th of July, Edward VI died at Greenwich Palace. The death was kept secret for several days. In the palace, the doors were guarded. Messengers rode out under cover of night. Councillors gathered in quiet rooms, their faces lit by candles. The boy king's body lay still, while men decided what would happen to the crown. On the 10th of July, Lady Jane Grey was brought to the Tower of London. Traditionally, a monarch went to the Tower before a coronation. But Jane's arrival had none of the easy triumph that had accompanied earlier royal entries. The barge carried her down. The Thames, the river's surface shifted beneath a summer sky. The Tower rose ahead, dark and familiar. Jane was told that she was queen. She wept. The crown was brought to her, and she accepted it only after protest. It was placed before her in the Tower, a heavy object of gold, jewels, memory, and danger. Her husband, Guildford, expected to be made king, but Jane refused him that title. This small resistance created bitterness within a marriage that had scarcely begun. For 9 days, Lady Jane Grey was Queen of England. At first, Northumberland believed his plan would succeed. The council proclaimed Jane. Official notices were sent out. The machinery of government began to move in her name. But Mary had not remained passive. She had been warned of Edward's death and escaped to East Anglia. There she gathered supporters. Her claim was stronger in the eyes of many English people. She was Henry VIII's daughter. She was the daughter of Catherine of Aragon. She had suffered under her father's later marriages and remained, to many, the rightful heir. In the towns and countryside, support for Mary grew. Landowners, soldiers, and ordinary people joined her. The sound of riders on roads, the gathering of armed men, and the ringing of bells marked her advance. Mary's banners moved through the summer landscape. Her supporters shouted her name. Northumberland marched out from London to stop her, but his confidence began to dissolve. The council in London turned against him. On the 19th of July, Jane's brief reign ended. Mary was proclaimed Queen. The bells of London rang again, this time for Mary. Jane was left in the Tower, not as a queen awaiting coronation, but as a prisoner. The change was brutal in its simplicity. The rooms remained, the stone walls remained. The river continued beneath the windows. But the guards now watched her for a different reason. Northumberland was executed within weeks. Jane's father was pardoned for a time. Jane and Guildford remained imprisoned. Mary did not immediately order their deaths. Perhaps she saw Jane as a pawn rather than a true rival. Perhaps she hoped that mercy would make her own accession seem generous. For a while, Jane lived in the Tower with books and prayer. She wrote letters. She read scripture. She corresponded with those who urged her to return to Catholicism, and she refused. Her faith, like Edward's, was serious and deeply held. The young woman who had not wanted a crown now had only her beliefs to hold against the narrowing world around her. Mary entered London in triumph. She was 37 years old, unmarried, and at last queen after a life shaped by loss. The city greeted her with crowds and banners. Church bells rang from tower to tower. The streets filled with people eager to see the daughter of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon. She rode through London with Elizabeth beside her, an image of family unity after years of division. Mary's early reign was filled with relief for those who loved the old religion. Mass returned. Altars were restored. Priests put on vestments that had been set aside. Candles returned to churches. The smell of incense once again rose beneath ancient roofs. For Mary, this was not simply a reversal of policy. It was a restoration of truth, a return to the faith of her mother and the world that had been taken from her. But the restoration was not gentle for everyone. Mary's decision to marry Philip of Spain, son of Emperor Charles V, stirred deep anxiety. England had long feared foreign influence. Many people worried that a Spanish husband would dominate the kingdom. Others, Protestant and Catholic alike, disliked the idea of England being drawn into Habsburg wars. In 1554, a rebellion led by Sir Thomas Wyatt rose in Kent. The rebels marched towards London through cold February weather. The roads were wet. The river wind cut through cloaks. Rumours moved quickly. The rebels were near, the city might fall. Elizabeth was involved. Elizabeth was not proven to have taken part, but suspicion fell upon her. She was brought to the Tower of London, travelling by barge through rain and rough water. She was 20 years old. The same fortress that had held her mother, Anne Boleyn, now opened its gates to receive her. The officers urged her to enter through the Traitors' Gate, but Elizabeth resisted, knowing its terrible associations. Eventually she stepped ashore, her shoes wet, and walked beneath the stone arch. For weeks she was questioned. She denied involvement in Wyatt's rebellion. She wrote careful letters to Mary, protesting loyalty and innocence. In the Tower, the air would have been cold, the stone walls damp, and the sounds of the river endlessly close. At night, bells from the city reached her faintly. She knew that her mother had entered the Tower and never left it alive. Elizabeth was eventually released, but not freed. She was sent to Woodstock, where she lived under guard. The house was quieter than the Tower, but uncertainty followed her. every rider arriving at the gate, every sealed letter, every unexpected summons carried the possibility of danger. She learned patience. She learned to wait. She learned to let others speak first. Mary married Philip in July 1554. Their wedding took place at Winchester Cathedral, beneath the old stone arches and solemn music of the church. Mary was deeply devoted to her husband, though Philip found England unfamiliar and his marriage politically necessary rather than affectionate. He was younger than Mary, reserved and often absent. The hoped-for union of love, dynasty, and Catholic restoration did not bring Mary the security she wanted. She believed herself pregnant in 1555. The court prepared, rooms were made ready, the bells were held in expectation. Mary's body changed, and she withdrew from public view. People waited for the birth of a Catholic heir, a child who would secure the restored faith and quiet the anxieties of the realm. But no child came. The pregnancy was false, perhaps a phantom pregnancy, perhaps caused by illness. The disappointment was profound. In the palace, the rooms prepared for a baby remained unused. The silence after expectation had its own sharpness. Mary, who had longed for a family of her own, was left with an emptiness that reached beyond politics. Her reign grew harsher. From 1555, Protestant heretics were burned at the stake. Nearly 300 people, men and women alike, died in this way. The burnings took place in towns and cities across England. Smoke rose above crowds gathered in churchyards and marketplaces. The crackle of fire, the tolling of bells, and the prayers of the condemned became part of the soundscape of Mary's reign. Mary believed she was saving souls from damnation. To her, heresy was not a private difference of opinion, but a danger to eternal life. Yet the burnings created fear and bitterness. The deaths of Bishops Hugh Latimer, Nicholas Ridley, and Thomas Cranmer at Oxford became especially powerful symbols for Protestants. Cranmer, who had helped Henry VIII end his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, had once declared Mary illegitimate and supported the religious reforms she now reversed. Under pressure, he recanted his Protestant beliefs, but at the last moment, facing the flames, he withdrew his recantation and placed the hand that had signed it into the fire first. The smoke rose over Oxford. The old university city, with its towers and narrow streets, held the memory of that fire for generations. Mary's health declined. Another apparent pregnancy in 1557 ended without a child. Philip spent long periods abroad. The Queen grew increasingly ill, burdened by disappointment, grief, and the knowledge that Elizabeth remained her heir. In November 1558, Mary lay dying at St. James's Palace. The autumn days were short. Rain touched the windows. Fires flickered in rooms where the Queen had once waited for news of a child. Her attendants moved quietly. The sound of prayer filled the dim spaces around her bed. Mary died on the 17th of November, aged 42. On the same day, Elizabeth became Queen. At Hatfield House, Elizabeth received the news beneath an old oak tree, according to later tradition. She was 25 years old. The girl who had entered the tower beneath rain and suspicion was now the ruler of England. The crown had passed through a sickly boy, a reluctant teenage queen, and a grieving daughter of Catherine of Aragon. It now came to Anne Boleyn's daughter. Outside, the November wind moved through the bare branches. Somewhere bells began to ring.
In the early spring of 1603, before the roads had fully dried from winter rain, a message moved northward through England and across the borderlands towards Scotland. It travelled by horseback Passing hedgerows silvered with morning dew, low villages still quiet beneath pale smoke, and old stone bridges where rivers moved beneath a veil of mist. The message carried news of an ending. Elizabeth, the long-reigning Queen of England, had died in her palace at Richmond. And with that quiet passing, another distant life, in another kingdom, was about to change the shape of the island. Far away in Edinburgh, James VI of Scotland received the news that he had waited for, cautiously and patiently, through much of his life. He was already a king, had been since infancy, though his childhood had unfolded amid uncertainty, regents, rival factions, and the chill shadows of Scottish castles. But now he was to become something greater and more complicated. He was to become James I of England, king of a wealthier southern realm, inheritor of the Tudor crown, and ruler over two ancient kingdoms that looked at one another across a long and often uneasy border. The morning air around Edinburgh Castle would have felt cold against the skin. The fortress stood high above the city, its dark volcanic rock rising from the slope like a piece of the mountain itself. Below, narrow lanes twisted between tall houses, chimneys breathed thin smoke into the grey sky. Beyond the walls lay the Firth of Forth, wide and quiet beneath the moving clouds, its waters reflecting a faint and wintry light. Scotland in those days could feel vast, rugged and inward-looking, a kingdom of lochs, glens, weathered abbeys and distant roads. James was 36 years old when the English crown came to him. He was learned, talkative, observant, and deeply interested in the weighty questions that filled the minds of his age. He liked books, he liked theological argument, he liked to explain his ideas at length, sometimes with the confidence of a schoolmaster addressing a room that had not asked for a lesson. Yet he also understood, perhaps better than many people realize, that kingship was a delicate performance. A king had to appear steady even when the ground beneath him shifted. The road south called to him. It was not merely a journey from one capital to another, it was a passage between worlds. Scotland had shaped him with its stern landscapes and its guarded politics. England awaited him with broad fields, prosperous towns, old cathedrals, and a court polished by the long reign of Elizabeth. In the days after the news arrived, preparations began. Horses were readied, chests were packed. Servants moved through corridors carrying garments, papers, silver vessels, and all the small objects that make a royal household feel temporarily at home. One can imagine the sound of rain against the castle windows as the household stirred. Somewhere, a hearth crackled in a large chamber, sending warm orange light over stone walls and tapestries. Boots crossed the floor. A clerk bent over a table, sealing a letter with wax. A servant folded velvet into a travelling chest. Outside, the wind moved softly around the towers, carrying with it the smell of wet earth, peat smoke, and the distant sea. For James, the familiar northern air must have seemed especially vivid in those final days before his departure. He left Edinburgh in April, travelling slowly south through the Scottish lowlands and then into England. The pace of a royal journey was never hurried. There were pauses for greetings, ceremonies, meals, accommodations, and the careful transfer of a large procession from one estate to the next. Along the roads, people gathered to watch. They saw banners moving in the wind, mounted gentlemen, servants, officials, and the king himself passing by. The muffled clip-clop of hooves sounded over damp ground and cobblestone. Carriage wheels turned steadily through puddles left by spring rain. In England, the people who watched him arrive were curious. Many had known only one monarch for most or all of their lives. Elizabeth had ruled for 45 years. Her image was familiar in portraiture, ceremony, and memory. The elaborate gowns, the pale face, the carefully composed speeches, the image of the Virgin Queen standing alone at the centre of the realm. Now, suddenly, a Scottish king was coming south. His accent was different. His manner was different. His ideas about monarchy were different. Still, he was received with enthusiasm, for he offered continuity after uncertainty. The journey brought James through a landscape softened by early spring. Fields were beginning to green. The branches of trees held the first faint haze of new leaves. In villages, bells sometimes rang as his party passed. At inns and manor houses, fires burned in wide hearths. Tables were laid with bread, roasted meat, ale, and wine. The king continued southward, through towns that had been waiting anxiously for news, until the skyline of London slowly emerged through the haze. It was the largest city in the kingdom, crowded, smoky, busy, and endlessly alive. London in 1603 was a city of narrow streets and timbered houses, of river traffic and ringing bells. The Thames curled through its centre, broad and brown beneath the changing sky. Barges moved across the water with quiet purpose. Along the riverbanks, merchants unloaded goods from distant places: cloth, spices, timber, wine, metal, and the countless ordinary necessities of urban life. The air smelled of wood smoke, river mud, baking bread, horses, and rain-soaked stone. Above it all rose the old Gothic silhouette of St. Paul's Cathedral, weathered and solemn. James entered a city that was both welcoming and troubled. A new outbreak of plague had returned to London, and caution hung over the streets like a fine mist. Great public ceremonies had to be altered or postponed. Crowds gathered where they could, but the season carried a quiet unease. The new king's coronation was held at Westminster Abbey in July, with fewer of the usual festivities beyond its walls. Yet inside the abbey, beneath high vaults and ancient stone, the ritual endured. Music lifted into the shadows. Candles glimmered. The crown was placed upon his head. For James, the coronation was more than an English ceremony. It marked the beginning of a grand hope that he carried with him from the north. He dreamed of uniting the kingdoms of England and Scotland more fully, not just under one monarch, but in name, spirit, and future. He spoke of himself as the ruler of Great Britain, a phrase that reached back into ancient geography and forward into a future that had not yet arrived. The kingdoms remained legally separate, with their own parliaments, laws, and churches, but the shared crown changed the horizon of British history. At Whitehall Palace, James entered the centre of English royal life. Whitehall was not one single building in the modern sense. It was a sprawling collection of halls, galleries, staircases, gardens, chapels, offices, kitchens, lodgings, and courtyards, growing and changing over generations. It stretched along the Thames, where the river reflected the lamps of evening and carried the sounds of London past the palace walls. Within those rooms, courtiers moved in silk and satin. Servants carried trays through passages lit by candles. Doors opened and closed with soft, heavy sounds. James found himself surrounded by a new court, filled with faces that had belonged to Elizabeth's world. Some were eager to serve him, some were watchful, some hoped to guide him, others hoped to gain from him. Royal courts were places of ceremony, but they were also places of whispers. A word spoken beside a fireplace, a glance exchanged across a banquet hall, a letter delivered at the right hour. These small things could shape careers and influence decisions. James, who had grown accustomed to the shifting loyalties of Scotland, understood that the warmth of a court could conceal many quiet currents. He brought his own family south. His wife, Anne of Denmark, had a taste for music, costume architecture, and the graceful entertainments of court life. Their children also became part of the new English imagination. Prince Henry, the eldest son, was admired as a promising heir, energetic and serious. Princess Elizabeth was bright and spirited, a young figure who would later become important in the long story of European dynasties, and the youngest son, Charles, was a quieter child, often physically fragile in his early years, moving patiently in the shadow of his older brother. The royal household settled into its new rhythm. Mornings might begin with prayers, private conversations, and the arrival of papers from ministers and ambassadors. Midday brought formal audiences, meals, and the movement of officials through corridors. Evenings could hold music, discussion, hunting plans, or the elaborate entertainments known as masques. These were elegant performances of poetry, costume, dance, painted scenery, and candlelight. They transformed palace rooms into imagined forests, classical temples, moonlit seas, or enchanted gardens. For a few hours, the worries of government receded behind silk curtains and the soft music of lutes. James enjoyed hunting deeply. Away from the crowded rooms of Whitehall, he could ride through the parks and woodlands that surrounded royal residences. The air there was clearer, damp leaves lay underfoot, branches creaked overhead, dogs moved eagerly through the brush, and the king's companions followed along muddy paths beneath a wide English sky. Hunting was not only recreation, it was part of royal life, a place where friendships formed and influence could grow. But it also offered James a simple relief from the endless papers, petitions, arguments, and expectations that gathered around a crown. At Hampton Court Palace, the atmosphere was different from Whitehall. The great Tudor residence stood beside the Thames, surrounded by gardens, courtyards, orchards, and carefully ordered parkland. Its red brick walls glowed warmly when the sun appeared, even briefly through the English clouds. Towers and chimneys rose above the roofs. Inside, enormous fireplaces warmed the halls. Tapestries softened the stone. Long galleries invited slow walks beneath painted ceilings. The palace held the memory of Henry VIII, but it now became a place where the new Stuart king could consider the religious and political questions awaiting him. Equals. One of the earliest and most significant meetings of James's reign took place at Hampton Court in 1604. Churchmen gathered to discuss the condition of the English Church. England had broken from Rome decades before, but many questions remained unsettled. Some people wanted further reform and a simpler form of worship. Others valued the established structure of bishops, ceremonies, and prayer. James listened, spoke, debated, and occasionally grew impatient. Yet from these conversations came a decision that would leave a lasting mark. A new English translation of the Bible would be prepared. The work that followed was patient and scholarly. Groups of translators gathered in places such as Westminster, Oxford, and Cambridge. They compared earlier English versions with Hebrew and Greek texts. They discussed the shade of a word, the music of a phrase, the weight of a sentence when spoken aloud in church. Year after year, pages were examined, revised, copied, and checked. Quills moved across paper, ink darkened and dried. In quiet rooms, beneath windows blurred by rain, men considered language that would be heard by generations not yet born. When the King James Bible appeared in 1611, it did not immediately sweep every older translation away. But over time, its language settled deeply into English-speaking life. Its rhythms entered sermons, homes, poetry, public speech and private memory. For the sleep of history, it is pleasant to imagine a parish church in the countryside, its walls cool and pale beneath a timbered roof. A reader stands at a wooden lectern. Outside, wind strokes the long grass around the churchyard. Inside, the new words rise softly into the stillness, carried by a calm human voice. Religion, however, was never only a matter of scripture and church bells. It was tied to questions of loyalty, power, identity, and fear. England remained uneasy about Catholic plots and foreign influence. James himself had survived a childhood in Scotland shaped by religious division, and he preferred stability above all. In 1605, a conspiracy was discovered involving a group of Catholics who hoped to destroy the king and parliament during the opening of a new session. The event would become known as the Gunpowder Plot, remembered each year with bonfires and fireworks. But in this story, the moment can remain at a distance. Picture instead the underground chambers beneath Parliament. Low ceilings, rough stone, the faint smell of earth and old timber. Above, the city continues its ordinary motion. River water laps against the banks. Shopkeepers raise their shutters. Bells mark the passing hours. The plot is uncovered before it can unfold, and the kingdom exhales. In the years that follow, suspicion lingers, as suspicion often does, but the deeper rhythms of life continue. Winter fires, market days, sermons, harvests, and the quiet turning of seasons. James believed strongly in the sacred nature of kingship. To him, a king was not simply a chief official chosen for a temporary task. A king was a fatherly guardian of the realm, responsible before God for maintaining order. This belief sometimes placed him at odds with Parliament, where members increasingly spoke of their own ancient rights and duties. The disagreements were not always loud. Often they arrived in the form of petitions, speeches, carefully worded complaints, and long exchanges over money. Yet beneath these papers lay a question that would grow more important with time. Where did power properly rest? The king needed funds to govern. Royal households, diplomacy, naval defence, court ceremonies, and the ordinary machinery of government all required money. Parliament controlled taxation in important ways, and so James had to negotiate with men who did not always share his confidence in royal authority. At times, he tried to find new sources of revenue. At times, Parliament resisted. The conversations could be formal and stiff, carried out in chambers panelled with dark wood, where daylight entered through tall windows and faded across tables scattered with documents. Still, James's reign was not defined only by disagreement. It was also an age of growing curiosity. England looked outward across the oceans. Ships departed from ports along the Thames and the southern coast, their sails lifting into sea wind. In 1607, English settlers established Jamestown in Virginia, beginning a fragile and difficult colonial venture in North America. Far from the chambers of Whitehall, men and women encountered unfamiliar forests, rivers, weather, and communities. The wider world was becoming more closely connected, though no one yet knew how far those connections would reach. In London, the theatres remained lively places of imagination. William Shakespeare was nearing the end of his career, and plays continued to be performed for both public audiences and the royal court. The Globe Theatre stood near the river, open to the sky, where voices carried over the heads of spectators, and the city's sounds drifted nearby. There were comedies and tragedies, kings and fools, storms and enchanted islands. The plays gave shape to the hopes and anxieties of the age, but they also offered simple pleasure, an afternoon of language, music, laughter, and shared attention. James had a complicated relationship with the splendour of court. He appreciated ceremony, but his own manner could seem less graceful than that of Elizabeth. He did not always move with the polished elegance expected by English observers. He spoke freely, sometimes too freely. He favoured certain courtiers with warmth that others found uncomfortable or resented. Yet there was something deeply human in his desire for companionship and security. A king lived constantly among people, but could seldom live freely among them. Even in a crowded palace, loneliness could move quietly through the rooms. The early years of the dynasty were touched by private sorrow. In 1612, Prince Henry died suddenly, likely from typhoid fever, at the age of 18. He had seemed full of promise. Many people had imagined him as the future strength of the Stuart line, a young prince who would bring energy and confidence to the throne. His death left a stillness over the court. The candles continued to burn. Carriages continued to come and go. Ministers continued to carry papers through the halls. But beneath the daily routine lay the soft ache of a family changed. The heir now became Prince Charles, the younger son who had once stood behind his brother. Charles was thoughtful, reserved, and deeply attached to his father. He grew into the role that fate had given him, learning the ceremonies of court and the expectations of kingship. His sister Elizabeth, meanwhile, married Frederick, the Elector Palatine, in 1613, in a wedding filled with pageantry and hope. The palace glittered with jewels, embroidered, fabric, music, and torchlight. Yet the marriage also carried the family story outward into the intricate politics of Europe. Europe itself was entering a troubled period. The 30 Years' War began in 1618, drawing kingdoms, princes, and faiths into a long and complex struggle across the continent. When Frederick and Elizabeth accepted the crown of Bohemia, their brief reign ended in defeat and exile. In England, many people felt sympathy for the king's daughter and her husband. James, however, hoped for peace. He preferred negotiation to costly war, letters to armies, diplomacy to grand adventures. His caution disappointed some, but it reflected a lifetime spent watching how quickly conflict could unsettle a kingdom. As the years passed, the dream of a complete union between England and Scotland remained only partly fulfilled. James called himself King of Great Britain. He used the language of unity. He imagined the border fading in importance, its old divisions becoming less sharp with time. Yet laws, institutions, and local loyalties do not disappear quickly. England and Scotland remained distinct nations joined by one monarch. Still, the union of the crowns created a new shared story. It was like two rivers meeting. Their waters continued to carry different colours and currents, yet they now travelled in one direction. In the final years of his reign, James spent much of his time away from the noise of London, especially at Theobald's, a grand house in Hertfordshire where he could hunt and rest. There, the pace of life could feel gentler. Gardens stretched around the residence, trees moved in the wind, the scent of damp soil rose after rain. Courtiers still arrived with news, and papers still required his signature. But the king was older now. His health had weakened. The bright promise of 1603 had become the quieter, more complicated reality of 2 decades on the throne. In March 1625, James died at Theobald's. He had ruled Scotland for nearly 60 years, and England for 22. His life had begun in a kingdom troubled by uncertainty, and it had ended with a broader vision of Britain beginning slowly to take shape. He left behind a son ready to become Charles I, a court full of expectation, and questions about monarchy and parliament that had not been resolved. Outside the palace, spring would soon return. Rain would soften the roads, new leaves would unfold in the hedgerows, the rhythms of the kingdom would continue, and so the first Stuart chapter closes not with a sudden silence, but with a long fading echo. A Scottish king had crossed into England and carried 2 crowns upon one head. He had brought with him the cool breath of northern castles, the thoughtful habits of a scholar, and a dream of unity that would outlive him. In candle-lit libraries, in parish churches, in royal gardens, and along the slow brown river beneath Whitehall, his age left its gentle traces. The island had changed, though it had not yet settled into its new shape. Beyond the palace windows, evening gathers over London. The Thames flows on beneath darkening bridges. A few lamps tremble in the damp air. Somewhere, distant church bells sound the hour, their notes softening as they travel across roofs and chimneys. Inside, a fire settles into low red embers. The papers of one reign lie folded away. Another waits quietly in the next room like rain waiting in the clouds. And history, patient and unhurried, continues its long walk through the night. In the spring of 1625, the rooms of Theobald's house grew still around the deathbed of King James. Beyond the windows, the gardens were damp with recent rain, and the first leaves of the season trembled gently on their branches. Inside, servants moved with lowered voices through corridors scented with beeswax, wood smoke, and medicinal herbs. The old king had gone, and his younger son, Charles, now stood at the threshold of a life he had not expected to inherit as a child. He was 24 years old, solemn in manner, slight in figure, and accustomed to observing the world quietly from the edge of larger rooms. Charles had spent much of his early life in the shadow of his brother, Prince Henry, whose early death had changed the direction of the Stuart family. Where Henry had seemed energetic and open, Charles was more reserved. He spoke carefully, and his voice carried a soft Scottish inflection inherited from his father. He loved painting, music, ceremonial order, and the graceful stillness of beautiful things. In portraits from the years ahead, he would often appear standing beside a table, one hand resting lightly upon a glove or a staff, wrapped in satin and lace, his gaze turned somewhere beyond the frame. Now he became Charles I, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The crown came to him with ancient rituals, polished jewels, heavy robes, and the echoing language of divine right. Yet it also came with unsettled questions. The kingdom needed money. Parliament wished to be heard. Religious differences rested quietly beneath the surface of parish life. Across the sea, Europe was already caught in the long and drifting clouds of war. Charles inherited not a settled palace, but a house whose doors and windows had begun to rattle in an approaching wind. Not long before becoming king, Charles had married Henrietta's Maria of France, the younger sister of King Louis XIII. She was a Catholic princess, lively, artistic, and raised in the bright ceremonial world of the French court. Their marriage began with distance and misunderstanding, as royal marriages often did. She arrived in England accompanied by French attendants, French priests, French manners, and the faint perfume of another world. Charles, private and formal, did not always know how to meet her warmth, but over time their relationship deepened into a devoted partnership, sheltered as best it could be within the changing weather of politics. At their coronation in Westminster Abbey, the old stones absorbed the music of the choir and the measured footsteps of clergy and nobles. Candles trembled in the high air beneath the vaulted roof, Rich fabric moved in slow waves as lords and ladies took their places. Yet Henrietta Maria, being Catholic, did not take part in the Anglican service beside her husband. This absence was noticed. In the carefully observed world of court ritual, even an empty space could seem to carry meaning. Outside the Abbey, London continued its restless motion, with carts rolling over uneven streets and river barges slipping along the grey Thames. Charles hoped to rule with dignity and calm authority. He believed, as his father had believed, that a king answered first to God. Parliament had its place, certainly, but it was not, in his view, a partner equal to the crown. This conviction lay deep within him, quiet and firm as a stone foundation beneath a palace floor. Yet many members of Parliament carried another understanding. They remembered older customs, old liberties, and the idea that taxes should not be raised without their consent. At first, these differences appeared in speeches and petitions. They were carried on parchment, expressed with courtesy, and discussed beneath carved ceilings. The young king's first years were touched by unease. England's involvement in European affairs demanded resources. Charles's close companion and leading minister, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, was widely disliked. Buckingham was elegant, ambitious, and always near the king, moving through Whitehall's chambers in fine cloth and polished boots. Many people blamed him for costly failures abroad and for the burden placed upon the kingdom. Charles, however, trusted him deeply. In the lonely position of a king, trust could become a rare and precious thing, held close even when others advised caution. Parliament met, debated, and grew dissatisfied. Charles dissolved it. Another Parliament assembled, and it too pressed concerns about taxation, imprisonment, and the conduct of government. In 1628, members presented the Petition of Right, a document asking the king to recognise that certain actions could not be taken without lawful process or parliamentary consent. The scene need not be imagined as loud or theatrical. It may be seen instead as a quiet chamber filled with dark coats and pale faces, papers resting on a long table, daylight fading slowly through leaded windows. The future of the kingdom seemed to hover in the patient space between spoken words. Charles accepted the Petition of Right, though he did not necessarily accept all the meanings that Parliament placed within it. For him, the language of government was often less fixed than it appeared. A king might agree to a document, then continue to interpret his authority through older beliefs about the crown. The difference was subtle at first. It lived in the spaces between formal promises and daily practice. In a palace office, a clerk might watch the ink dry on an official decree and have no sense that the quiet black lines on the page would someday be studied as signs of a widening divide. Later that year, Buckingham died suddenly, and Charles lost the companion who had stood closest to him. The king withdrew further into the private world of family, art, and ceremony. Henrietta Maria became more important to him. Together they created a court with its own soft glow. Paintings arranged in galleries, musicians playing in candlelit rooms, gardens shaped into orderly walks, and masques performed before an audience of silk, jewels, and perfume. Charles began collecting works by masters such as Titian, Raphael, and Van Dyck. He wanted his court to reflect harmony, grandeur, and refinement. The painter Anthony van Dyck arrived from the southern Netherlands and became one of the defining artists of the reign. In his portraits, Charles appears taller than he was, composed and graceful, often set against broad landscapes or heavy curtains. Van Dyck gave the king an air of effortless command. Henrietta Maria appears luminous and elegant, surrounded by the textures of satin, pearls, and embroidered sleeves. The royal children are painted in bright, tender groups, their small hands resting on one another, their faces calm beneath curls of hair. These images were not merely decoration. They were a vision of order, carefully composed against a less orderly world. In 1629, after another difficult session, Charles chose to rule without Parliament. For 11 years, no Parliament would meet in England. This period later became known as the personal rule, though at the time it may have seemed to many ordinary people like a distant change in the machinery of government. The seasons continued. Farmers sowed, grain and gathered it. Merchants counted goods at the docks. Bells called congregations to church each Sunday. In villages and towns, royal policy arrived slowly, through officials, taxes, sermons, and the occasional sealed instruction carried down a wet road by horseback. Charles did not see these years as an abandonment of good government. He imagined them as a time in which the crown could restore balance without the noise and resistance of Parliament. He relied on advisers such as William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thomas Wentworth, later Earl of Strafford. Both men believed that order could be strengthened through clear authority. Their vision was not necessarily one of chaos or cruelty, but of uniformity, discipline, and reverence. They wished churches to look more dignified, worship to follow established patterns, and royal commands to travel outward from London with unbroken force. Under Laud's influence, many English churches changed in small but noticeable ways. Communion tables were moved to the eastern end of the church and treated with greater ceremony. Rails were placed around them. Clergy wore more formal vestments. The old stone interiors, already cool and shadowed, acquired a new sense of arrangement. For some worshippers, these changes seemed beautiful and reverent. They saw flickering candles, polished wood, embroidered cloth, and the gentle order of prayer. For others, the changes stirred anxieties. They feared that England might drift back toward practices from which it had long ago stepped away. The tension was rarely felt in the same way everywhere. In one parish, a new altar rail might be accepted with a shrug. In another, it might become the subject of murmured conversation after Sunday service. People gathered in churchyards beneath yew trees, speaking softly as their breath clouded in the cold air. They discussed the words of a minister, the cost of a new church furnishing, the behaviour of an official, or the latest rumour carried from the nearest market town. Great historical changes often begin this way, not as thunder, but as a slight shift in familiar sounds. The king's government also sought revenue beyond parliamentary taxation. One of the most controversial measures was ship money. Traditionally, coastal towns could be asked to contribute toward naval defence in times of danger. Charles extended the levy more broadly, including inland counties, and imposed it during peacetime. From the perspective of Whitehall, it seemed a practical solution. Ships required repair. The sea needed watching. The kingdom required security. But to many people, the tax felt like another sign that the king was reaching further into their lives without the consent of Parliament. In offices across England, lists were drawn up, names were copied, amounts were calculated. Local officials received instructions and faced the uncomfortable task of collecting money from neighbours they had known for years. Some paid without much fuss, others delayed. A few resisted through the courts. The case of John Hampden, a Buckinghamshire gentleman who challenged ship money, became well known. His dispute was conducted in legal language, not on a battlefield. Yet the arguments around it travelled widely, repeated in taverns, manor houses, workshops and quiet corners of London, where men leaned close to hear the latest news. Meanwhile, Charles and Henrietta Maria shaped their private world with increasing care. At the Queen's House in Greenwich, designed by Inigo Jones, the architecture offered calm proportion and pale classical grace. Its rooms were lighter than the older Tudor spaces of Whitehall, windows open toward the river and the surrounding park. The Queen loved performance, and masques became an important part of court life. In these productions, noblewomen and courtiers appeared in elaborate costumes, moving through scenes of myth and allegory. The glow of candles touched painted clouds, silver masks and embroidered hems. Music rose, then faded into the late evening. For Charles, art was more than amusement. It offered a language of harmony. In a painted room, each object had its place. In a masque, every movement followed a pattern. In a garden, hedges could be clipped into measured lines and paths could lead toward a fountain or a distant statue. The king may have found comfort in such order. Beyond the palace walls, however, the kingdoms he ruled were less easily arranged. England, Scotland, and Ireland each had their own churches, laws, memories, and fears. A decision made in London could reach Edinburgh or Dublin, transformed by distance. Scotland proved especially difficult to govern from afar. Charles had been born in Scotland, but he had left it as a small child and had grown to adulthood in England. His manner and priorities had become English courtly ones. When he visited Scotland for his coronation there in 1633, he travelled north through landscapes of moorland, hills, and rain-darkened stone. Edinburgh received him with ceremony, yet beneath the banners and formal welcomes there was a sense of distance. The king had returned to the country of his birth, but he was no longer entirely of it. Charles wished to bring the Scottish Church into closer alignment with the English model. In 1637, a new prayer book was introduced for use in Scottish worship. The change caused deep alarm among many Scots, who cherished their Presbyterian traditions and distrusted anything that seemed to resemble English or Catholic ceremony. In Edinburgh, the first use of the book at St Giles Cathedral became a moment of public disturbance. But from the calm distance of time, the scene can be held gently. A grey morning, a church filled with anxious expectation, voices rising beneath old arches, then spreading outward into the narrow streets. Soon, many Scots signed a national covenant, promising to defend their religious practices. Sheets of paper filled with names travelled through towns and countryside. They were laid on tables in kirks, market squares, and private houses. Quills scratched across the pages. Wax seals were pressed into place. The movement grew with remarkable speed, carried by ministers, landowners, merchants, and ordinary parishioners. What had seemed, from Whitehall, like a matter of liturgy became something larger, a question of who possessed the right to shape the spiritual life of a nation. Charles faced a problem he had hoped to avoid. To respond to the Scottish crisis, he needed money. To obtain money on a larger scale, he needed Parliament. In 1640, after 11 silent years, Parliament returned to Westminster. The old chambers filled again with members arriving from across England, their cloaks damp from travel, their boots muddy from the streets. They brought grievances that had accumulated during the personal rule. The king sought funds, Parliament sought redress. Their meeting lasted only a short time before Charles dissolved it again. It came to be remembered as the Short Parliament. But the questions did not dissolve with it. The rain continued to fall over London. The Thames continued to carry barges beneath the palace walls. In the countryside, people continued to listen for news. Before long, Charles had to summon another parliament, the body later known as the Long Parliament. This time, its members moved with greater purpose. They sought to limit the influence of the king's advisers and to ensure that Parliament could not be dismissed so easily. The rhythm of government changed. What had long been handled behind closed doors began to spill into public conversation. Strafford, once a powerful servant of the Crown, was accused by Parliament of grave wrongdoing. Laud, too, was drawn into the widening crisis. Their names, once spoken with the authority of office, became subjects of debate and resentment. For Charles, these events were deeply personal. He saw loyal servants being taken from him. He felt the fabric of the royal government loosening thread by thread. In the royal apartments, fires still burned in their grates. Attendants still laid out clothes and carried meals. But the habitual comforts of court could not entirely soften the silence gathering around the king. In Ireland, long-standing tensions over land, religion and authority erupted into a fearful rebellion in 1641. News crossed the sea in fragments, arriving through letters and hurried reports. Rumour added its own shadows. In England and Scotland, people worried about what might come next. Parliament and king disagreed over who should control military forces, each believing that the safety of the kingdoms required trust that no longer existed. The old balance had become fragile. It was like a tall candle burning near an open window, its flame bending first one way, then another, unable to settle. By January 1642, Charles made a grave miscalculation when he entered the House of Commons with armed attendants, seeking to arrest 5 members. The men were not there. The chamber, with its benches and green-covered tables, held only the echo of the moment. London reacted with alarm. Charles soon left the city with his family, travelling northward through winter landscapes. The capital, with its crowded streets and river traffic, was no longer a place where he felt secure. The distance between king and parliament had widened into something that neither side could easily cross. That summer, Charles raised his standard at Nottingham, signalling the beginning of open conflict between his supporters and those aligned with Parliament. The standard lifted into a windy sky above the castle hill, its fabric moving in the cold air. Yet even then, many people hoped for a settlement. Few could see clearly what lay ahead. Across the country, households faced uncertainty. Roads carried soldiers and messengers, but also farmers bringing grain to market, travellers seeking shelter, and families trying to preserve the ordinary routines that give life its shape. The years that followed were filled with movement across the English landscape. Armies passed through fields and villages, horses drank from streams, campfires flickered beyond hedgerows, church bells sometimes fell quiet, then returned to their usual calling when the roads were empty again. In this telling, the war remains mostly beyond the windows. We may stand inside a manor house at dusk, listening to rain touch the glass while far away. There is only the faintest suggestion of marching feet upon a road. The central feeling is not spectacle, but the sadness of a country divided from itself. Charles established his court at Oxford, an ancient city of pale stone colleges, narrow lanes and bell towers rising above the river meadows. There, the king tried to preserve the forms of government and courtly life. Scholars, clergy, nobles, soldiers, servants and families gathered within the city's walls. The colleges offered rooms for meetings and lodgings. Fires glowed in old hearths. Latin prayers drifted through chapels, the king held councils and received visitors, still surrounded by ceremonial dignity, though the world beyond Oxford had become uncertain and unsettled. Henrietta Maria spent periods apart from Charles, seeking support and resources abroad, then returning through difficult weather to join him. Their letters reveal affection and longing, the private language of two people separated by duty and danger. She called him dear heart. He relied upon her more than ever. In the midst of public turmoil, they remained a family with young children, worries, illnesses, memories, and hopes. The royal household was not only a symbol of power, it was also a collection of human lives trying to remain connected while the larger world shifted around them. The king's eldest son, also named Charles, was growing into adolescence during these troubled years. He travelled between places of safety and uncertainty, learning early that a crown could be both inheritance and burden. His younger brothers, James and Henry, and his sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, were drawn into the movements of the royal family. Their childhood rooms, toys, lessons and gardens existed alongside news from distant roads. One can picture a nursery at dusk, a fire glowing softly, while an attendant closes the shutters and tells the children that tomorrow may bring another journey. As the conflict continued, Parliament's forces gradually gained strength. New forms of military organisation emerged, and alliances shifted. The details of campaigns can remain far beyond the listener's resting place. What matters here is the slow alteration of atmosphere. The king's circle grew smaller. The certainty of earlier years faded. The splendid paintings remained in their frames. The silver gleamed on palace tables, and the garden still opened when spring returned. Yet these beautiful things now seemed to belong to another season, one in which authority had appeared secure and the future had seemed obedient to design. In 1646, Charles placed himself in the hands of the Scottish army, hoping perhaps that negotiations might restore some balance. He was moved from place to place over the following years, residing at country houses and castles where the rooms were comfortable enough, yet never fully his own. At Holdenby House, at Hampton Court, and later at Carisbrooke Castle on the Isle of Wight, he lived within the careful boundaries set by others. The king who had once walked freely through galleries of art now looked outward from windows, watching weather pass over lawns and distant trees. At Hampton Court, memories of earlier years must have lingered in every brick and corridor. The great palace had held conferences, feasts, hunting parties, and the ordinary rituals of a confident monarchy. Now Charles moved through its halls as a guarded guest. The red brick walls still caught the afternoon light. The river still flowed beside the gardens. In the long galleries, footsteps still echoed beneath painted ceilings. But the atmosphere had changed. A place can remain physically familiar while becoming emotionally strange, as if the rooms themselves have shifted a little in the night. Charles continued to hope for an agreement. He negotiated with different groups, seeking terms that might preserve the essential dignity of the crown. But trust had become scarce. Each side feared that the other would use compromise only as a pause before further demands. The country was weary. So were the people within the king's shrinking circle. Letters continued to be written, folded, sealed, and sent away. Messengers came through the gates at odd hours. Candles burned low beside piles of documents. Outside, the tide moved steadily around the island, indifferent to every human plan. By the winter of 1648 and 1649, events moved toward a conclusion that few earlier in the reign could have imagined. Charles was brought to London, where the air was cold and the days short. The city, familiar from his coronation and his years at Whitehall, now seemed altered by absence and apprehension. He spent his final weeks in quiet preparation, writing letters and speaking with those permitted to see him. The great political arguments of his life had narrowed into a few rooms, a few conversations, and the sound of winter wind moving along the river. On a January morning in 1649, Charles's reign came to its final stillness. The details need not be held closely. It is enough to imagine the pale light over Whitehall, the hush of a crowd beyond the walls, and the river flowing beneath a sky of clouded silver. A king who had believed deeply in the sacred order of monarchy was gone. The event sent a quiet shock through Europe. It seemed to many that an ancient pillar of the world had been removed, leaving a hollow space where certainty had once stood. Yet the landscapes of Britain endured. Rain gathered in the furrows of winter fields. Smoke rose from chimneys in villages and towns. The bells of parish churches waited for the next service, the next wedding, the next funeral, the next ordinary Sunday. At Whitehall, servants moved through rooms where tapestries hung in silence and embers glowed behind iron grates. The paintings Charles had loved remained, their faces calm and distant beneath layers of varnish. They watched over a kingdom entering an unfamiliar age, one without a king upon the throne. And so this chapter settles into quietness. Charles I had sought harmony, reverence and order, yet he had lived through a time when old agreements began to loosen. His reign unfolded in velvet chambers and candlelit chapels, in rain-swept Scottish streets and pale Oxford courtyards, in rooms filled with letters whose ink carried more weight than anyone could know. Beyond the warm windows of these scenes a storm had passed across the kingdoms. Now in its wake there was only the softened sound of rain, the slow river, and a long grey horizon waiting for the next shape of history. In the winter of 1649, a hush seemed to settle over the kingdoms of England, Scotland and Ireland. The old rhythms of monarchy had been interrupted, and the familiar language of royal proclamations, court ceremonies and palace audiences suddenly belonged to a world that had slipped behind a closing door. Above London, the sky hung low and silver-grey. The Thames moved beneath the bridges with its usual patient current, carrying small boats, barges, drifting leaves, and the soft reflections of chimney smoke. In the streets, people still opened their shops, warmed their hands over braziers, and listened for the bells that marked the slow passing of the hours. Yet something profound had changed. There was no longer a king in Whitehall. The royal apartments, once filled with the rustle of silk, the murmur of courtiers, and the mellow glow of painted galleries, stood quieter than before. Fires were lit and allowed to fade. Footsteps crossed long corridors. Dust gathered gently upon unused chairs. The portraits remained on their walls, their painted eyes looking out across rooms where the shape of power had altered. England had become a commonwealth, a republic governed without a monarch, and no one could say with certainty how long this unfamiliar arrangement might last. The word commonwealth carried a hopeful sound. It suggested a shared public good, a country guided by laws rather than by the personal will of a king. But it also carried the weight of uncertainty. For generations, people had understood the world through the presence of a crown. Coins bore a royal face. Churches offered prayers for a royal household. Oaths were sworn in a sovereign's name. Now clerks in government offices carefully changed the words on official papers. New seals were made, new formulas were written. The ink dried slowly in the pale winter light, while old habits lingered quietly in every corner of the kingdom. The men who governed from Westminster were known as the Rump Parliament, the remaining members of the Long Parliament after years of political change. They gathered in chambers that had known many arguments, many solemn prayers, and many long afternoons of debate. The Palace of Westminster stood beside the river, its old stone walls darkened by weather and smoke. Inside, candles flickered against panelled rooms. Papers lay in neat stacks upon desks. Messengers waited in passageways, their cloaks still damp from the rain. The government of a kingless nation unfolded through speeches, committees, letters, and the endless quiet labour of administration. For ordinary people, however, life continued in its patient and practical forms. In the villages, sheep grazed on frosted fields, mill wheels turned in the streams, women carried baskets through market squares, their skirts brushing against wet cobblestones. Children watched crows rise from bare branches. At dawn, smoke unfurled from cottage chimneys and drifted low across the hedgerows. The grand changes in London reached these places slowly, carried by travelling merchants, preachers, soldiers on the road, and newspapers read aloud at an inn. The nation had changed its government, but the earth still required ploughing, and bread still had to be baked. In the countryside, the old distinction between past and present could feel especially soft. A manor house might still display a faded royal emblem above its doorway. An elderly servant might remember the days of James I, when a Scottish king had first come south to London. A parish clerk might pause before altering a prayer book that had long included the name of the king. At evening, when rain whispered on the thatched roofs and a fire crackled beneath a blackened beam, the new political order could seem very far away. It was something spoken of beyond the hills, in rooms of stone and dark wood beside the river. The Commonwealth's leaders sought to create stability after years of division. They abolished the House of Lords, declared England a republic, and tried to establish a new form of government. But the tasks before them were immense. The kingdoms were still unsettled. Scotland did not simply accept the new order from London. Ireland too remained deeply wounded by conflict, land disputes, and religious fear. News travelled across water and over muddy roads, often arriving incomplete, softened by rumour or altered by whoever repeated it. In every town, people learned to wait beside the hearth for the next letter, the next visitor, the next uncertain report. Among the most important figures of this new age was Oliver Cromwell. He had risen from the world of country gentry, from the flat and open lands of eastern England, where long skies stretched over fields and drainage channels. He was not born into the glittering ease of court life. His early years had been shaped by family, farming, local affairs, and intense religious conviction. By the time the monarchy fell, he had become a central force in the nation's affairs, a man of stern purpose, deep faith, and great energy. Yet even Cromwell's life contained quieter scenes, letters written late at night, long rides through rain, and moments of solitude in rooms warmed by a modest fire. Cromwell did not begin by seeking a crown for himself. In fact, he would later refuse one. But the shifting needs of government drew him steadily toward greater authority. The Rump Parliament struggled to resolve the country's problems. It moved carefully, debated endlessly, and seemed unable to satisfy those who wanted clearer change. Cromwell, watching from within the world of power, grew frustrated by delay. In 1653 he dismissed the Rump Parliament, bringing one political season to an end. The event may be imagined not as a burst of noise, but as a chamber falling quiet after difficult words, with rain tapping at the windows beyond. For a brief while, another gathering, sometimes called Barebones Parliament, attempted to carry forward the work of reform. Its members included men of strong religious feeling, practical ambition, and sincere hopes for a better society. They considered laws, courts, education, marriage, and the care of the poor. In the long rooms of Westminster, voices rose and softened beneath beams darkened by age. Yet agreement remained elusive. The country was weary of experiments, even when those experiments were begun with earnest hearts. Before the year had ended, this assembly too gave way to another arrangement. In December 1653, a new constitution called the Instrument of Government made Oliver Cromwell Lord Protector. It was an unusual title, neither king nor simple minister. It suggested guardianship, temporary responsibility, and a watchful hand placed over a nation still struggling to find its balance. Cromwell moved into apartments at Whitehall, the very palace that had once been the centre of Stuart magnificence. The rooms were familiar in shape but changed in atmosphere. The soft extravagance of earlier courts gave way to a more restrained household, though Whitehall remained vast, busy, and full of movement. At dawn, the palace beside the Thames would awaken gradually. Kitchen fires were stirred into life. Servants crossed courtyards with pails and baskets. Clerks opened shutters in offices where bundles of correspondence waited on tables. A guard changed at the gates. Outside, river mist hovered above the water, blurring the outlines of boats and wharves. Cromwell's day might begin with prayer, then proceed through meetings, reports, and discussions with advisers. He was a man who believed that Providence guided history, though the path of that guidance often seemed hidden behind clouds. The Protectorate, as Cromwell's government came to be known, attempted to bring order to a country accustomed to disorder. England was divided into military districts for a time, each overseen by a major general. Local officials watched for unrest, collected taxes, and enforced regulations. The presence of soldiers could make a market town feel different. A traveller arriving at an inn might see a few horses tied outside, saddles darkened by rain, and men in plain coats speaking quietly over bowls of stew. Yet the great majority of life remained ordinary. The blacksmith's hammer rang against iron. The baker drew loaves from the oven. The seasons passed over the fields. The new government was shaped by Puritan ideals, which encouraged seriousness, discipline, and a close attention to moral life. Some public entertainments became more restricted. The theatres of London, already closed during the earlier years of conflict, remained silent. Their wooden stages stood empty. Dust settled on benches where audiences had once laughed at comedies and leaned forward during tragedies. The Globe Theatre itself had long since disappeared, but the appetite for stories did not vanish. People still gathered in homes and taverns. They still told tales by candlelight, repeated old songs softly, and found private ways to preserve warmth in an austere time. Christmas, too, became a quieter affair. The festival had once brought feasts, greenery, music, and public celebration. Under the Commonwealth, such observances were discouraged in many places, particularly where they seemed connected to older church customs. But traditions are difficult to erase. In cottages and townhouses, families still found ways to make winter gentler. A sprig of holly might appear discreetly above a hearth. A pie might be baked. Children might be given a small sweet or a carved toy. Outside, snow or rain lay upon the roads, while inside the house glowed with the simple amber warmth of firelight. The period was not without cultural life. Music continued in private spaces. Books were printed, sold, borrowed, and read. Scholars corresponded with one another across Europe. Natural philosophers examined the world with fresh curiosity, considering the motions of stars, the properties of plants, and the mechanisms of the human body. In 1660, near the close of the Commonwealth, the Royal Society would be founded under the returning monarchy, but its intellectual roots reached into these years of observation and debate. Even amid political uncertainty, people continued to look closely at rainwater, insects, minerals, distant planets, and the quiet wonders of the visible world. London itself changed slowly beneath the Protectorate. The city remained crowded and restless, its streets narrow, its houses leaning close together. Vendors called out their goods. Carts creaked past open doorways. The smell of coal smoke mingled with roasted chestnuts, damp wool, river mud, and warm bread. Church bells marked the day, though the manner of worship had shifted in many parishes. The city's people were accustomed to change. They had lived through plague, political conflict, shortages, celebrations, and sudden alarms. Now they adjusted again, finding ways to live under a government that had no king. Across the Channel, the Stuart family lived in exile. Charles, the eldest son of the executed king, had been proclaimed king by his supporters in Scotland and elsewhere. Though he possessed no settled throne in England, he moved through the courts and cities of continental Europe, staying at times in the Dutch Republic, France, and the Spanish Netherlands. His life was one of borrowed rooms, uncertain funds, loyal companions, and long stretches of waiting. In a foreign palace, he might stand at a window and watch rain slide over formal gardens, thinking of the green English countryside and the river flowing past Whitehall. The young Charles carried the memory of a lost court. He had known his father's solemn dignity, his mother's lively French household, and the painted splendour of royal rooms. In exile, the contrast could be sharp. There were still banquets and dances in European cities, still musicians and soft candlelight, but these were the comforts of guests rather than rulers. He learned patience, charm, and adaptability. He learned how to speak with foreign princes, how to accept assistance without surrendering hope, and how to wait for a moment that might never come. History had placed him beside the road, and he listened for approaching hoofbeats. In Scotland, the relationship between Cromwell's government and the Northern Kingdom remained difficult. Scotland had its own church traditions, its own powerful families, and its own deep sense of identity. Cromwell's forces moved north, and the country came under English military occupation. Yet the Scottish landscape retained its ancient, distant calm. Mist gathered over the highlands. Water moved through narrow lochs beneath dark slopes. Ruined abbeys stood among grass and heather. In Edinburgh the wind swept along the Royal Mile, carrying the scent of rain and sea air between tall stone buildings. Governments might change, but the hills seemed to watch without hurry. Ireland too experienced the heavy consequences of these years. Cromwell's campaign there and the policies that followed brought lasting sorrow, dispossession, and division. In a sleep story, such pain is acknowledged with care and distance, never made into spectacle. We may picture instead a wet Irish evening, mist lying over fields, a ruined wall half covered in ivy, and a family listening to the wind outside a small cottage. The history of the Commonwealth cannot be understood without remembering that its search for order was often felt differently in different places. The maps drawn in offices left deep marks upon real landscapes and real lives. Back in England, Cromwell's government faced the constant problem of legitimacy. A king had inherited authority through blood and tradition. A Lord Protector required something more difficult to sustain, the acceptance of those who obeyed him. Parliament was summoned and dismissed more than once. New constitutional plans were discussed. Some people urged Cromwell to accept a crown, believing that the old title might give the nation stability. In 1657, the humble petition and advice offered him the kingship. He considered it carefully, surrounded by advisers, documents, and the long shadows of Whitehall's chambers. But Cromwell declined the crown. Perhaps he understood that the word king carried too much memory, too much danger, and too many unresolved promises. Instead, he remained Lord Protector, accepting a revised constitutional settlement and a more elaborate public role. His installation ceremony was dignified, though less ancient in feeling than a coronation. Robes, officials, symbols of office, and solemn music offered the appearance of continuity. Yet beneath the ceremony lay the uncertainty of an experiment. The nation still moved forward without knowing whether it travelled along a new road or only a long curve leading back toward its past. Cromwell's household at Whitehall became a centre of government, but it also contained the ordinary concerns of a family. He had children, grandchildren, servants, and old friends. His daughters were known for their domestic warmth. His son Richard, quiet and gentle in temperament, did not resemble his father's forceful character. In the palace rooms, domestic life unfolded beside affairs of state. A child might run through a corridor while ministers waited in an antechamber. A tray of tea might be carried past a table covered in military reports. A fire might glow behind a screen while outside the river wind pressed softly against the windows. Cromwell's later years were marked by weariness and loss. His beloved daughter Elizabeth died in 1658, and the sorrow weighed heavily upon him. The man who had carried the burdens of government with such relentless energy began to appear tired. His health weakened. The late summer weather turned unsettled. Storms moved across England, bending trees and rattling shutters. On September the 3rd, 1658, Oliver Cromwell died at Whitehall. He had governed as Lord Protector for nearly 5 years, and he left behind a state that appeared strong in some respects but fragile in others. His son Richard Cromwell succeeded him almost immediately. The transition was peaceful, and for a brief moment it seemed possible that the Protectorate might continue as a family inheritance. Richard was courteous, well-intentioned, and less severe than his father. He enjoyed country life and had little desire for military command. In another age, he might have been content to manage an estate, ride through fields in the morning mist and dine quietly beside a fire. But the role he inherited required authority over soldiers, politicians and institutions that did not yet know how to accept him. Richard called a parliament in 1659, hoping to secure broader support. Once again, Westminster filled with men who had different visions for the future. Some wanted civilian government, some wanted the army to retain influence, some looked back toward the old monarchy. The debates became tangled, and Richard lacked the force of personality needed to hold the competing groups together. Within months, he resigned. The Protectorate had lasted only a short while after Oliver's death. Like mist over a river, it had seemed solid from a distance, then dissolved as the sunlight changed. The months that followed were restless but strangely quiet in memory. Governments appeared, faded, and reappeared. The Rump Parliament returned, the army intervened, committees met. New plans were drafted. In London, printers worked late into the evening, producing pamphlets that argued for one future or another. Sheets of paper were sold in markets and carried into coffee houses, where men sat beneath low ceilings and listened to the latest opinions. Outside, rain struck the windows. The city seemed to breathe in and out, waiting for a decision that no single group could make alone. Meanwhile, a Scottish general named George Monk began moving south with his army. He had served through the shifting conflicts of the age and had become a figure of quiet importance. His march from Scotland toward London took place during the winter of 1659 and 1660. It was not a swift, glittering procession. It was a measured movement through cold landscapes. Soldiers crossed roads hardened by frost. Smoke rose from temporary camps. Horses breathed pale clouds into the morning air. In villages, people watched them pass, uncertain whether they brought another change or the beginning of an answer. Monk entered London in February 1660. The city received him with attention and hope. Though no one could be sure what he intended, he moved cautiously, speaking little and observing much. Around him, political figures tried to read the future in his smallest gestures, but Monk understood that the country needed a settlement broad enough to bring weariness to an end. He helped create the conditions for a new parliament, known as the Convention Parliament, which would consider the restoration of monarchy. The old word returned gradually to public conversation: king. Across the sea, Charles Stuart waited in the Dutch Republic. The years of exile had changed him. He was no longer the young prince who had fled from battlefields and borrowed safety in foreign courts. He had become a man in his 30s, graceful, cautious, and aware of how fragile fortune could be. From the town of Breda, he issued a declaration in April 1660. It promised a broad pardon to many former opponents, a degree of religious consideration, and the settlement of property questions through Parliament. Its language was careful, soothing, and designed to invite a tired nation home from division. The Declaration of Breda travelled across the water and into England. It was read in rooms where people gathered close around a fire. It was discussed in taverns, churches, guild halls, and country houses. For those who had long desired the return of monarchy, it offered a gentle opening. For those who feared revenge, it offered reassurance. Not every question could be answered, and not every wound could be healed. Yet the document suggested that the future might be shaped not only by old anger, but by forgetting, forgiveness, and a willingness to begin again. In May 1660, the Convention Parliament invited Charles to return as king. Along the coast near Dover, the sea wind carried the smell of salt and kelp. Gulls turned above the harbour. Ships appeared on the horizon, their sails pale against the widening sky. Charles came ashore in England on May 25th, on the eve of his 30th birthday. The moment was filled with celebration, but beneath it lay something softer, the relief of a people who had spent years living inside uncertainty and who now saw an old shape returning across the water. The journey toward London became a procession of welcome. Roads filled with people. Bells rang from parish towers. Flowers were thrown. Flags moved above crowded streets. The king rode through scenes that must have seemed both familiar and strange after so many years away. He had left England as a young exile, carrying fear and disappointment. He returned as Charles II, surrounded by cheering voices and the bright movement of a restored court. Still, the roads he travelled had not forgotten the years in between. Beneath the celebration lay the memory of a nation that had changed. On May 29th, 1660, Charles entered London. The city stirred with sound, bells ringing, horses stepping over cobblestones, Wheels turning, crowds murmuring and calling beneath windows dressed with cloth and flowers. The Thames reflected banners and drifting clouds. Whitehall Palace awaited him beside the river, its familiar rooms ready once more to receive a Stuart king. Doors opened. Servants hurried through passageways. Fires were built in the grates. Candles were lit as evening gathered. After 11 years without a monarch, the palace began again to breathe with royal life. Yet the Commonwealth did not simply vanish into silence. Its years had altered the kingdoms in lasting ways. They had shown that monarchy could be interrupted. They had deepened questions about Parliament, the army, religion, law, and the limits of power. They had carried people through austere winters and uncertain summers, through changing governments and shifting loyalties. Some remembered those years with sorrow. Some remembered them with conviction. Many remembered them simply as a time when the usual order of life had been set aside, and everyone had learned to live beneath unfamiliar skies. Now the rain still fell on London roofs. The river still moved beneath the bridges. In fields beyond the city, spring grass rose around the feet of grazing animals, and the hedgerows filled slowly with green. The old monarchy had returned, but it returned to a country that had travelled far from the world Charles I had known. The next chapter would bring candlelight, music, theatre, rebuilding, and the warm, restless energy of the Restoration. But for one last moment, the grey years of the Commonwealth remain, quiet, sombre, and suspended like mist over a morning river. On the 29th day of May in 1660, London seemed to awaken beneath a brighter sky. The long years without a king had passed into memory, and Charles Stuart, now Charles II, entered the city on his 30th birthday. Bells sounded from churches in every quarter, their clear notes crossing above the rooftops and mingling with the murmur of an immense crowd. Flowers fell from windows, banners stirred in the river wind. Horses stepped carefully over the uneven cobblestones, their hoofbeats softened by scattered petals and dampness left by an earlier shower. After years of grey uncertainty, England welcomed its returning king with a deep, almost weary joy. Charles rode through streets he had known as a child, though London itself had changed during his exile. Timbered houses still leaned toward one another above narrow lanes. Shop signs creaked in the breeze. The smell of bread, coal smoke, wet wool, and river mud rose from the crowded city. Yet every doorway seemed open, every window filled with faces. People reached toward the passing procession, eager to glimpse the king who had spent so many years beyond the sea. Charles, tall and dark-haired, rode with easy grace. He had learned patience in exile, and he knew that a smile gently offered could restore something that speeches could not. Whitehall Palace waited beside the Thames, sprawling and familiar, with its courtyards, galleries, offices, kitchens, staircases, and long lines of windows catching the pale afternoon light. It had been the home of Charles's father, and then the seat of Oliver Cromwell's protectorate. Now its rooms would again become royal rooms. Servants hurried ahead to prepare fireplaces, lay fresh rushes, open shutters, and light candles against the evening. In the palace gardens, leaves moved softly in the breeze. The river flowed past the walls, carrying barges beneath a sky that had begun to glow with the muted gold of sunset. The Restoration, as this return of monarchy came to be known, was more than a procession and a change of household. It was a careful return to older forms after an age of experiment. Parliament met again. The Church of England was restored to its central place in public life. Theatres reopened. Bishops returned to their offices. Old ceremonies were revived, though they now carried the memory of interruption. The country had learned that the crown was not unshakable, and Charles understood that his own survival depended upon a kind of balance. He'd come home not simply to rule, but to soothe a kingdom tired of being divided. At first there was a warm spirit of forgiveness. Charles had issued the Declaration of Breda before his return, promising pardon to many who had opposed his family, excepting those whom Parliament chose to exclude. This act of clemency did not erase the past, nor did it heal every private grief, but it offered a bridge across troubled water. In town halls and country houses, people considered what the return of the king might mean for them. Some recovered old positions, some reclaimed lands, some found themselves quietly adjusting to a world in which familiar names and rituals had returned. The king's closest early adviser was Edward Hyde, later Earl of Clarendon. Hyde was thoughtful, serious, and devoted to the restoration of stable government. He had shared the long years of exile and had helped shape the careful promises that brought Charles back to England. In the council chambers at Whitehall, he sat among papers, maps, inkstands, and flickering candles, working to make a durable settlement from the fragile material of public trust. Outside, the sounds of the palace continued, doors opening softly, slippers brushing along passageways, and the faint call of boatmen from the Thames. Charles himself was unlike his father in temperament. Where Charles I had been formal, private, and deeply solemn, Charles II seemed to move through life with greater ease. He enjoyed conversation, music, gardens, dogs, sailing, and the small pleasures of companionship. His wit was quick, though often gentle. He had lived in foreign courts and borrowed lodgings. He had known uncertainty, concealment, and the long discomfort of waiting. These experiences gave him a flexible quality. He could listen without revealing all that he thought, and he could make even a tense room feel briefly lighter with a well-placed remark. The new court at Whitehall grew lively. Courtiers arrived in silk coats, lace collars, polished shoes, and powdered wigs. Ladies wore shimmering fabrics that whispered as they crossed parquet floors. Musicians tuned violins in side chambers. Poets, painters, diplomats, and petitioners waited in antechambers beneath painted ceilings. In the evening, candles multiplied in silver holders, their flames reflected in mirrors and glass. Whitehall became a place of movement and conversation, a palace where political business mixed with gossip, fashion, flirtation, and the warm glow of restored ceremony. Yet Charles's court was not only frivolous, as later memories sometimes suggested. It was also a centre of artistic and intellectual energy. The king supported the theatre, which had been closed during the Commonwealth years. Playhouses opened their doors again, and audiences returned to see comedies, tragedies, music, and spectacle. For the first time in England, women appeared professionally on the public stage, bringing a new naturalness and elegance to dramatic performance. In the theatres near Drury Lane and Lincoln's Inn Fields, lanterns glowed outside as evening fell, and the soft rustle of expectant audiences filled the rooms. Charles also encouraged scientific curiosity. In 1660, a group of learned men began meeting to discuss experiments, natural philosophy, mathematics, and the observations of the physical world. Soon they became the Royal Society. Their meetings were calmer than the noisy arguments of politics. They concerned themselves with air pumps, telescopes, insects, plants' anatomy. distant stars and the movement of light. In rooms smelling faintly of paper, wax and polished wood, men examined specimens beneath lamplight and recorded what they saw. The world seemed full of mysteries waiting quietly to be noticed. Among these curious minds was Robert Hooke, whose restless intelligence moved from one subject to another with dazzling speed. There was also Christopher Wren, a mathematician and architect who would later reshape London's skyline. Samuel Pepys, a naval administrator with a sharp eye for daily life, kept a private diary full of weather, music, meals, anxieties, and small observations. Together, these figures give the Restoration an intimate texture. It was an age in which people looked outward through telescopes and inward through diaries, trying to make sense of a world that had survived great changes and was beginning again. The King's marriage brought another kind of colour to Whitehall. In 1662, Charles married Catherine of Braganza, a Portuguese princess who arrived in England with a gentle manner, a Catholic faith, and a household shaped by Iberian customs. She was not the dazzling figure some courtiers had expected, but Charles came to value her constancy and quiet dignity. Catherine brought with her the habit of drinking tea, then still an exotic luxury in England. One may imagine a small porcelain cup warming pale hands, steam rising delicately in a room filled with the soft glow of a late afternoon fire. Their marriage did not produce a surviving heir, a sadness that lingered quietly behind the brilliance of court life. Charles had several children outside his marriage, whom he openly acknowledged and cared for in varying ways. Their presence added to the wide and complicated family orbit of the king. But Catherine remained his queen, moving through the changing seasons of Whitehall with patience. She endured public scrutiny, private disappointments, and the uncertainties of a court that could be unkind. In the stiller corners of palace life, her resilience had its own quiet grandeur. Beyond the palace, London continued to spread and thicken with life. The city was one of the great ports of Europe, tied by ships and trade routes to the Netherlands, France, Spain, Africa, Asia, and the American colonies. Along the wharves, sailors unloaded barrels, timber, wine, sugar, tobacco, spices, and cloth. Cranes creaked over the water. Ropes knocked gently against masts. The tide carried smells of salt, tar, and mud through the riverside lanes. At dawn, fog often lay over the Thames, turning boats into shadowy shapes that appeared and disappeared without a sound. England's growing trade brought wealth, but it also drew the kingdom into rivalry with the Dutch Republic. The two maritime powers competed across the seas, and naval conflict came and went like a distant storm. For Londoners, the war was often felt through news sheets, rising costs, and reports arriving from the coast. At the naval offices, Samuel Pepys and his colleagues worked among endless lists of ships, supplies, wages, repairs, and letters. Quills scratched across paper late into the evening. Outside, rain fell on the windows, and the river kept moving, bearing the city's ships toward a horizon no clerk could fully see. Then, in the spring of 1665, another shadow entered London. Plague returned to the city. It had visited before, and Londoners knew the old fear that arrived with it. Some households closed their doors, some families left for the countryside. Streets that were usually alive with hawkers and carts became quieter. The king and court departed for safer places beyond the city. Still, even in such a season, ordinary acts of care continued. Neighbours brought food where they could. Clerks recorded names. Ministers offered prayer. And the city, though subdued, remained standing beside its river under the slow movement of clouds. The plague year was deeply sorrowful, but it can be viewed from a safe distance, like rain seen through thick glass. Imagine instead a London dawn in late summer. The streets are hushed. A cart rolls softly in the distance. A woman opens an upstairs window and lets in a breath of cool air from the Thames. In a nearby church, a bell sounds low and measured. On the outskirts, fields lie peaceful beneath pale mist. The city endures one day, then another, holding within its narrow streets the quiet courage of those who remain. By the following year, London faced another trial. In September 1666, a fire began in a bakery on Pudding Lane close to the river. The summer had been dry, and much of the old city was built from timber. The flames spread through close-packed streets, carried by wind from one roof to the next. Over several days, the familiar medieval heart of London was transformed. But in this story, we do not stand in the heat of the fire. We watch from the far bank of the Thames, where the night sky glows red beyond the water and ash drifts slowly upward like dark snow. Charles II responded with calm energy. He came into the city, helped organise relief, and encouraged people whose homes had vanished in the smoke. His brother James, Duke of York, also worked among the efforts to contain the disaster. The king's presence mattered. Londoners saw him walking through streets layered with ash, speaking to frightened people and offering practical direction. For a monarch who had returned only 6 years earlier, this was a moment of visible service. The city's suffering was immense, yet the rebuilding that followed would give London a new and lasting form. After the fire, the ruins lay silent beneath autumn rain. Walls stood open to the sky. Charred beams rested in blackened heaps. The old maze of lanes had been broken apart, exposing spaces that had been hidden for centuries. For architects and planners, the destruction offered a difficult, solemn opportunity. Christopher Wren and others imagined broad avenues, orderly squares, and grand new buildings. Not every vision could be made real. Property boundaries, money, and the urgency of daily life pulled the city back toward many of its old patterns. But something new began to rise from the ashes. Masons returned to work. Carpenters shaped beams. Stonecutters tapped patiently at blocks of pale Portland stone. Carts brought lime, timber, bricks, and tools through streets still dusty with the remains of the old city. The sound of rebuilding became part of London's daily music. Hammers striking, saws drawing through wood, wheels groaning over cobbles, voices calling from scaffolds. Day after day, beneath changing skies, walls rose again. The city was not restored exactly as it had been. It was becoming calmer in line, more spacious in places, and more marked by the graceful confidence of the new age. Wren's greatest work would be the new St. Paul's Cathedral. The medieval cathedral had been damaged beyond practical repair, and its replacement became a vast undertaking. For years, plans were drawn and redrawn. Wren considered domes, towers, classical facades, chapels, vaults, and the ways that light might enter a sacred space. On a table in his office, sheets of paper lay beneath brass instruments and small wooden models. Outside, London's rebuilding continued. The cathedral itself would take decades to complete, but its future silhouette was already beginning to form in the imagination of the city. The new churches of London were smaller than St. Paul's, but no less graceful. Wren designed many of them, placing elegant spires above the streets like quiet markers in the smoky air. Each church gave a neighbourhood a centre again, a place for baptisms, marriages, funerals, sermons, and the familiar chiming of bells. After the fire, these sounds returned one by one. A bell tower completed here, a parish restored there. Across the city, notes travelled over rooftops and market stalls, joining the ordinary sounds of a London learning how to live within its changed body. At Whitehall, the Restoration Court continued to shimmer. Charles held receptions, attended plays, walked in parks, and took pleasure in the company of his spaniels, who followed him through palace rooms and gardens. His favourite mistress for many years, Barbara Villiers, later Duchess of Cleveland, possessed a vivid presence and a strong will. Later came Louise de Querouaille, a Frenchwoman of soft manners and elegant appearance who became Duchess of Portsmouth. These relationships became part of court gossip, carried in whispers through galleries and repeated in letters. But beneath the rumour, Charles remained a ruler who guarded his deeper thoughts carefully. The King's Court had a theatrical quality, yet its splendour rested beside real political concerns. Parliament worried about the influence of Catholic France, the costs of war, and the question of religion. Charles was personally more tolerant than many of his subjects. His years abroad had exposed him to different forms of worship and different ways of life. In 1672 he issued a declaration of indulgence, hoping to ease restrictions on Protestant dissenters and Catholics. But Parliament resisted, concerned that religious tolerance might strengthen Catholic influence. The declaration was withdrawn, another example of the limits placed around a restored king. The same year, Charles entered into a secret understanding with Louis XIV of France, later known as the Treaty of Dover. Its details remained hidden from most of his ministers and subjects. Charles sought French support, financial security, and room to pursue his own religious inclinations. Louis sought an English ally in the shifting balance of European power. The agreement belonged to the hushed world of diplomatic correspondence. Sealed letters, private audiences, candlelit rooms, and couriers leaving at dawn. Such arrangements could shape the future, though they often began with nothing more dramatic than a pen resting on paper. In public life, fears about Catholicism grew stronger. Charles's brother and heir, James, Duke of York, openly converted to Catholicism. For many English Protestants, this fact created a deep unease. The question of succession, once distant, began to settle over Parliament and court like a long autumn fog. Who would rule after Charles? Could the kingdom accept a Catholic king? In drawing rooms and coffee houses, people discussed these questions with rising concern. Yet Charles himself remained outwardly composed, walking through Whitehall's galleries while the winter light faded softly over the river. The years of the so-called Popish plot, beginning in 1678, brought a fever of rumour and fear. False accusations circulated, and many innocent people suffered because of them. The atmosphere in London became strained. Conversations lowered when strangers entered a room. Letters were read with suspicion. A knock at the door after dark could seem more significant than it was. From a calm historical distance, this period feels like a night of heavy weather. Clouds gathering, wind moving through chimneys, and the human imagination turning every shadow into a possible threat. Political disagreement gradually formed into recognisable groups. Those who wished to exclude James from the succession became known as Whigs. Those who defended hereditary right and the established order came to be called Tories. These names began as sharp words in heated debate, but they would become part of Britain's political language for generations. Parliament met and argued. Petitions travelled through towns. Printed pamphlets multiplied. The nation was learning to speak more openly and more noisily about the future of power. Still, much of this debate occurred in rooms lit by candles, where rain ticked patiently against the glass. Charles dissolved Parliament rather than accept the exclusion of his brother. He believed that hereditary succession was too important to be broken for the sake of immediate fear. His decision narrowed the path ahead, but it also preserved the principle that the crown passed by birth. In the final years of his reign, he governed without Parliament, relying in part on French subsidies and on the growing strength of royal administration. The king had become more careful with age. The easy warmth remained, but beneath it lay the memory of exile and an instinct for survival. Away from politics, Charles found solace in places such as Windsor. Windsor Castle rose above the Thames, its rounded tower looking over wooded slopes and open meadows. Here the air was cleaner than in London. The king could walk with his dogs, ride in the park, or stand at a window while mist curled above the river below. He took an interest in the restoration of St. George's Chapel, and in the ordered beauty of the castle. The world of Whitehall, with its ministers and rumours, seemed farther away when evening settled over the ancient walls. Charles also spent time in Newmarket, where he enjoyed horse racing and the open expanse of the heath. The wide East Anglian sky stretched above low fields and long roads. Horses moved with soft thunder over turf. Gentlemen gathered in coats and hats, while grooms led animals through the cool morning air. For a king who had spent much of his youth moving between foreign cities, such landscapes may have offered a particular peace. England, when seen from a quiet road or a palace garden, could appear stable and enduring, even when politics suggested otherwise. In February 1685, Charles fell ill at Whitehall. The palace that had welcomed him so joyfully 25 years earlier became quiet around his sick room. Doctors came and went, servants walked softly. Fires were tended through the cold days. Members of the royal family waited in adjoining rooms, speaking in low voices. The king, who had so often appeared untroubled, now faced the stillness that comes at the end of every reign. Before his death, he was received into the Catholic faith, a private decision that reflected convictions he had long kept mostly hidden. Charles II died on February 6, 1685. His last reported words carried the gentle, apologetic wit for which he was remembered. He asked forgiveness for taking so long to die. With him ended a reign of restoration, resilience, and remarkable contrast. He had returned to a kingdom exhausted by conflict. He had presided over a court of music, theatre, art, science, and candlelit conversation. He had watched London suffer plague and fire, then begin to rise again in stone and light. His life had moved between public splendour and private caution, between laughter and the long shadow of uncertainty. As night fell over Whitehall, the river continued its slow passage past the palace. Lamps appeared one by one along the banks. Somewhere beyond the city, masons were still working on the churches that would define the new London. Their hammers struck stone in a steady rhythm, patient as time itself. The domed future of St. Paul's remained unfinished, waiting above the smoke and rooftops. And in the palace, a new king, James II, prepared to inherit the crown, carrying with him the questions that Charles had kept at bay for so long. The restoration had been like candlelight after a storm. It had not removed every shadow, but it had made the rooms of England warm again. In theatres and chapels, in coffee houses and royal galleries, in rebuilt streets and riverside gardens, life had resumed its many voices. Yet the flames of Whitehall's candles flickered in a changing wind. Beyond the windows, another tide of history was gathering quietly, and the kingdom would soon discover that even a restored crown could not remain unchanged beneath the passing clouds. In February of 1685, as winter rain tapped softly against the tall windows of Whitehall Palace, the crown passed from Charles II to his younger brother James. The transition itself was quiet. There were no empty streets, no uncertain interval, no visible pause in the machinery of government. Clerks continued to sharpen their quills. Boatmen continued to guide their vessels along the brown waters of the Thames. In the palace kitchens, fires glowed beneath iron pots, and servants crossed the courtyards with baskets tucked beneath their cloaks. Yet beyond the familiar routines, many people felt that the air had changed. Pause 3s. James II had lived for many years in the shadow of his older brother. He had been a soldier, an admiral, a widower, a husband again, and the father of 2 daughters who had grown into important figures in Europe's royal world. He was diligent, serious, and less gifted than Charles at covering political difficulty with charm. Where Charles had often smiled and waited, James tended to speak more directly. Where Charles had kept many of his deepest beliefs hidden, James felt less willing to conceal his Catholic faith. His accession therefore brought old concerns gently but unmistakably to the surface. At Whitehall, James inherited rooms still touched by the presence of Charles. Candles stood in silver holders. Rich tapestries softened the walls. Portraits looked down from carved frames, their calm painted faces unchanged by the passing of kings. Beyond the palace, London was rebuilding itself in pale stone and red brick. New churches rose above the streets. The unfinished dome of St. Paul's promised a different skyline for the future. The city had endured plague, fire, political division, and royal return. It seemed able to absorb every change, though its people had learned to listen carefully whenever the bells began to ring. James had converted openly to Catholicism some years before becoming king. For him, this was a matter of conscience, a path he had considered deeply and followed with firm conviction. For many of his Protestant subjects, however, it seemed to awaken memories of older religious struggles. England had been shaped by the Reformation, by the long reign of Elizabeth, by Puritan reformers and Anglican bishops, by sermons, prayer books, and family. Traditions carried from one generation to another. The fear was not always expressed loudly. It could rest in a quiet pause after a neighbour spoke, or in a lowered voice beside a tavern hearth. At first, James's reign appeared secure. He was crowned at Westminster Abbey in April, beneath the high arches that had seen the coronations of so many kings and queens. The abbey's stone pillars rose into shadow. Choir voices drifted beneath the vaulting. Gold thread caught the candlelight on robes and banners. The ancient ceremony moved forward with its familiar prayers, anointing and solemn procession. Outside, London's streets were full of people watching the royal pageantry pass. The crown had changed hands according to hereditary custom, and for a brief while the old order seemed to hold. Yet a challenge came quickly from the west. James Scott, Duke of Monmouth, an illegitimate son of Charles II, landed in England and attempted to gather support for his own claim. His journey led through the summer countryside of the West Country, across lanes bordered by hedgerows and fields heavy with green. Villagers watched groups of armed men move past church towers and farmhouses. The episode ended before long, leaving behind sorrow and anxiety. In this telling it remains a distant disturbance, like a storm seen from the shelter of a warm room, its thunder fading over the hills. James's government responded firmly and the king's confidence grew. He believed that the unrest had shown the need for a stronger monarchy and a dependable army. Troops were maintained near London. Military officers became more visible in public life. At court, the king gathered advisers who shared his religious sympathies or his belief in royal authority. In the long galleries of Whitehall, visitors noticed subtle changes. Catholic priests moved more openly. The king attended mass in his private chapel. The quiet rhythms of palace life continued, but they now carried a new undertone, like the low note of an organ beneath a familiar hymn. James hoped to improve the position of Catholics and Protestant dissenters who faced legal restrictions under the Test Acts and other laws. In one sense, his aim was broader religious toleration. He did not wish men to be excluded from public life solely because they worshipped differently. This desire might have found wider support under other circumstances, but James attempted to achieve it by using the royal power to suspend laws, and many people feared the precedent. If a king could set aside one law by his own authority, they wondered what other limits might quietly fade away. The question moved through Parliament, churches, coffee houses and country houses. In London, coffee houses had become places where news travelled quickly. Men gathered beneath low ceilings darkened by smoke. Cups clinked against saucers. Newspapers and handwritten reports passed from hand to hand. The room might smell of roasted coffee, damp wool, ink, and the faint sweetness of tobacco. At one table, merchants discussed ships arriving from Amsterdam. At another, lawyers considered royal proclamations. At a third, someone read aloud the newest rumour from Whitehall, while rain made a soft, steady music against the window panes. In 1687, James issued a Declaration of Indulgence, suspending penal laws against Catholics and Protestant dissenters. The declaration was read with relief by some, with concern by others. It promised a measure of freedom of worship, yet its method troubled those who believed that Parliament, not the king alone, should change the law. James ordered Anglican clergy to read the declaration from their pulpits. This request brought the conflict into parish churches, those familiar spaces of stone, wood, worn prayer books, and quiet Sunday light. A national question now rested upon the small wooden lectern in every village. 7 bishops, including the Archbishop of Canterbury, respectfully petitioned the king to withdraw the order. Their petition was written in careful, measured language. It did not call for rebellion. It asked only that the clergy not be compelled to act against what the bishops believed to be lawful conscience. The king saw their action as disobedience. They were arrested and held in the Tower of London while their case was prepared. The tower stood beside the river, its pale walls rising above the water, ancient and watchful. Within its rooms the bishops waited, while London considered the meaning of their quiet resistance. When the bishops were tried in June 1688, crowds gathered near Westminster Hall. The sky above London was broad and changeable. Carriages rolled through the streets. Riverboats paused near the landing places. The case turned on difficult questions of law, but for many who listened, it felt like a test of whether the old liberties of England still possessed a voice. When the bishops were acquitted, the news spread across the city with sudden relief. Bells rang. People embraced in the streets. The sound carried over roofs and chimneys, then drifted outward toward the fields beyond London. Until that summer, many Protestants had taken comfort in the fact that James's heirs were his daughters, Mary and Anne, both raised in the Protestant faith. Mary was married to William of Orange, the Dutch stadtholder, a Protestant prince with strong interests in European affairs. Anne lived in England, surrounded by her household and her close friend Sarah Churchill. James was already in his 50s, and some people imagined that his reign might pass without permanently altering the succession. It was a quiet hope, perhaps, but it allowed many to endure the present while looking toward a calmer future. Then, on June 10th, 1688, Queen Mary of Modena gave birth to a son, James Francis Edward Stuart. The child's arrival changed the atmosphere at once. In the royal nursery, candles burned softly. Linen lay folded in drawers. Attendants moved with hushed care around the Queen and her newborn son. But beyond the palace, the birth was received with unease by those who feared a continuing Catholic dynasty. Rumours appeared almost immediately. Strange and unfounded stories whispered in corners about the child's birth. Such stories revealed not truth, but the depth of public anxiety. Mary of Modena herself had lived much of her queenship in a difficult light. She was Italian, Catholic, and younger than her husband. Her quiet manner did little to soften the suspicions of those determined to see danger in every gesture. In the days after her son's birth, she may have listened to the soft sounds of the palace nursery, the faint crackle of a hearth, the murmur of nurses, the small restless movements of an infant. Outside those rooms, however, the kingdom was beginning to turn toward a decision that would shape its future for centuries. William of Orange watched events from the Dutch Republic. He was not a figure of easy warmth. He had asthma, a thin frame, and a grave, watchful temperament. Yet he possessed determination, patience, and a clear understanding of the wider European balance of power. The Dutch Republic faced the expanding influence of Louis XIV of France. William wanted England to stand beside the Dutch against French power, and he also understood that his wife Mary's claim to the English throne had become newly significant after the birth of her half-brother. The Netherlands in autumn had its own muted beauty. Canals reflected low clouds. Windmills turned slowly over flat green land. Ships crowded the harbours, their masts making dark lines against the pale horizon. In chambers at The Hague, advisers gathered around maps and letters. Wax seals were broken. Couriers arrived with news from England. Among those messages was an invitation signed by 7 English notables, later remembered as the Immortal Seven. They urged William to come to England, offering support if he defended Protestant liberties and called a free parliament. William did not move in haste. An expedition across the North Sea required ships, soldiers, provisions, horses, weapons, and careful timing. Dutch ports became busy with preparation. Sailcloth was checked, barrels were loaded, ropes were coiled on wet decks, horses stamped in temporary stables near the water. The air smelled of salt, tar, rain, and seaweed. On the ships, men waited beneath flapping canvas while the autumn winds shifted. William's banner carried a phrase that promised the defence of the Protestant religion and the liberties of England. The first attempt to sail was turned back by weather. The sea can be indifferent to all human plans, and the North Sea in late autumn was never gentle. Waves rose beneath dark clouds. Wind pressed hard against the sails. Ships creaked and leaned, then returned to harbour to wait. For William, delay may have seemed frustrating, but it also allowed more time for uncertainty to gather in England. Across the water, James listened to reports from the coast, from London, and from his advisers. The future approached slowly, like a ship only faintly visible through fog. At last, in early November, William's fleet set out again. The vessels crossed the sea under a favourable wind that later generations would remember as the Protestant wind. On November the 5th, 1688, William landed at Torbay in Devon. The shore was quiet beneath the broad autumn sky. Waves folded gently onto the beach. Men came ashore in orderly groups. Horses were led through shallow water. Banners stirred in the salt air. The arrival was military in form, but in England it would become known as a revolution marked, in comparison with so many European upheavals, by remarkably limited violence. William's journey through the West Country unfolded at a measured pace. He passed through towns where people gathered in market squares and waited beside churchyards. Some watched cautiously from windows. Some came forward with support. Local gentlemen considered their choices, weighing loyalty to James against fear for the country's religious and political future. The roads were wet with late autumn rain. Carriage wheels left dark tracks in the mud. At night, lamps glimmered in inns and manor houses where conversations went on long after supper had cooled. James remained in London for a time, trying to understand the size of the threat. He had soldiers, officials, and the authority of the crown. But loyalty, once uncertain, began to soften around him. Some officers left, some noblemen joined William. Even members of James's own family faced painful choices. His younger daughter Anne, influenced by Sarah Churchill and others close to William, left London and moved toward the safety of those opposing her. Father. For James, this must have been a private sorrow as much as a political blow, a silent space opening within the family rooms of the palace. The most significant defection came from John Churchill, later Duke of Marlborough, a gifted military officer who had served James faithfully. Churchill crossed to William's side, believing perhaps that the king's policies had made a peaceful settlement impossible. The news travelled back to Whitehall in words spoken carefully by messengers who knew the weight of what they carried. James's circle narrowed. In the firelit rooms of the palace, maps were unrolled and folded again. Advisers came and went. Beyond the windows, the Thames flowed darkly beneath the winter sky. By December, William had reached London's outskirts. James, discouraged and increasingly isolated, chose to leave the capital. His first attempt ended when he was intercepted in Kent and brought back. The king returned briefly to London, moving through a city that no longer felt securely his. Soon afterward, William allowed him to depart again. James crossed to France, where Louis XIV offered him refuge. The departure was quiet in its final form. A royal figure travelling toward the coast, carriage wheels turning over cold roads, the sea waiting beyond the fields. It is often called the Glorious Revolution because the transfer of power in England occurred with relatively little bloodshed. Yet its calmness should not suggest that it was simple. It was shaped by fear, loyalty, faith, family, law, and the vast pressures of European politics. For James, exile was a personal loss that would last the rest of his life. For William and Mary, the crown would bring not ease but responsibility. For the people of England, Scotland and Ireland, the changes would be felt differently in every county, parish, city street and windswept shore. In January 1689, representatives gathered in London to decide what should be done. The Convention Parliament met in rooms heavy with history. Outside, bare branches reached over the gardens, and the winter river moved beneath a grey sky. Inside, members debated whether James had abdicated by leaving the kingdom, and whether the throne should pass to Mary alone, to William alone, or to both together. The question was delicate. Mary possessed hereditary right as James's daughter. William possessed political and military power, as well as the confidence of those who had invited him. Mary's own position was not without sadness. She loved her father, yet she had been raised as a Protestant and had long understood the fear surrounding his policies. When she came to England, She found herself at the centre of a transformation that placed her duty to kingdom and faith beside her duty as a daughter. In private, she was known to be devout, dutiful, and often reserved. One may imagine her in a quiet room at Kensington Palace, looking through the glass at rain on the garden paths, knowing that every decision around her carried a personal cost. William and Mary were offered the crown jointly. This arrangement was unusual. England had known kings and queens, regents and consorts, but never quite this form of shared sovereignty. William insisted that he should hold the full authority of a king during his lifetime, rather than merely serve as Mary's consort. Mary accepted this, trusting him and understanding the political realities of the moment. Their partnership would become one of the defining features of the new settlement, a marriage joined to a constitutional arrangement shaped by both affection and necessity. They were crowned at Westminster Abbey on April 11th, 1689. The ancient church was filled once again with music, colour, and the gentle shimmer of ceremonial light. William and Mary sat beneath canopies of state. Bishops spoke the old words. The crowns were lifted and placed. Yet this coronation differed from those before it, because the authority of the new monarchs had been framed by Parliament's decision. The ceremony looked backward to tradition, but it also looked forward to a new understanding. The crown did not stand entirely apart from the laws and liberties of the kingdom. Later that year, the Bill of Rights set out important principles. It declared that the monarch could not suspend laws, raise taxes, or maintain a standing army in peacetime without Parliament's consent. It affirmed the right of Parliament to meet freely and the right of subjects to petition the Crown. Its language was formal and careful, written in lines of dark ink upon pale parchment. But its influence would endure. In the quiet act of setting down words, the balance of British government began to shift. Power became more visibly shared between Crown and Parliament. The Bill of Rights did not create democracy in the modern sense. Most people still had no vote, and society remained deeply unequal. But it placed limits around royal authority that could not easily be ignored. It was one of those historical documents that seems modest when first folded and sealed, then grows in importance as years pass. In an office near Westminster, a clerk may have watched the final text being copied, the quill leaving smooth dark lines on the page. Outside, the bells marked another ordinary afternoon, unaware that their sound would echo into a different constitutional age. William's attention often turned toward Europe. He remained determined to contain the power of Louis XIV, and England now became more deeply involved in continental alliances and wars. The king travelled frequently to the Netherlands, where he felt at home among canals, ships and low skies. Mary remained in England as regent during some of his absences. She attended to government business, received ministers, and maintained the steady routines of the court. Her manner was calm and conscientious. In the palace she could be found among her gardens, her collections of porcelain, and the orderly rooms she made her own. Kensington Palace became especially associated with William and Mary. It had once been a modest country house on the edge of London, surrounded by cleaner air and open gardens. The royal couple expanded it, creating apartments that were comfortable rather than overwhelmingly grand. The palace stood amid avenues of trees and carefully tended paths. In the morning, mist could rest over the lawns. At dusk, lamps glowed behind the windows. For William, whose asthma was troubled by the smoky air of Whitehall, Kensington offered a quieter refuge. Mary brought warmth to Kensington. She arranged rooms with flowers, lacquered cabinets, delft ware, and objects collected from across the seas. She enjoyed needlework, music, gardens, and the small domestic rituals that made a palace feel less formal. In winter, the sound of rain against the glass might accompany a private evening of reading or prayer. In spring, the gardens opened in pale green leaves and early blossoms. These quiet details matter because even the architects of great political change lived among cushions, candles, dogs, letters, teacups, and the familiar changing light of the seasons. The revolution was less peaceful in Scotland and Ireland than it was in England. Scotland faced its own divided loyalties, religious disputes, and political tensions. Ireland became a place where James II sought to regain his throne, supported by many Catholic followers. Campaigns unfolded there, and their consequences remained deeply painful in Irish memory. But we can observe these events from a distant shore, wind moving over the Irish Sea, clouds gathering above green hills, and ships carrying news between islands. The change of crowns reached every kingdom differently, leaving histories that could not be folded neatly into one story. In Scotland, William and Mary were accepted after a convention of estates declared that James had forfeited the crown. The Scottish settlement placed particular emphasis on Presbyterian church government, a matter of great importance to many Scots. Edinburgh's steep streets, dark closes, and rain-polished stones witnessed another adjustment of old loyalties. In the Highlands, where Jacobite support for James remained strong, the landscape held its own silence. Mist drifted along the slopes. Streams moved over rock. Distant pipes might carry through the evening air, while political decisions made in Edinburgh and London travelled slowly into the glens. James spent the rest of his life in exile in France, first seeking to restore his throne, and later living more quietly at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. The French palace stood above the Seine, with formal gardens descending toward the river. There, James attended Mass, received visitors, and watched his young son grow. The child, James Francis Edward, was raised among exiled Jacobites who continued to call him the rightful heir. In the soft candlelight of French rooms, the Stuart claim survived like an ember protected from the wind. For William, the years of kingship brought continual labour. He was often unwell, often away, and always concerned with the shifting alliances of Europe. He had little taste for the glittering ease of court life. He preferred maps, dispatches, military planning, and the companionship of a small circle of trusted friends. His reserved manner could seem cold to English observers, but it reflected a life spent in danger and responsibility. In his apartments, fires burned low while secretaries waited with papers, and the rain made its quiet pattern on the windows. Mary's death in December 1694 left William deeply affected. She died of smallpox at Kensington Palace, still only 32 years old. The palace that had held their shared routines became suddenly hollow. Curtains were drawn. Footsteps softened in the corridors. Outside, winter branches stood dark against the sky. William had relied upon Mary more than many people realized. Their marriage had begun as a political alliance, but it had become a partnership of trust. After her death, he continued to reign alone, carrying both the work of government and the silence of private loss. The succession now became a concern once more. Mary had no children. Her sister Anne was next in line, but Anne's own family life had been marked by repeated sorrow and the loss of many children. In 1701, Parliament passed the Act of Settlement, ensuring that the crown would pass if Anne left no surviving heirs to the Protestant descendants of Sophia of Hanover, granddaughter of James I. The act placed religious identity at the centre of succession. It also reached back quietly toward the first Stuart king and forward toward a dynasty not yet on the throne. William died in 1702 after a riding accident weakened a body already troubled by illness. His final days passed at Kensington, where the familiar rooms had known both his rule and his grief. The gardens lay quiet beneath the early spring sky. Servants moved respectfully through the corridors. A clock ticked in a nearby chamber. The Dutch prince who had crossed the North Sea in a time of uncertainty had become King of England, Scotland and Ireland, and had helped reshape the structure of British government. Now his long watchful life came gently to its close. The glorious revolution had carried the crown across the water, but it had also carried Britain into a new political landscape. Kings and queens would remain important, their ceremonies still rich with ancient meaning. Yet Parliament had gained a more permanent voice. The rule of law, religious succession, taxation, and the use of military power were now bound more firmly to constitutional practice. The old palace lights still glimmered beside the Thames and the rain still whispered against their windows, but the rooms of power had been rearranged. As William's reign faded into memory, Anne prepared to take the throne. She was a Stuart by blood, the younger daughter of James II, and the last member of her house who would rule. Her coming reign would bring new wars, new ministries, new architecture, and the formal union of England and Scotland into Great Britain. But for the moment, the sea is quiet again. Dutch ships rest at harbour. The Thames moves beneath a moonlit sky. In Kensington's gardens, bare branches sway in the evening breeze, and history waits patiently for the final Stuart chapter to begin. In the early spring of 1702, Kensington Palace stood quietly beneath a pale English sky. The gardens were still bare from winter. Rain rested in the gravel paths, and the branches of the lime trees made delicate, dark patterns against the clouds. Inside the palace, fires were lit against the lingering cold. Servants moved softly through the corridors carrying letters, trays and lamps. In one of the private rooms, Queen Anne prepared to inherit a crown that had passed through many hands and had carried with it the long, complicated memory of the House of Stuart. Anne was 37 years old when William III died. She was the younger surviving daughter of James II, the sister of Mary II, and the last reigning monarch descended directly from the Stuart line. Her life had already been marked by uncertainty, religious division, family estrangement, and quiet sorrow. She had seen her father lose his throne. She had watched her sister rule beside William of Orange. She had lived through years in which every royal birth, marriage, illness, and friendship seemed to possess political meaning. Yet Anne herself had a gentler, more domestic character than many of those around her. She was not a figure of dazzling elegance like her uncle Charles II, nor a sternly purposeful ruler like William. She preferred familiar faces, regular habits, warm rooms, and the comfort of trusted companionship. Her health was often poor. She suffered from gout and from the lingering weakness left by many difficult pregnancies. Walking could be painful, and as the years passed she relied increasingly on a sedan chair or carriage. But beneath her physical frailty there was persistence. Anne could be quiet, but she was not without will. In the soft stillness of palace rooms she listened, remembered, and made decisions. Her accession brought the Stuart story into its final season. The dynasty had begun, in England, with James VI of Scotland travelling south through mist and rain to receive the English crown. It had passed through the formal grandeur of Charles I, the grey interlude of the Commonwealth, the candlelit restoration of Charles II, and the sea-born transition of William and Mary. Now the crown rested with Anne, a queen whose reign would witness the birth of a new kingdom. Yet even as Britain grew larger in name, the Stuart family itself was becoming smaller, more fragile, and closer to its fading horizon. Anne was crowned at Westminster Abbey on St George's Day, April 23, 1702. The abbey had seen many sovereigns pass beneath its ancient vaults, and its vast stone interior held the memory of centuries. High above, shadows rested in the arches. Below, candles glimmered against gold thread, polished silver, and the deep colours of ceremonial robes. The choir's voices rose slowly into the cool air. Outside, London waited beneath spring clouds, its streets crowded with horses, carts, merchants, apprentices, and people who had gathered simply to watch the royal day unfold. The Queen entered the abbey in a robe of rich fabric, attended by nobles and ladies whose garments whispered across the floor. The coronation service followed its old, measured rhythm. Prayers, vows, music, the presentation of symbols, and finally the placing of the crown. Anne was an Anglican queen, and her religious identity mattered greatly in a nation still shaped by the fears of the previous reign. Her accession reassured many people who had worried about Catholic succession. The bells of London rang out, and their sound moved over rooftops, river mist, and the new spires rising from the rebuilt city. One of Anne's earliest concerns was war. England had already entered a vast European struggle against the power of Louis XIV of France. The conflict would become known as the War of the Spanish Succession, a dispute over who should inherit the Spanish monarchy and its enormous network of territories. Across Europe, kings and princes studied maps, exchanged letters, and gathered armies. But in England, the war was also felt in quieter ways, in tax records, in ships leaving port, in the names read from newspapers, and in the low conversation of families waiting for loved ones to return. Anne's greatest military commander was John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough. He had known the courts of Charles II, James II, William, and Mary. He had survived the changing tides of allegiance that swept through the late Stuart world, and under Anne he became one of Europe's most gifted generals. Yet the man at the centre of battle plans was also part of Anne's intimate domestic circle, because his wife, Sarah Churchill, Duchess of Marlborough, had been the Queen's closest friend since youth. Their friendship, warm and complicated, would shape much of Anne's reign. Sarah Churchill was intelligent, forceful, and entirely unlike the quiet queen she served. Anne called her Mrs. Freeman, while Sarah called the Queen Mrs. Morley, names that allowed them to imagine, at least in private letters, a friendship freed from the weight of rank. Sarah spoke plainly to Anne. She advised her on politics, appointments, clothing, moods, and daily affairs. Anne trusted her deeply. In the early years, the two women moved through palace life, in close companionship, sharing private conversations, sitting beside fires, reading letters, and discussing the restless world beyond the windows. At Kensington, at St James's Palace, and later at Windsor, Anne's household followed the gentle routines of royal life. Morning brought the arrival of papers and ministers. Midday brought formal audiences and meals. In the evening, candles were set in sconces and silver branches. Velvet curtains were drawn against the weather. A small dog might cross a polished floor. A servant might add another log to the fire, sending a warm fragrance of oak into the room. The Queen's realm was vast, but it reached her through small objects, sealed dispatches, maps, lists of names, and the careful voices of advisers. The war made Marlborough famous. In 1704, his victory at Blenheim helped secure the alliance against France and became a celebrated moment in English public life. News of it travelled across the Channel and along the roads toward London. Couriers rode through rain and darkness. Horses breathed clouds of steam in the early morning air. In coffee houses, people unfolded news sheets and leaned toward one another to hear the latest reports. Yet for Anne, the triumph was also personal. It strengthened the position of Marlborough and Sarah, placing the Churchill household ever closer to the centre of power. The Queen rewarded Marlborough with the promise of a great house at Woodstock in Oxfordshire. Blenheim Palace would rise slowly in the years ahead, vast and theatrical among its parkland, built from warm stone beneath broad English skies. Its corridors, towers and grand rooms would preserve the memory of Victorian architecture. But when the first plans were made, it was still only an idea resting on paper. An architect might bend over drawings by candlelight, tracing walls and windows with a steady hand, while rain moved softly against the panes. While armies moved across continental fields, another, quieter transformation was taking shape closer to home. England and Scotland had shared a monarch since 1603, when James VI and I united the crowns upon his head. But they remained separate kingdoms, with different parliaments, laws, churches, trading systems and political habits. The old border no longer divided two hostile royal houses, yet it still marked a real division in public life. In the reign of Queen Anne, the possibility of a fuller union began to move from distant hope into serious negotiation. The reasons for union were many. English ministers worried about the Protestant succession and feared that Scotland might choose a different heir after Anne's death. Scottish leaders hoped for greater access to English trade and colonial markets. Both kingdoms had endured economic difficulty, religious anxiety, and the burden of living beside a neighbour whose decisions could shape their future. The discussions were not easy. They involved long arguments about money, representation, taxation, church government, and national identity. In rooms warmed by coal fires, commissioners studied documents while the wind pressed against the windows. Edinburgh, where the Stuart story had begun under the northern mist, became once more a place of great consequence. The city rose along its steep ridge, from the castle's dark rock to the palace of Holyrood House below. Its tall stone buildings stood close together along the Royal Mile. Narrow closes opened between them, shadowed even at midday. Rain polished the cobbles. Smoke drifted from chimneys toward the Firth of Forth. In chambers of the VIII Scottish Parliament, men gathered to debate the proposed union, their voices echoing beneath old ceilings while the city waited outside. Not everyone welcomed the idea. Many Scots feared that union would mean being absorbed by wealthier England, that their ancient parliament would disappear, and that their national voice would become quieter in a larger state. Petitions were signed, public meetings were held. In taverns and marketplaces, people spoke with feeling about trade, sovereignty, religion, and the future of their country. Some looked toward the exiled Stuart claimant in France, the young James Francis Edward, whose supporters still called him James VIII of Scotland and James III of England. Others believed union offered the safest path through uncertain times. The debates could be intense, but beneath them lay the deep stillness of Scotland's winter landscape. Beyond Edinburgh, roads passed through low hills and wide moors. Bare trees stood beside rivers swollen with rain. In the highlands, mist settled over dark slopes and the waters of lochs reflected a sky of silver-grey cloud. Sheep moved quietly across rough pasture. A traveller on horseback might hear only the rhythm of hooves, the whisper of wind through heather, and the distant call of a bird. The political future of kingdoms was debated in cities, while the old land remained patient. In London, commissioners from England and Scotland worked through the details of a treaty. Their task was careful and slow. Each article required discussion. Each phrase could affect taxes, trade, legal rights, or religious practice. The Scottish Church, Presbyterian in character, needed protection. The Church of England needed protection as well. The question of money required special attention since the two kingdoms had different economic circumstances. Tables filled with papers, candles burned down in brass holders, quills paused above parchment as men considered whether a single sentence might create peace or preserve resentment. At last the Treaty of Union was agreed. The Scottish Parliament approved it in 1707, despite the unease that lingered in many hearts. The English Parliament approved it as well. On May 1st, the kingdoms of England and Scotland formally became the Kingdom of Great Britain. The separate parliaments were replaced by one parliament at Westminster. Scotland retained its distinct legal system and its Presbyterian church, while England retained its own established church. The old union of crowns had become a union of states, written carefully into law. The moment was both grand and melancholy. For England, the change could appear as an expansion, a strengthening of the island kingdom. For Scotland, it meant the closing of an independent parliament that had met in various forms for centuries. In Edinburgh, the old parliamentary chambers grew quiet. Documents were gathered, benches were left empty, footsteps sounded in corridors where debates would no longer take place in the same way. A door had not exactly slammed shut. It had closed slowly, with the soft final sound of wood meeting stone. Queen Anne became the first sovereign of Great Britain. Her title changed, but she herself remained much the same. A woman of routine, affection, faith, and physical discomfort, carrying the public weight of a new political arrangement. From her palace windows she could not see the whole kingdom that now bore its new name. She could not see the Scottish harbours, the Welsh valleys, the Irish coast, or the distant colonies tied to British trade. But letters brought these places into her rooms. Maps unfolded across tables. Ministers spoke of distant seas and northern borders. The Union also appeared in smaller, gentler symbols. Coins were redesigned. Official seals changed. Public prayers used new language. In ports, merchants considered the new possibilities of trade between North and South. Ships left the Clyde, the Thames, the Tyne, and the Humber, carrying goods, people, letters, and hopes across restless water. At customs houses, clerks adjusted ledgers. At taverns, sailors heard the word Great Britain and repeated it with different accents. A new name began to settle over an old island, as softly as morning mist settling over a river. Anne's reign was also a period of flourishing culture. London had become one of Europe's great cities, rebuilt after fire and alive with commerce, conversation, theatre, and print. Coffeehouses hummed with talk. Booksellers arranged fresh volumes in their windows. Newspapers circulated reports from Parliament, the war, and the courts of Europe. Writers such as Jonathan Swift, Daniel Defoe, and Joseph Addison shaped the language of public life with essays, satires, pamphlets, and stories. The city was learning to think aloud, though it often did so with a cup of coffee in hand and rain gathering outside. In the elegant rooms of the New Age, tea became increasingly familiar. Delicate cups rested upon saucers. A kettle murmured near the hearth. Sugar brought through the expanding networks of Atlantic trade sweetened the bitter warmth of the drink. Ladies and gentlemen sat beneath portraits and mirrors, discussing fashion, politics, poetry, or the small details of a neighbour's life. These domestic scenes existed beside the great machinery of empire and war. A teaspoon touched porcelain with a faint sound, while far away a ship lifted and fell on the ocean swell. Architecture, too, gave the age a distinctive calm. Christopher Wren's rebuilding of London continued, and the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral rose more fully over the city. Its pale stone caught the changing light. From a distance it seemed to float above the smoke, chimneys and narrow streets below. Churches designed by Wren punctuated the skyline with graceful towers and spires. Their bells answered one another over the markets and rooftops. On Sunday mornings, London could seem briefly hushed as people moved toward worship, beneath the broad sound of ringing bronze. At Blenheim Palace, work continued in stone and shadow. At the great country houses of England, gardens were reshaped into avenues, terraces, formal pools, and long green vistas. The aristocracy of Anne's age loved order in the landscape. Trees planted in lines, hedges clipped into boundaries, statues placed at the end of paths. There was comfort in such design. The world beyond the gates might be full of uncertainty, but within the garden walls water fell steadily from fountains. Gravel whispered beneath shoes, and each season appeared in its appointed colour. Yet Anne's private life remained touched by grief. She had been pregnant many times, but none of her children survived into adulthood. Her only child to live beyond infancy, William, Duke of Gloucester, died in 1700 at the age of 11, before Anne became queen. The loss had left a quiet emptiness at the centre of her life. In royal nurseries, rooms that might have been filled with lessons, laughter, and the movement of growing children became still. The succession remained uncertain because Anne had no heir, and every year made that fact more difficult to ignore. The question of succession had already been addressed by the Act of Settlement of 1701. If Anne died without surviving children, the crown would pass to Sophia of Hanover, granddaughter of James I, or to Sophia's Protestant heirs. Sophia herself lived in Germany, surrounded by the gardens and formal rooms of Hanover. She was elderly, intelligent, and connected to the Stuarts through her mother, Elizabeth, the Winter Queen. The act seemed to carry the dynasty back through its own history, tracing a line from Anne to Sophia, and from Sophia to the first king who had joined the crowns. But politics within Anne's reign did not remain still. The Whigs, generally supportive of Marlborough and the continued war against France, gained influence for a time. The Tories, often more cautious about war and more sympathetic to the Anglican Church, gained influence later. Anne did not always fit neatly into either group. She wanted peace, but she also wanted security. She valued the Church of England, but she did not enjoy being pressed too strongly by any party. Ministers came and went through palace doors, carrying their arguments into rooms where the Queen sat patiently beside the fire. Her friendship with Sarah Churchill gradually changed. Sarah's powerful personality, once a source of confidence, began to feel burdensome to Anne. The Duchess expected influence and spoke with increasing sharpness. Anne, who had long yielded in private matters, slowly drew away. Into the Queen's favour came Abigail Masham, a quieter woman with family ties to Sarah but a gentler manner. Abigail offered Anne companionship without the same forceful demands. In palace corridors this shift was noticed. The arrangement of a household could alter the direction of a ministry more quietly than any speech in Parliament. The final break with Sarah was painful. A friendship of decades, built through letters, shared memories, and years of intimate access, did not end in one moment. It faded through disappointment, resentment, and the slow accumulation of words that could not be taken back. Sarah left court. Marlborough too lost favour and eventually departed England for a time. At Kensington and Windsor, the rooms once associated with their presence became calmer, but perhaps also lonelier. The Queen had chosen independence, yet independence can have the hollow echo of an empty chamber. Meanwhile, the war in Europe moved toward its conclusion. The long struggle had exhausted governments and populations. Taxes weighed heavily. Merchants wanted stable trade. Families wanted sons and husbands to return. In 1713, the Treaty of Utrecht brought major elements of the War of the Spanish Succession to an end. The treaty reshaped possessions and alliances across Europe and overseas. Britain gained territories and commercial advantages, including access to the Asiento, a contract connected to the transatlantic slave trade, a reminder that imperial wealth was often bound to human suffering far from the polished rooms of Westminster. For many in Britain, the peace brought relief. In villages, bells rang. In ports, merchants looked toward calmer waters. Soldiers returned along roads lined with hedges and low stone walls. At inns, boots dried beside hearths. Families gathered around tables, listening to stories from places they had only known through letters and rumours. The peace did not solve every problem, and political arguments continued with their familiar persistence. But, after years of war, there was a sense that the country could breathe more deeply beneath the quiet sky. By this time, Anne's health had grown increasingly fragile. She moved between palaces, seeking comfort in places she knew well. Kensington, with its gardens and gentler air, remained important to her. Windsor offered views over the Thames Valley, where the river curved through fields and woods beneath a wide horizon. At St. James's Palace, the rooms were closer, older, and more enclosed, filled with the sounds of court business. Wherever she went, attendants followed with medicines, cushions, papers, and the small objects needed to make a royal room feel settled. The Queen's final years were troubled by ministerial changes and the constant question of who would follow her. The Jacobite cause remained alive among those who supported the exiled Stuart line. Across the Channel, James Francis Edward Stuart waited in France and later in Lorraine, carrying the hopes of those who believed hereditary right had been interrupted unjustly. In Scotland, especially in parts of the Highlands, his name was spoken with loyalty. In England, others looked toward the Hanoverian succession as the safeguard of Protestant stability. The future rested like a distant shape beneath fog. In June 1714, Sophia of Hanover died, only weeks before Anne. Her son George now became the nearest Protestant heir under the Act of Settlement. The news travelled slowly through diplomatic channels, written in careful hands and carried across roads and sea routes. It was another small turn of the wheel. The Stuart bloodline remained present through Sophia's descent from James I, but the direct royal house was nearing its end. The palace clocks continued to mark the hours. Outside, summer rain fell softly over gardens that had seen generations come and go. Anne died on August 1st, 1714 at Kensington Palace. She was 49 years old. Around her, the familiar apparatus of court moved with subdued care. Physicians came and went. Ladies of the bedchamber waited nearby. Ministers considered the urgent practical details of succession. In the corridors, servants lowered their voices. The fire in the grate settled into glowing embers. Beyond the windows, the gardens lay green beneath the full softness of summer, and the city beyond continued with its carts, bells, markets, and river traffic. With Anne's death, the direct Stuart dynasty ended on the British throne. The crown passed peacefully to George I of Hanover, who arrived from Germany to begin a new royal chapter. There was no empty interval, no long confusion. Clerks changed names on documents, oaths were renewed, guards wore new symbols. In London the bells rang again for another monarch, but beneath the smoothness of the transition lay a gentle sadness. The house that had carried the crowns of Scotland and England through more than a century had faded, leaving its rooms, portraits, churches, laws and memories behind. The Stuarts had been a dynasty of contrasts. They had loved ceremony and argued over authority. They had built courts filled with art and music, while their kingdoms struggled with profound religious and political change. They had crossed borders, fled across seas, returned in triumph, and departed again into exile. Their story had moved through misted Scottish castles, through Whitehall's candlelit galleries, through the grey streets of a kingless London, and through the elegant new avenues of a city rebuilt from ash. Each reign had left a different sound upon the air. James I had brought two crowns together beneath one head. Charles I had sought sacred order and found a world that would no longer remain still. Charles II had returned with warmth, wit, and the glow of Restoration candlelight. James II had watched old fears gather around his throne. William and Mary had crossed the sea and helped create a new constitutional settlement. And Anne, quiet and steadfast, had carried the dynasty toward its final transformation, presiding over the birth of Great Britain while the old Stuart line slowly dimmed. In Edinburgh, the castle still stood above the city, dark against the sky. The Royal Mile still descended toward Holyrood House. In London, the Thames still flowed past Whitehall, carrying reflections of lamps through the evening rain. St. Paul's dome rose above the city, pale and serene, while church bells drifted over streets that had once echoed with the wheels of Stuart carriages. In Windsor, the wind still moved through ancient trees. The palaces endured, though the people who filled them had become shadows in portraits and names in fading ink. Perhaps this is how dynasties truly end. Not with one final sound, but with a gradual softening. A family name remains on old papers. A coat of arms survives above a doorway. A painted king stands forever beside a velvet curtain, one hand resting on a glove. A queen's chair waits in a quiet room. Outside, rain traces silver lines down the glass. The fire lowers. The servants close the doors. And history, with its slow and patient footsteps, passes onward into another corridor. The House of Stuart had begun among northern mists and ended in the gentle summer stillness of Kensington Palace. Between those distant moments stretched more than a century of crowns, councils, prayers, ships, gardens, letters, and changing skies. England and Scotland had become Great Britain. The power of Parliament had grown more secure. London had risen again in stone and light. The Stuart kings and queens were gone from the throne, but the world they had helped shape remained, quiet and enduring, beneath the slow movement of clouds. The soft hiss of a gas lamp being lit somewhere along the embankment drifts through the darkness, and London begins to breathe. It is the summer of 1917, and the fog does not so much fall over the city as it settles, the way a heavy blanket settles over tired shoulders. The River Thames moves slow and silver beneath it, hardly a ripple disturbing its surface, as though even the water itself has grown weary of the world's noise and simply wishes for a while to rest. Along the embankment, gas lamps glow one by one in a long unhurried procession, each flame a small steady heartbeat against the grey. Their light does not reach far, it only softens the edges of things, the damp stone of the bridges, the quiet hulls of barges resting against their moorings, the hushed outlines of plane trees standing like patient sentries in the mist. Somewhere behind those fogged windows, in rooms lit by nothing more than candlelight and the low amber warmth of oil lamps, England is changing, though so quietly that hardly anyone standing on the street below would notice it happening at all. Buckingham Palace, at this hour, is a place of hushed corridors and long patient silences. The chandeliers above the staterooms have been dimmed, their crystal facets catching only the faintest suggestion of candle glow, scattering it softly across high, painted ceilings. Footsteps on thick carpet make almost no sound at all. A soft, muffled rhythm, steady and slow, the kind of sound that seems to belong more to a dream than to daylight. Somewhere down one of these long corridors, a clock ticks with the patient certainty of something that has never once hurried in its life, and never will. In a private study, its walls lined with dark wood and old portraits whose painted eyes seem to have settled into permanent peaceful repose, King George V sits at his desk. The desk itself is heavy, oak, worn smooth at the edges by generations of royal hands before his own. A single lamp burns there, its light pooling in a warm golden circle across papers arranged with quiet precision. Outside, the fog presses gently against the tall windows, blurring the shape of the garden beyond into something soft and indistinct, like a memory not quite ready to be recalled. The king is not a young man anymore. There is a stillness to him, the stillness of someone who has learned, through long practice, the particular comfort of routine. His hand moves slowly across the paper before him, the scratch of his pen almost inaudible, a small dry whisper against the heavy cream stock. It is the sound of history changing shape, though it makes no more noise than a moth's wing brushing against a lampshade. To understand this quiet moment, we must drift back just a little, through the fog of years, to the family name the king was born beneath. Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a name as old as continental winters, carried across generations from Germanic hills to English thrones. For 100 years it had rested easily enough upon British shoulders, spoken without hesitation in ballrooms and gazettes alike. But the world, by 1917, had grown into something colder, something harder to recognise. A great war moved somewhere beyond these palace walls, distant and grey, like weather glimpsed only through a rain-streaked window. And in that distant, difficult season, a German-sounding name no longer felt like the comfortable old coat it once had. It felt instead like something that no longer quite fit. Wikipedia. Let us close this chapter as we opened it, with rain now softened into a light and lingering mist, drifting over the rooftops of a city adjusting quietly to a change it did not fully anticipate. Let us close it with the warm, familiar glow of wireless sets humming gently in front rooms across the country, their static fading into steady, reassuring voices. And so, in the hush of that summer, the decision was made, not with the clash of ceremony, not with trumpets or great declarations, but with the soft scratch of a pen against paper, in a room lit by nothing more than a single steady lamp. The house would take a new name, Windsor. A word as solid and grey and English as the ancient castle from which it borrowed its sound. A castle with its own thick stone walls, its own long corridors, its own centuries of quiet permanence overlooking the slow winding curve of the river below. There is something soothing, if we allow ourselves to notice it, in how gently this change arrived. No crowds gathered outside the palace gates that evening. No church bells rang in urgent celebration. The world outside continued much as it always had. A hansom cab's wheels turning slowly over wet cobblestones somewhere near the mall. The distant muffled toll of Big Ben drifting through the mist to mark another unremarkable hour. A lamplighter finishing his long, unhurried rounds. The name simply changed, the way a season changes, not all at once, but slowly, and then, quite suddenly, completely. Let us walk for a moment through the London of that summer, before we return again to the palace and its quiet lamplight. Picture the streets near St. James's Park at dusk, the plane trees dripping faintly from an earlier rain, their leaves glistening dark and silver under the gas lamps. A newspaper boy calls out headlines somewhere in the distance, his voice softened by fog until it becomes little more than a low, indistinct murmur, swallowed by the damp evening air. Horses' hooves click against stone in a slow, even rhythm, pulling carriages home through streets where visibility fades to only a few careful yards ahead. Inside the terraced houses along quiet residential streets, families gather close to coal fires, their rooms glowing amber and warm against the cold outside. Somewhere, a mother reads softly to a child by candlelight, her voice low, rhythmic, unhurried, matching the steady crackle of the fire in the grate. This is the England the King reigns over in this moment, not a nation of grand parades, but a quiet patchwork of small rooms lit gently against the encroaching dark, each one holding its own small, steady warmth. And above it all, wrapped in fog thick enough to soften even the tallest spires into pale, indistinct shapes, London simply breathes, in and out, and in again, the way it has for centuries, the way it will for centuries more. Back within the palace, the hour grows later, though within these thick walls time seems to move differently than it does outside. There is no rush here, no urgency. A footman moves along a distant corridor, his tread nearly silent against the deep pile of the carpet, carrying with him only the faint, dry rustle of a starched uniform and the soft creak of a well-oiled door hinge, opened and closed with practised, unhurried care. In the King's study, the lamp continues its steady burn, casting long, gentle shadows across the bookshelves that line the walls. Shelves filled with leather-bound volumes whose gold lettering catches only the faintest gleam of light, the kind of gleam that seems almost reluctant to disturb the room's deep quiet. The King sets down his pen at last, the small sound of it settling against the desk somehow louder in this stillness than it has any right to be. He sits for a long moment simply looking at what he's written, at the new name settled now upon paper, waiting only for it to settle, in time, upon a nation. Outside his window, the garden lies wrapped in fog so complete that the ornamental trees seem to hover, ghost-like, just at the edge of visibility. A single owl calls somewhere in the near distance, its voice low and round and strangely comforting, swallowed almost immediately by the heavy, damp air. The king allows himself perhaps the smallest exhale, not of relief exactly, nor of worry, but of the particular quiet satisfaction that comes from having steadied something that needed steadying. There is a version of this story that could be told with urgency, with talk of a world at war, of empires trembling, of ancient certainties dissolving into uncertain futures. But that is not the story we are here to tell tonight. Tonight we are interested only in the quiet corners of this moment. The fog on the river, the lamp on the desk, the slow scratch of a pen, the soft and patient ticking of a clock that has never once needed to hurry. Let us drift for a while into the more private rooms of the palace, where the Queen, Mary, sits in her own chamber, its walls papered in a soft faded blue, its furniture arranged with the same careful precision that seems to govern every room in this vast quiet house. She holds a book she's not quite reading, her eyes drifting instead toward the window, toward the fog pressing softly against the glass, toward the vague golden smudges of gas lamps burning somewhere beyond the garden wall. There is comfort, she seems to feel, in changes made slowly, in decisions arrived at not through panic but through steady, deliberate care. The name Windsor, she thinks, suits this quiet English evening rather well. Solid grey stone, deep unhurried rivers, centuries of ordinary permanence layered one upon another like the fog itself, settling gently over everything it touches. Beyond the palace walls, the fog continues its slow work through the night, wrapping itself around the pale stone facades of Whitehall, drifting low across the wide, empty expanse of Horse Guards Parade, curling gently around the base of ancient lampposts whose light barely reaches the pavement below. A lone policeman walks his beat along a nearly deserted street, his footsteps echoing softly against wet stone, his lantern swinging in a slow, steady rhythm that seems to match the unhurried pulse of the city itself. Somewhere near the river, a barge horn sounds once, low and distant, then fades into silence, swallowed by fog and darkness and the patient, ongoing hush of the night. The Thames continues its slow, silver journey toward the sea, indifferent to kings and names and the quiet decisions made in lamplit studies, yet somehow also, in its own ancient way, a witness to all of it. The same river that has watched palaces rise and fall along its banks for 1,000 years, still moving, still steady, still patient. It would be easy, in telling this story, to rush toward louder chapters, toward the abdication crisis that would come 2 decades later, toward the war that would follow soon after that. But tonight, we linger instead in this quieter moment, this small hinge point in history where nothing more dramatic happens than a name being gently set aside and a new one taking its place, the way one might exchange a worn coat for a fresh one before stepping out into cooler evening air. There is a particular kind of peace and resolve that asks for no applause, in decisions made not for spectacle, but simply because they are right, and because the moment calls for steadiness rather than noise. George V, in this fog-wrapped summer, offers exactly that kind of resolve. Quiet, unhurried, entirely without drama, and yet, in its own soft way, entirely certain. As the night deepens, the palace settles further into stillness. Candles are extinguished one by one along the long galleries, their small flames guttering briefly before dissolving into darkness. The last footman retires along corridors grown fully silent now, save for the occasional creak of old wood settling, the way old houses do into their own long memory of the day. In the king's study, the lamp burns on a little while longer, its light growing smaller and dimmer as the oil within it slowly depletes, until at last it too gives way to the soft dark of the room, leaving only the pale grey suggestion of fog light drifting in through the tall windows. The papers on the desk remain exactly as they were left, a name, newly written, waiting quietly for morning. Outside, the fog holds its slow vigil over the sleeping city. Street lamps continue their steady burn along empty pavements, each one casting its small, faithful circle of light into the surrounding grey. Somewhere, very faintly, a church bell tolls the hour, not urgently, not insistently, but simply as a matter of ancient habit. A sound so soft and so familiar that it barely disturbs the deep quiet it moves through. This is London at rest, fog-bound, lamp-lit and utterly unhurried, cradling within its quiet streets a small, steady change that history will remember, though the night itself, wrapped so gently in mist, seems hardly to notice it at all. In the weeks that follow, the change will settle gradually across the wider world. Announcements read in measured tones, newspapers reporting the matter with the same unhurried calm with which it was decided. There will be no upheaval, no crowds gathering in protest or celebration. Life along the Thames will continue much as it always has. Barges moving slowly with the tide, lamplighters making their nightly rounds, families gathering by coal fires in small warm rooms scattered across a fog-wrapped city. And within the palace itself the routines of royal life will resume their steady, familiar rhythm. Footsteps on thick carpet, the soft creak of well-oiled doors, the patient ticking of clocks in long, quiet corridors, the warm golden glow of lamps burning low in private studies long after the rest of the house has fallen silent. A new name settles over an old house, the way autumn mist settles over still water, gently, completely, and without the smallest ripple of disturbance. Let us close this chapter, then, as we opened it, with fog drifting soft and low along the Thames, with gas lamps glowing their patient amber light into the deepening dark, with the distant muffled sound of church bells marking hours that pass as they always have, without hurry and without end. Somewhere behind a tall palace window a lamp continues to burn, small and steady against the vast quiet dark, a single point of warm and gentle light in a city wrapped entirely in soft, unbroken calm. And here, in this quiet hour, we let the chapter rest. The fog still drifting, the river still moving, the name still settling gently into place, as London and the house it now shelters sink slowly, peacefully into sleep. Rain begins to fall over London in the late autumn of 1936, soft at first, then steady, tapping a slow and patient rhythm against tall window panes throughout the city. It falls on the grey stone of Buckingham Palace, on the dark, glistening roofs of Whitehall, on the quiet gardens of Windsor Castle, where the trees stand bare and glistening under a sky the colour of soft pewter. It falls too on a smaller, more private house at Fort Belvedere, where a king who does not yet know he will soon cease to be king sits alone in a room lit only by a single lamp, listening to the rain move gently across the glass. This is a season of quiet weather, in every sense of the word. Something is changing within the House of Windsor once more, though this change, unlike the gentle renaming of 2 decades before, carries with it a heaviness that settles like rain-soaked wool upon the shoulders of everyone it touches. And yet, even now, even in this moment history remembers as a crisis, there is a stillness to be found. In rain-streaked windows, in the low murmur of wireless broadcasts, in rooms where heavy oak desks bear the quiet weight of decisions made not with shouting, but with long, careful silence. Let us begin in that small, book-lined study at Fort Belvedere, where King Edward VIII sits with the rain for company. The room smells faintly of wood smoke and old leather. The fire in the grate burned low now, more ember than flame, casting a dim orange glow across the walls. Outside, the Surrey countryside has dissolved into a soft grey blur, the tall pines beyond the window barely visible through the steady curtain of rain. He is a king only recently crowned, having inherited the throne from his father George V earlier that same year, a transition itself quiet, expected, unremarkable in the way such transitions within old houses often are. But this king carries within him a restlessness that does not quite match the settled, steady rhythm of the role he has been given. He listens to the rain, and perhaps, in its patient tapping, he hears something of his own uncertain heart. A heart drawn toward a life the old traditions of his family cannot easily accommodate. We will not dwell in this quiet hour on the details of scandal or the sharp edges of public disapproval. Let us instead simply observe him here, in this softened, rain-hushed room, a man weighing a private happiness against a public duty, the two resting unevenly on some invisible scale suspended somewhere in the candlelit dark. Across the country, in households large and small, wireless sets glow warmly in front rooms and kitchens alike, their dials illuminated with a soft amber light, their valves humming faintly as they warm toward the evening's broadcast. There is something deeply comforting in the sound a radio makes just before it finds its station, a low, textured static, like distant surf heard through a seashell, followed by the gentle, reassuring cadence of an announcer's voice easing its way into the room. Families gather close around these small wooden cabinets in the evenings now, drawn together not merely by curiosity but by a quiet shared sense that something within the old order is shifting. And yet, even this shifting arrives gently into their homes. No urgent bulletins interrupting supper, no sirens in the street, only the low, steady murmur of voices speaking carefully chosen words into rooms lit by firelight and lamplight, rain tapping softly all the while against darkened windows. Let us turn now toward another room, another desk, heavier still than the one at Fort Belvedere, a solid oak desk in a quiet study at York House, where the King's younger brother, Prince Albert, sits in the evening hours with papers he did not expect to be reading. He is a careful man, deliberate in his movements, given to a slight and gentle stammer that makes him choose his words with the same unhurried precision his father once brought to changing a family name. He does not want this. It settles over him not as ambition fulfilled, but as duty arriving, uninvited at his door on a rain-soaked evening, asking to be let in. There is no dramatic flourish to this moment, only the soft creak of a leather chair as he shifts his weight, only the low, patient ticking of a mantel clock marking seconds that seem, tonight, unusually heavy. His wife Elizabeth moves quietly into the room, settling into the chair opposite him without a word, her presence itself a kind of steadying influence, the way a hand resting gently on a shoulder can calm without needing to speak. Outside, the rain continues its slow work against the window glass, blurring the street lamps beyond into soft, watery halos of gold. We drift for a while through the quiet corners of this transitional season, through palace corridors where footsteps on thick carpet seem more hesitant than usual, through private sitting rooms where conversations happen in low, careful tones, through gardens where the last of autumn's leaves lie sodden and still beneath a steady grey rain. In one such garden at Windsor Castle itself, the ancient walls stand as they always have, indifferent to the particular crisis of any single generation, having weathered so many quiet storms before this one. Ivy clings to grey stone made darker still by the rain, and somewhere beyond the walls, a church bell tolls the hour with the same unhurried patience it has kept for centuries, its sound muffled and soft, arriving to the ear the way a whisper arrives across a large quiet room. By December, the decision is settled, the way sediment settles slowly to the bottom of still water. Edward will step aside, choosing in the end the private happiness the old traditions could not accommodate. And in choosing so, he sets in motion the quiet, reluctant elevation of his younger brother to a throne neither man imagined he would occupy. Let us picture this moment not through the language of crisis, but through the language of a house settling into a slightly different shape, the way a family home might rearrange its furniture after an unexpected departure. Chairs shifted only slightly, quiet accommodations made without great disturbance. There is no shouting in these halls, no urgent telegrams flashing red across newsroom walls that we need concern ourselves with tonight. There is only rain and lamplight and the low, steady hum of wireless sets carrying careful words into homes across the country. On the evening the abdication is announced, we find ourselves once more beside a radio, this time in a modest sitting room somewhere in the English countryside, far from London's grand corridors. A family gathers close around the glowing dial, the fire behind them crackling low and warm, its light catching the edges of teacups left half-finished on a low wooden table. The announcer's voice moves through the room slowly, evenly, each word chosen with the same careful weight a man might use when walking across uneven ground in the dark. There is no drama in his delivery, only a steady, measured calm, as though he too understands that some news, however significant, deserves to be shared gently, the way one might share difficult news with a sleeping child, softly so as not to startle. Outside, the rain has softened now to a fine mist, hanging low over hedgerows and quiet lanes, blurring the edges of the world into something gentle and indistinct. The family sits in silence for a long moment after the broadcast ends, the static returning briefly to fill the room before someone reaches forward and turns the dial, letting the small wooden cabinet fall quiet once more. Let us return now to that heavy oak desk in the study where the reluctant king now sits, no longer simply Prince Albert, but King George VI, a name chosen deliberately, we might imagine, for its steadiness, its echo of his father's own long and careful reign. The desk before him is the same one his father once used, the same dark, worn wood bearing the quiet weight of decisions made across generations. A single lamp burns beside him, casting its familiar warm and golden circle across papers arranged, as always in this family, with careful precision. Outside the rain has returned, tapping gently against the tall windows of this new study, a sound that seems by now almost comforting in its familiarity. The same rain that fell on Fort Belvedere, the same rain that fell on the countryside sitting room, now falling here too, uniting these separate rooms in one soft, continuous rhythm. There is a particular kind of courage, we might reflect, in accepting a role one did not seek, in stepping forward not out of ambition but out of quiet, unglamorous duty. George VI carries with him no great hunger for the throne, only a steady willingness to do what is asked of him, the same willingness his father showed 2 decades earlier when a name needed changing and no one else seemed inclined to change it. His stammer, we might imagine, troubles him most in these early days. The thought of speaking to a nation through the very medium that has come to define this restless radio listening age. Yet even this private struggle unfolds quietly, behind closed doors, worked through with patient practice and the gentle, steady guidance of those who help him, rather than through any public spectacle we need dwell upon tonight. Let us drift for a moment into the Queen's own quiet corner of this unfolding season. Elizabeth, now Queen Consort, sitting in a soft armchair near a window that looks out over a rain-darkened garden. She holds a cup of tea she's not quite drinking, her attention settled instead on the steady rhythm of raindrops tracing slow paths down the glass. There is something in her posture that suggests neither alarm nor resistance, but a calm, practical acceptance of the shape their lives must now take. She has always possessed, those close to her often say, a steadiness of her own, the kind that settles a room simply by entering it, the kind that will, in time, become one of the great quiet strengths of this reluctant new reign. As winter deepens across England, the rain sometimes gives way to a soft, hushed snow, drifting down over palace rooftops and quiet garden paths alike, blanketing the world in a stillness even deeper than the rain that preceded it. Windows glow warm and amber against the early winter dark, each one a small, steady point of light scattered across a landscape otherwise settling into long, quiet nights. Within the palace, preparations move forward slowly, deliberately, without haste. A coronation to plan, a household to settle into new and unfamiliar rhythms, a young family adjusting to rooms and routines rather grander than the ones they once called their own. Their two daughters, still young, still more curious than concerned, wander palace corridors with the light, unhurried footsteps of children who do not yet fully understand the weight now settled upon their father's shoulders. Let us pause for a while beside one particular window on a particularly quiet evening that winter. A window in a private sitting room, rain long since turned to snow, snow now falling in soft, silent flakes past the glass. Inside, a fire burns low and steady in the grate, its gentle crackle the only sound besides the occasional soft creak of the old house settling around them. The king sits near this fire with papers in his lap, though his eyes drift every so often toward the window and the slow, silent snowfall beyond it. There is a peace in watching snowfall that even the heaviest of burdens cannot entirely dispel. A reminder, perhaps, that some rhythms in this world continue steadily onward, regardless of what changes shape within palace walls. In the weeks that follow, the wireless becomes, more than ever, the quiet heartbeat of the nation. Its soft static and warm, familiar voices carrying the new king's careful words into homes across the country, into sitting rooms not unlike the one we visited earlier, where families gather close around glowing dials and let his measured, patient voice settle gently into their evenings. He speaks slowly, deliberately, each word placed with the same careful precision his father once brought to changing a family name, his younger self once brought to signing papers by lamplight. There is no urgency in his delivery, only the steady, unhurried cadence of a man who has learned, through long practice, that duty need not be loud to be sincere. To understand this quiet moment, we must drift back just a little, through the fog of years, to the family name the king was born beneath. Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a name as old as continental winters, carried across generations from Germanic hills to English thrones. For 100 years it had rested easily enough upon British shoulders, spoken without hesitation in ballrooms and gazettes alike. But the world, by 1917, had grown into something colder, something harder to recognise. A great war moved somewhere beyond these palace walls, distant and grey, like weather glimpsed only through a rain-streaked window. And in that distant, difficult season, a German-sounding name no longer felt like the comfortable old coat it once had. It felt, instead, like something that no longer quite fit in Wikipedia. Let us close this chapter as we opened it, with rain, now softened into a light and lingering mist, drifting over the rooftops of a city adjusting quietly to a change it did not fully anticipate. Let us close it with the warm, familiar glow of wireless sets humming gently in front rooms across the country, their static fading into steady, reassuring voices. And let us close it too with a single lamp still burning in a quiet study, its warm light falling softly across a heavy oak desk, across papers signed with the same patient, careful hand that once, 20 years before, chose a new name for an old and steady house. Somewhere beyond the window, the last of the season's snow drifts down in silence, settling gently over gardens and rooftops alike, smoothing the world's rough edges into something soft and hushed and entirely at peace. And here, in this quiet hour, we let the chapter rest. The rain long since faded into snowfall, the reluctant king settling steadily into his new and steady role, as England, wrapped once more in soft and wintry calm, sinks slowly, peacefully into sleep. A single searchlight moves slowly across a distant night sky, its pale beam sweeping in a wide, unhurried arc, and somewhere far beneath it, Buckingham Palace stands quiet, its windows sealed with heavy black curtains against the dark. It is 1940 now, and London has learned, over these long months, a new kind of stillness. Not the stillness of peace exactly, but a careful, practiced quiet, the kind that settles over a house when its occupants have decided together, simply to endure. The fog that once drifted so gently along the Thames still rises most evenings, though now it mingles with something else in the air, something the city has grown accustomed to without ever quite naming aloud. We will not dwell tonight on that unnamed thing. We will stay instead in the soft, steady rooms where a family continues its quiet rhythms, undisturbed, or nearly so, by the wider world beyond their walls. Let us begin within the palace itself, in a long gallery lit only by a handful of small lamps, their light kept low and careful, curtains drawn thick and heavy across every tall window. Footsteps move along this gallery with the same soft, muffled rhythm they always have, thick carpet swallowing sound the way deep snow swallows sound, until the corridor holds nothing but a gentle hush. King George VI walks this corridor most evenings now, his pace unhurried, his hands often clasped loosely behind him, the posture of a man who has learned to carry weight without letting it show in his stride. He and the Queen have chosen, in these difficult years, to remain here, in this grand and quietly resilient house, rather than retreat to safer distance. And there is a steadiness in that choice that settles gently over the household like the low murmur of a familiar hymn. Each evening, as the light fades slowly from the sky, the palace prepares itself for darkness in its own careful, practiced way. Heavy curtains are drawn across every window, one by one, the soft rustle of thick fabric the only sound in otherwise silent rooms. Lamps are dimmed, or covered, or simply left unlit, so that from outside the great house seems to disappear entirely into the surrounding dark, its grandeur folded quietly away until morning. Let us drift now toward the countryside, toward Windsor Castle, where the two young princesses spend much of this uncertain season, tucked away amid ancient stone walls and wide, quiet grounds, far removed from the city's distant tensions. Here, the nights carry a different texture altogether, softer, deeper, filled with the small natural sounds of a garden settling into darkness, rather than any hint of the wider world's unease. In the evenings, the girls are read to by lamplight, their small sitting room glowing warm and amber against tall windows already sealed with heavy blackout curtains. Though here, in this quiet countryside room, the curtains feel less like a shield against danger, and more like a soft, deliberate cocoon, wrapping the room in gentle privacy. Their governess speaks in a low, steady voice, each sentence unhurried, each pause long enough to let the words settle fully before the next begins. Outside, beyond the thick stone walls of the castle, the countryside lies wrapped in a deep and settled quiet. Owls call softly from somewhere among the old oaks lining the long drive, their voices low and round, swallowed almost instantly by the vast, dark stillness of the surrounding fields. Somewhere, very faintly, crickets keep their steady rhythmic chorus, a sound so constant and so gentle that it seems to belong less to any single season than to the land itself, patient and unchanging. If searchlights sweep the sky somewhere beyond this quiet valley, they do so only as the faintest suggestion on the far horizon. Distant pale beams glimpsed perhaps through a gap in the curtains before someone gently draws them closed again. We need not follow those beams tonight. We will stay here instead, in this warm, lamplit room, where the only urgent matter is which page comes next in the story being read so softly aloud. Back in London, the palace settles into its own version of the same practiced calm. In a private sitting room, the king and queen often spend their evenings much as any quiet couple might. A small fire burning low in the grate, its gentle crackle filling the silences between soft conversation, a wireless set humming faintly in the corner, its dial glowing warm amber even now, even in these careful curtained rooms. The Queen has a particular fondness, we might imagine, for these small domestic hours. A cup of tea cooling slowly on a side table, needlework resting in her lap, her attention drifting occasionally toward the low, steady voice emerging from the wireless, offering the evening's careful words in the same unhurried cadence London has grown to trust. There is comfort in routine, especially now, and the household clings to its small rituals the way a hand might cling to a familiar banister in the dark. Let us walk for a moment through the palace grounds themselves on one particular evening, the gardens rendered strange and unfamiliar by the absence of light, their usual daytime brightness replaced now by deep velvet shadow. A single gardener moves slowly along a gravel path, his footsteps crunching softly, rhythmically, the only sound besides the distant, muffled hum of the city settling into its own careful darkness beyond the garden walls. Above him, should he pause to look, the sky sometimes holds a strange and distant beauty in these blackout years. Stars visible now in numbers London rarely sees, unobscured by streetlight or storefront glow, scattered instead across a deep, undisturbed black. It is a small, unexpected gift, this clearer sky, and one the gardener allows himself on quiet nights like this one, simply to notice and to appreciate before continuing his slow rounds toward the potting shed and its own small waiting lamp. There is a particular sound during these years that has become almost a lullaby of its own for households across the country. The low, distant hum of aircraft engines moving somewhere far overhead, sometimes barely audible, sometimes fading entirely into silence before anyone below has fully registered having heard it at all. We mention this only briefly, only gently, for it belongs to this era the way rain belongs to autumn, an ambient texture rather than any cause for alarm within our quiet telling tonight. Inside the palace, when such sounds drift faintly through sealed windows, the routine response is calm, practiced, almost gentle in its efficiency. A quiet movement toward interior rooms, thick doors closing softly behind measured footsteps, conversation continuing in low, steady tones as though merely relocating a pleasant evening from one room to another. The princesses, when visiting, are guided through these small transitions by nursery staff whose voices never rise, whose hands rest calmly on small shoulders, whose entire manner suggests that this too is simply another part of the evening's gentle rhythm. Let us return for a while to that countryside sitting room at Windsor, where the reading continues by lamplight, the governess's voice moving steadily through some old and familiar story, each word chosen and paced with the unhurried patience of someone who understands that comfort, more than excitement, is what this particular hour requires. The younger princess, we might imagine, has already begun to grow drowsy, her head resting gently against a cushion, her breathing slow and even, matching almost precisely the steady rhythm of the reading itself. Outside, the countryside night continues its own quiet vigil. Hedgerows rustling faintly in a light breeze, the distant muffled call of a fox somewhere across the fields, the soft, patient ticking of an old clock in the castle's east wing marking hours that pass tonight as always, without hurry. Back in the city, the king sometimes walks alone through the palace's quieter corridors in these late hours, pausing occasionally beside a heavily curtained window, resisting perhaps the small temptation to part the fabric even slightly and glimpse the darkened city beyond. He does not need to look. He knows already what waits out there, a city holding its breath in careful, practiced patience, much as this palace does, much as the countryside does, each quiet room across the nation joined invisibly by the same steady, unhurried resolve. There is a kind of courage in this stillness, we might reflect, quite different from the courage of grand gesture or dramatic action, a courage made instead of small, repeated choices to remain calm, to keep routine steady, to let evenings unfold with their ordinary small comforts even when the wider world outside grows uncertain. The king carries this quieter courage through these curtained corridors, much as his own father once carried quiet resolve through a fog-bound London 2 decades before. Let us drift briefly toward the palace kitchens tucked deep within the building's lower levels, where the ordinary rhythms of daily life continue with their own small, steady comfort. Pots simmer low on great iron stoves, their gentle bubbling a soft, constant undertone beneath the low murmur of kitchen staff going about their evening tasks. Rationing has changed what fills these pots, certainly, but the rhythm of preparing a meal, of setting a table, of maintaining some small ordinary structure to each day remains steady and unshaken. There is comfort always in such small continuities. The clink of a ladle against the rim of a pot, the soft thud of a wooden spoon set down upon a worn countertop, the low hum of quiet conversation between cooks who have worked alongside one another for years, their familiar rhythms undisturbed by anything happening beyond these deep, sheltered walls. As the night deepens further, both in the city and in the countryside, the searchlights we glimpsed at the very beginning of this chapter continue their slow, patient sweeps across the distant sky, though we observe them now, as we did before, only from a great and comfortable distance. Pale beams moving softly against deep black, more akin to the slow turning of a lighthouse beam than to anything urgent or alarming. Within the palace, within the castle, within countless quiet houses scattered across the darkened countryside, families settle gradually towards sleep, their evenings closed with the same small rituals they have always known: a last cup of tea, a final page of a story, a lamp extinguished gently, a curtain checked once more before the room falls entirely still. The princesses by now have long since drifted into sleep, their small sitting room quiet save for the soft, steady tick of the mantel clock and the occasional gentle creak of the old castle settling around them, the way old houses always do into their long and patient nightly rest. Their governess extinguishes the lamp at last, its warm glow fading slowly into the deeper, softer dark of the countryside night, leaving only moonlight, filtered faint and silver through gaps in heavy curtain fabric, to watch quietly over the room. In the city, the king and queen retire in their own quiet time, the palace around them falling gradually silent, room by room, corridor by corridor, until only the low, patient ticking of distant clocks remains, marking hours that pass as they always have within these walls, steadily, unhurriedly, entirely undisturbed by anything beyond their own deep and settled calm. Let us close this chapter, then, with the countryside wrapped in soft moonlight, hedgerows rustling gently in a light night breeze, owls calling low and round across quiet, darkened fields. Let us close it with the palace itself settled fully into its careful nighttime hush, curtains drawn, lamps extinguished, footsteps stilled along corridors that have, for one more evening, carried their household safely through to rest. Somewhere far above, a searchlight makes its final slow sweep before the operator too, perhaps pauses to rest, its pale beam withdrawing gradually into the vast, undisturbed dark of the night sky. And here, In this quiet hour, we let the chapter rest. The distant world held gently at bay beyond thick curtains and old stone walls, the family within settling steadily into another night of calm, practised endurance, as England, wrapped once more in soft and watchful darkness, sinks slowly, peacefully, into sleep. A soft grey light rises slowly over Westminster Abbey on a June morning in 1953, the ancient stone glimmering faintly with the last traces of overnight rain. London has waited for this morning with a quiet gathering warmth, the kind that builds gently over weeks rather than arriving all at once. Along the processional route, the pavements still hold the cool dampness of dawn, though the crowds already beginning to settle along the curbs speak in low, hushed tones, wrapped in blankets and thermoses, content simply to wait. There is no urgency in their waiting, only a soft, shared anticipation, the sort that settles over a room just before a much-loved story begins. Inside the abbey itself, the vast nave lies still and hushed in the early hour, its ancient stone pillars rising into shadow, its stained glass windows glowing only faintly with the grey morning light beyond. Soon this vast quiet will fill with music and ceremony, but for now it holds only the soft echo of footsteps moving slowly across old stone floors, the occasional low murmur of voices checking small, careful details before the day fully begins. Let us drift first toward Buckingham Palace, where the young Queen prepares in rooms lit softly by morning light, filtering through tall curtained windows. Elizabeth is only 27 this spring, a young mother, a young wife, stepping now into a role inherited rather than chosen, much as her own father once stepped, reluctant and steady, into a throne he had not expected to hold. In her dressing room the air carries a particular hush reserved for mornings of great occasion, the soft rustle of heavy silk being carefully arranged, the gentle murmur of attendants speaking in low, practised tones, the faint scent of fresh flowers arranged somewhere nearby in tall, quiet vases. Her coronation gown, we might imagine, rests nearby on its stand, its white satin embroidered with emblems of the nation she will soon formally serve, each thread catching the soft morning light in small glimmering points, like frost on a window pane at first light. There is a particular sound that heavy silk makes when it moves, a low, whispering rustle, soft and continuous, almost like the sound of gentle rain heard from deep within a warm and sheltered room. As the gown is lifted and settled carefully into place, this whisper fills the room entirely, a soft counterpoint to the low, steady voices of those assisting her, their hands moving with the same careful, unhurried precision that has marked every quiet transition within this family for generations. Elizabeth stands still during these long, careful preparations, her expression calm, her breathing slow and even, the way one might stand quietly while snow gathers softly on a windowsill, patient, observant, entirely present within the moment. Somewhere beyond her window, the low murmur of the gathering crowds drifts faintly upward, softened by distance and glass into something like a gentle, continuous hum, not unlike the sound of a distant sea. Let us turn now toward the wider city, where preparations of a different kind unfold in homes across the country. In sitting rooms from London to the furthest reaches of the countryside, families gather this morning around a new and curious object, the television set, its small screen glowing with a soft flickering grey light, offering, for many households, their very first glimpse of moving pictures within their own walls. The flicker of these early screens carries its own particular texture, a faint rhythmic pulse of light and shadow, accompanied by a low, steady hum from within the wooden cabinet housing the delicate tubes and wires that make such magic possible. Children sit close to these small screens, their eyes wide, their voices hushed with wonder, while parents settle into armchairs nearby, teacups resting on saucers, the soft clink of porcelain punctuating the quiet, expectant murmur of a household waiting together for something remarkable to begin. Back within the abbey, the ceremony itself unfolds now with slow, deliberate grandeur, though we will observe it, as always in this quiet telling, from a gentle distance, attentive more to texture and atmosphere than to the precise sequence of ancient ritual. The choir's voices rise slowly into the vaulted ceiling above, their harmonies filling the vast stone space with a warmth that seems, somehow, to soften even these cold and ancient walls. Sunlight, breaking gently through high windows by mid-morning, falls in long coloured beams across the stone floor, catching motes of dust suspended softly in the air, each one drifting slowly, unhurriedly, through shafts of red and gold and deep glimmering blue. The rustle of ceremonial robes moving through the nave joins the choir's distant harmonies, creating together a soft, layered soundscape, gentle enough that even the most solemn moments carry within them a strange and settling calm. Outside the abbey walls, the crowds along the processional route listen to this same ceremony through the low, steady murmur of loudspeakers set carefully along the route, their sound softened by distance into something warm and indistinct, not unlike listening to a favourite broadcast from another room in the house. Umbrellas, opened earlier against a light morning drizzle, now rest closed against damp shoulders as the rain eases, leaving the pavements glistening softly beneath a sky slowly clearing to pale, gentle blue. Children perched on their parents' shoulders watch the distant procession pass with wide, quiet eyes, the golden coach moving slowly along the route, its wheels turning with the same unhurried patience that has marked every quiet transition within this family across the decades. There is cheering, certainly, though even this cheering arrives to a softened, distant, more a warm murmur of collective goodwill than any sharp or startling sound. Let us return, once more, to those sitting rooms scattered across the country, where families continue to gather close around their small, flickering screens throughout this long and remarkable day. The images arriving on these screens carry a soft, silvery quality, shadows and light moving gently across faces lit only by the television's own pale glow, the room around them growing dim as afternoon light fades slowly outside drawn curtains. There is something deeply gentle, we might reflect, in this shared act of watching. Families separated by many miles from Westminster Abbey itself, yet joined together in this same quiet moment through the soft flickering light of their small screens, each household its own small warm island of shared attention, the low hum of the television set filling their rooms much as the wireless once did, though now accompanied by these strange and wondrous moving pictures. By evening, as the ceremony concludes and the young queen returns at last to the palace, the city settles into a mood of quiet, contented celebration, gentler than triumph, warmer than mere relief. Along quiet residential streets, small parties continue in gardens and front rooms alike, though even these celebrations carry a soft, unhurried quality. Teacups and sandwiches shared among neighbours gathered loosely around whichever household happens to own one of the new television sets. Within the palace itself, the Queen retires eventually to a quiet sitting room, the heavy silk of her coronation gown finally set aside, replaced now by softer, simpler evening clothes. She sits for a long moment near a window overlooking gardens grown dim with early evening light, the low murmur of distant celebration still drifting faintly upward from the streets beyond the palace walls. There is a particular kind of optimism that settles over a nation in moments such as this. Not loud, not boastful, but gentle and steady, like the first warm days of spring following a long and difficult winter. Newspapers in the days that follow will speak of a new Elizabethan age, though even this grand phrase arrives to the public gently, more a soft and hopeful murmur than any bold or startling proclamation. We might picture, in these early weeks of the new reign, the young queen at her own desk now, a lamp burning warm and steady beside her, much as it once did for her father and grandfather before her, papers arranged with the same quiet, careful precision this family has always shown. Outside her window, London continues its steady, unhurried rhythm. Fog sometimes still drifting along the Thames in the early mornings, though now, perhaps, softened further still by this new and gentle sense of hopeful continuity. Let us drift for a while longer through the quieter corners of this new reign's earliest months, through palace corridors where the young queen's footsteps on thick carpet carry a slightly different weight now, through sitting rooms where television sets continue their soft flickering glow each evening, through gardens where roses bloom steadily on through the warm summer months following that remarkable June morning. In one such garden, at Buckingham Palace itself, the Queen sometimes walks in the cool of early evening, her pace slow and thoughtful, her attention drawn occasionally to the low, distant hum of the city beyond the garden walls. There is comfort, we might imagine, in these quiet garden walks, a private space in which to settle gradually into the vast new weight of her role, much as her father once settled into his own reluctant crown beside rain-streaked windows 2 decades before. Television, in these early years, continues its steady spread into households across the country, its soft flicker becoming, gradually, as familiar a presence in sitting rooms as the wireless once was. Families continue to gather close around these small glowing screens each evening. The low hum of the cabinet, the faint flicker of grey light across attentive faces, becoming part of the ordinary texture of daily life. No longer a wonder exactly, but a warm and welcome habit. and within the palace the Queen's own days settle gradually into their new and steady rhythm. Mornings spent with official papers, afternoons devoted to the quiet duties of her office, evenings reserved, when possible, for the softer pleasures of family life, her young children's laughter drifting sometimes through palace corridors otherwise known for their careful, measured quiet. Let us close this chapter, then, with the soft rustle of heavy silk fading gently into memory, replaced now by the simpler comforts of ordinary evenings. Let us close it with television screens continuing their gentle flicker in countless sitting rooms across the country, their soft glow a steady, comforting presence as summer gives way, slowly and gently, to the cooler evenings of early autumn. Somewhere within the palace a lamp burns warm and steady on a familiar desk, its light falling softly across papers signed by a young queen settling gradually, gently, into a reign that will, though none can know it yet, stretch across 7 long and steady decades. And here, in this quiet hour, we let the chapter rest, the coronation's soft ceremony fading now into gentle memory, the young queen settling steadily into her new and steady role, as England, wrapped once more in warm and hopeful calm, sinks slowly, peacefully into sleep. Wind moves steadily across the Scottish moors, sweeping low over heather and gorse, carrying with it the faint mineral scent of rain not yet fallen. Balmoral rises quietly from this wide, windswept landscape, its grey turrets softened by distance and mist, a castle that seems, somehow, to have grown up out of the hills themselves rather than having been built upon them. This is a different kind of royal home, we might reflect, than the grand and formal palaces of London. Here, the emphasis rests not on ceremony, but on retreat, not on public duty, but on private, unhurried rest. The Queen has come here every autumn for decades now, drawn back again and again to these same wide hills, the same steady rivers, the same deep and settled quiet. Let us walk together this evening through the hills surrounding the castle, where the heather stretches in soft undulating waves toward a horizon, blurred gently by distant cloud. The wind here never quite stops, though it rarely rises to anything urgent, moving instead in long, steady currents across the open land, bending the grasses in slow, continuous waves, like a great and patient hand smoothing a blanket across a wide sleeping bed. Inside the castle, evening settles early during these autumn months, the light fading gradually from pale gold to soft grey to deep, gentle blue. A fire burns low and steady in the great hall's hearth, its flames casting long, flickering shadows across old stone walls hung with tartan and antler, the gentle crackle and pop of burning wood filling the room with a warmth that seems to settle deep into the bones. The Queen, in these later decades of her long reign, finds in Balmoral a particular kind of sanctuary, a place where the endless duties of London recede, if only briefly, into something more distant, more manageable, softened by the sheer scale and quiet of the surrounding landscape. She walks often across these grounds, her pace slow and thoughtful, her attention drawn to small, ordinary details, a heron standing still in a nearby stream, the low call of a curlew somewhere across the moor, the soft, damp scent of earth after a passing shower. Let us drift for a while into one particular evening, deep in the autumn stillness, when the family gathers close within the castle's private sitting rooms, curtains drawn against the early dark, fires burning steady in every hearth. Somewhere in the distance, carried faintly on the evening wind, the low, mournful sound of bagpipes drifts across the grounds, a piper practising alone on some far hillside, his music softened by distance into something like a lullaby, ancient and unhurried. This sound, we might imagine, has become woven so completely into the fabric of these autumn evenings that it barely registers anymore as anything unusual, simply another texture of the Highland dusk, alongside the wind, alongside the distant call of grouse rising suddenly from the heather, alongside the steady, patient ticking of an old clock somewhere deep within the castle's quiet halls. Within one such sitting room, the Queen sits near the fire with a tartan blanket across her knees, a cup of tea cooling slowly on a small table beside her, her attention drifting between the crackling hearth and the tall windows beyond, where the last grey light of evening fades slowly into full and settled dark. There is a particular stillness to her posture here that differs, we might notice, from the careful, composed stillness she maintains during public engagements. This is a softer stillness, private, unguarded, the stillness of someone fully at rest within a place she has always trusted completely. Her corgis, we might imagine, rest nearby on the hearthrug, their small bodies curled close to the fire's warmth, their breathing slow and even, occasionally interrupted by the soft, contented sigh of a dog fully at ease. The room itself smells faintly of wood smoke and old leather, of damp tweed drying slowly near the fire, of the particular comforting mustiness that seems to belong to old country houses the world over, houses that have absorbed, over long decades, the quiet comfort of countless similar evenings. Let us step outside once more into the deepening Highland dusk, where the wind continues its steady sweep across the wider estate, moving through stands of Scots pine that stand dark and fragrant against the fading sky. A stag calls somewhere in the distance, its low, resonant bellow carrying across the glen before fading gradually into silence, swallowed by the vast, unhurried quiet of the surrounding hills. The rivers here, fed by countless small burns tumbling down from higher ground, move with a steady, murmuring rush over smooth grey stones, their sound a constant, gentle undertone beneath the wider silence of the moor. In daylight hours, the Queen has been known to walk for long stretches along these riverbanks, her pace unhurried, her boots settling softly into damp earth and moss, her attention absorbed entirely by the landscape's slow, patient rhythms. There is something particular about isolation of this kind, we might reflect. Not loneliness exactly, but a deliberate chosen distance from the noise and scrutiny of public life, a space in which simply to exist quietly, without performance, without the careful composure required elsewhere. Balmoral offers this gift generously. its vast grounds and thick stone walls creating together a kind of soft natural barrier against the wider world's persistent clamour. In the evenings after dinner, the family sometimes gathers in the castle's drawing room, where a fire burns steady in the grate, and the soft, warm light of table lamps replaces the harsher brightness of overhead fixtures. Conversation here moves slowly, comfortably, often punctuated by long, easy silences that carry no discomfort, only the settled ease of people entirely at home within their own quiet company. Let us drift now toward the later years of this long reign, when the Queen's autumn visits to Balmoral take on, gradually, an even deeper significance. Not merely a retreat from duty, but a steady anchor point across the passing decades, a place that remains, through all the changes unfolding elsewhere, reassuringly unchanged. The same hills rise in the same soft, undulating waves. The same rivers move with the same steady murmur over the same smooth stones. The same wind sweeps steady and unhurried across the same wide and ancient moor. We might picture her in these later years sitting once more beside the same fire, in the same familiar chair, a tartan blanket across her knees, her corgis curled nearby on the hearth rug, the low, distant sound of bagpipes drifting once more across the evening grounds. Decades pass, and yet this particular scene remains, in its essential texture, remarkably unchanged, a steady constant amid a world that, beyond these castle walls, continues its restless, unceasing motion. Let us walk once more across the moor, this time in the deep hush of a Highland night, when even the wind grows softer, gentler, more like a slow and steady breath than any true gust. The sky above, unmarred by the glow of distant cities, stretches vast and dark, scattered thick with stars that seem somehow closer here than anywhere else. Close enough almost to hear their own quiet, distant hum. Somewhere across this dark and silent landscape, a fox moves silently through the heather, its passage marked only by the faintest rustle of disturbed grass, gone again before the sound is fully registered. The castle itself, viewed from this distance across the moor, glows warm and amber in scattered windows, small points of steady light against the vast enveloping dark, each one marking some quiet room where a fire still burns low, where someone still sits comfortably absorbed in the day's unhurried close. There is a particular kind of peace, we might reflect, in places that resist change, in landscapes and houses that continue steadily onward, regardless of what shifts elsewhere in the wider world. Balmoral, across these many decades, offers exactly this kind of peace, a place where the Queen could set aside, however briefly, the endless demands of her public role, and simply exist instead within the quiet, steady rhythms of hearth and hill and river. Let us return, one final time this evening, to that drawing-room fire, now burned down to a soft bed of glowing embers, casting only the faintest warm light across a room grown quiet with the lateness of the hour. The tartan blanket rests folded now across the arm of an empty chair. The corgis have long since settled into sleep upon their hearth rug. Beyond the tall windows the moor stretches dark and silent beneath its vast canopy of stars, the wind continuing its slow, steady sweep across hills that have stood unchanged for centuries beyond counting. And here, in this quiet hour, we let the chapter rest, the distant bagpipes fading now into silence, the fire settling into soft and glowing embers, the wide Scottish moor holding its steady windswept watch through the deep hours of night as Balmoral, wrapped once more in isolation and calm, sinks slowly, peacefully, into sleep. A single bell tolls deep and slow, somewhere within the ancient stone of Westminster Abbey, its sound rolling outward across the city in long, patient waves. It is September now, in the year 2022, and London has settled into a quiet unlike any it has known in decades. Not a silence born of absence, but a silence made of something closer to reverence, the kind that gathers naturally around a long and steady life drawing, gently, toward its close. The Queen has died at Balmoral, in the soft, familiar hills she loved so completely, and now the nation moves through its grief the way the Thames moves through fog, slowly, steadily, without any sudden turn. We will not linger long on sorrow tonight. We will linger instead on continuity, on the quiet, steady passage of time that has always been this family's truest inheritance, older even than any single crown. Let us begin within the abbey itself, in the hushed hours before a great and solemn ceremony, when the vast nave lies empty, save for a handful of quiet figures moving with careful, unhurried purpose between ancient pillars. Sunlight, pale and autumnal, filters through high-stained glass, scattering soft fragments of colour across cold stone floors, worn smooth by nearly 1,000 years of footsteps not unlike these. This abbey has watched coronations and weddings, funerals and quiet weekday prayers, its stones absorbing, century upon century, the full and ordinary rhythm of a nation's life. Tonight, it prepares once more to hold a nation's grief, though it does so, as it always has, with the same patient, steady calm it has offered every generation that has passed beneath its vaulted ceiling. Outside, along the street surrounding the abbey, mourners gather quietly in long, unhurried lines, many carrying small bouquets whose soft fragrance drifts gently on the cool autumn air. There is little urgency in this gathering, little of the sharp emotion we might expect from sudden loss. Instead, a slow communal exhale, the shared quiet of people who understand they are witnessing not an ending exactly, but a turning, the kind of turning that has occurred within this family many times before, each time absorbed eventually into the wider steady flow of ordinary life. Candles flicker softly in windows along nearby streets, their small flames steady against the gathering evening dark, joined here and there by the low, warm glow of street lamps just beginning to hum to life as daylight fades slowly toward dusk. Somewhere nearby, a church bell answers the abbey's own deep tolling, its sound softer, higher, weaving gently into the wider layered chorus of bells now sounding across the city. Let us drift for a moment toward Balmoral itself, where the hills still hold, even now, the same soft, windswept quiet they have always offered this family across so many long decades. The heather has begun its slow turn toward autumn's deeper purple, and the wind moves as it always has, steady and unhurried, across the wide, empty moor. In the days following the Queen's passing, the castle sits quiet beneath this same patient sky, its windows dark now, its usual warm and amber glow dimmed for a season, though the land around it continues, indifferent to human grief, its own ancient and unbroken rhythm. Rivers still murmuring over smooth grey stones, stags still calling faintly across darkening glens, the same deep stillness settling each evening over hills that have outlasted and will continue to outlast every reign that has ever passed beneath their watch. Back in London, within Buckingham Palace, a new king moves now through corridors his mother once walked, his footsteps falling with the same soft, muffled rhythm against the same thick carpet, beneath the same high, painted ceilings. Charles III inherits not merely a crown, but an entire inherited rhythm of quiet duty. The same steady resolve his grandfather once carried through rain-streaked windows, the same patient endurance his great-grandfather once carried through darkened, curtained rooms. He is not young, this new king, having waited longer than any before him for a role finally quietly his own. Yet there is little sense of dramatic transition in this passing of the crown, only a slow, steady continuation, the way a river continues its course even as it passes from one bend of land into another. The water itself unchanged, only the landscape around it shifting gradually, gently, into something new. Let us walk once more through the abbey, now on the morning of the funeral itself, when ancient stone walls fill slowly with soft gathering sound. The low murmur of assembling mourners, the gentle rustle of formal robes moving across old flagstone floors, the distant, steady tolling of bells marking each careful stage of the morning's long and solemn procession. Outside, along the processional route, the same quiet crowds that gathered days before now stand in respectful, patient silence, broken only by the slow, steady rhythm of marching feet and the low, resonant sound of a lone piper's lament drifting across Horse Guards parade, its melody ancient and unhurried, carrying within it centuries of similar mournings, similar farewells, similar steady processions moving slowly through these same historic streets. Within the abbey, sunlight continues its slow crawl across the stone floor as the ceremony unfolds, coloured fragments of light shifting gradually from pillar to pillar with the patient, unhurried movement of the sun itself, indifferent to the solemnity below, offering instead its own quiet reminder that days continue, that light returns, that time itself moves ever forward, regardless of what passes beneath it. The choir's voices rise once more into the vaulted ceiling above, their harmonies filling the ancient space with the same warmth we felt here nearly 70 years before, at a coronation rather than a farewell, though the sound itself carries something remarkably similar, a deep resonant continuity, as though the abbey's very stones remember every voice that has ever risen within them, weaving each new sound gently into an unbroken centuries-long chorus. Let us drift finally toward the quiet hours following the ceremony's close, when the great crowds have dispersed slowly back into the wider rhythm of the city, and the abbey itself settles once more into its familiar patient hush. Evening falls gently over Westminster, street lamps glowing warm and steady along pavements still damp from an earlier autumn shower, their light scattering softly across wet stone in small glimmering pools. Within the abbey, a single candle continues to burn near the high altar, its small flame steady against the deepening shadow, a quiet point of warmth within the vast ancient stillness. Somewhere above, the great bells rest now in silence, though their sound seems, even in stillness, to linger faintly in the cool stone air, a memory of tolling not yet fully faded. There is a particular comfort, we might reflect, in endings that arrive gently, softened by ceremony and ancient ritual into something closer to transition than true conclusion. This family's long story has never truly ended at any single point across its century of change, only continued, steadily, from one quiet chapter into the next, much as a river continues from one gentle bend into another, its essential nature unchanged even as its surroundings shift slowly around it. We might picture, in these quiet evening hours, the new king standing alone for a moment beside a tall palace window, much as his grandfather once stood beside rain-streaked glass, much as his great-grandmother once paused beside a fogged garden window nearly a century before. The view beyond his window has changed considerably across these generations. The fog has lifted, the gaslight has given way to electric glow, yet the quiet, contemplative stillness of the moment itself remains remarkably, comfortingly the same. Let us return, one final time, to the wide Scottish moor, where autumn continues its slow, steady turn, regardless of what has changed within the family that has loved these hills for so long. The wind moves, as it always has across the heather, patient and unhurried. The rivers continue their steady murmur over smooth grey stones. Somewhere in the distance, faint and lingering, a piper's lament drifts once more across the darkening glen, its melody ancient enough to have accompanied countless similar evenings, countless similar quiet farewells, across centuries far older than this particular family's own long story. The castle itself sits quiet beneath the gathering dusk, its windows dark for now, though we might imagine gently that before long warm and amber light will glow once more from within its walls, as new generations settle into these same familiar rooms, drawn by the same quiet pull toward hearth and hill and steady, patient rest that has drawn every generation before them. Let us close this final chapter, then, as we opened it, with a single bell tolling deep and slow across an ancient city, its sound rolling outward in long unhurried waves, marking not an ending exactly, but simply another turning within a story that has always, in its own quiet way, continued steadily onward. Let us close it with candlelight flickering softly in windows across London, with a piper's lament fading gently into a Highland dusk, with sunlight continuing its patient ancient crawl across old stone floors that have witnessed, and will continue to witness, so very much more. Somewhere, within a quiet palace room, a lamp burns low and steady on a familiar desk, its warm light falling softly across papers now signed by a new and steady hand, continuing a rhythm of quiet duty that began a century before with a single name changed gently in a fog-bound London study. And here, in this final quiet hour, we let the whole story rest. The bells fallen silent now, the moor settling into deep autumn dark, the ancient abbey holding its patient centuries-long watch as the House of Windsor, wrapped once more in gentle continuity and steady unbroken time, sinks slowly, peacefully into sleep.